They've only got 4 races. Oh, no, there's Matthew Green. He is actually a little bit off to our right, to Ryder's left. So he might be thinking, okay, those guys are right there. They're going to go up the middle. I'm going to take a high line off to the upside, probably between those 2 rocks that we can kind of see off in the distance, try to get in front of them, maybe cut down so that he can get to the rocks in Chocolate Thunder before the other 4 riders on his row. We'll see.
I had a great chat yesterday with Matthew Green. He came up to our announcing booth and had a really nice conversation with the young 24-year-old South African rider. And he is a really fine gentleman, but he looks up to both Tristan Hart and Cody Webb as being his hard enduro champion. So it's kind of hard as a younger rider comes into this realm and takes a look at some of our senior riders that are well more experienced in all of this. Well, Cody Webb, you don't get much more experience than that. And,
yeah, 6-time winner here, just at King of the Motos alone.
I met him about 15 years ago as one of the early champions of Last Dog Standing at Glen Helen. So it's been a long run for Cody Webb.
I know that we're still waiting to see, but again, it's great to see the spectators growing as well here for the King of the Motos weekend. It's happened the weekend before King of the Hammers, so to see everybody out here just enjoying what's getting ready, but it looks like they are getting ready. They are watching for that green flag. Let's see how this goes.
And Pam Hall waves it off.
Tristan Hart just did such a great job, but yep, there's Matthew Green taking that high line. But unfortunately, trying to cut in like that really did put him behind the curveball. But these guys should have no problem getting up.
Ryder LeBlanc diving into that second spot right behind Tristan. He's right on his back bumper, heading up Chocolate Thunder. Great job by Ryder LeBlanc. Awesome line. He's right on that back bumper of our 3-time champion of Tristan Hart.
And now, because there is no change in the times, right? When they did their qualifying yesterday, that was to have a better advantage to be out front. So now there's no correction on time. So they're going to be the next row, and they have to try to catch up. And again, the first 2 laps, we've been told, are less GPS heavy, but we will see how that plays out in the long run. But of course, what's another part of this, you can see them down looking at their bikes, trying to look at their navigation. They also have dust. So if you're not first, it's not that you're last just yet, but you also got the dust of the rider in front of you there. So we've got our second line off.
Koala Huddy takes the lead on that one on the number 25 KTM as he roars up to the top. And yesterday, Koala come in 7th place in our Pro Challenge.
Yeah, and then you could see the other Yamaha that was out there. That is Riley Bender. So that's another 4-stroke. He is on the team there with Cody Webb. So when Cody Webb started that team in 2025, he was the only rider, but now he's been able to expand that a little bit and get a little bit more support from Yamaha so that he could take on Riley Bender, a second rider.
Our only 2 4-strokes in this entire mix are 2 of them, both of Cody Webb and Riley Bender. And Riley Bender come 10th place overall yesterday.
Yeah, you can see where they took that left to go up this hill. There was also an arrow off to the right, so it looked like they had a split. So this one that they're on right now might have been the more difficult way up, where they could have gone around that little bit of a rock ledge to get themselves out, back, and around. But now we've got Jared Lambay, Maverick Thaxton, Quinn Winsel, Corin Calvert, and Ryder Guest entering into Chocolate Thunder. Ooh, and already starting to hold up some other racers.
Quinn Winsel, our only rider on a Ryu, a Spanish bike that took over from Bultaco many decades ago.
Yeah, he would, and actually it looked like Quinn was a little bit back. He kind of stood there, did a little bit of a trial stand, waited for everybody to figure out how they were going to fall or not make it, and then he zipped a line off to the right, got in front of 2 of the guys that were hanging out, and made his way up Chocolate Thunder within about 1/3 of his row there at the start. But again, that guy's just getting stuck already. Chocolate Thunder is not easy.
You know, I was just going to say, yeah, our first 3 or 4 rows, not going to be too many bottlenecks to deal with, but I was wrong. They're already.
Yep. Oh, we've got another line off. Number 80 there. Looks like Dylan Santoro. That's Psycho Enduro on Instagram. Again, I just love following that guy. He tries some crazy stuff. But then after that, we've got Joe Nemeth. We've got J.D. Cote, Kamakana, and Tyler Bowman. So Tyler Bowman, one of the brothers that we were talking about, doing really good in the pro shootout yesterday, getting himself into that 4th row. So he did beat his older brother. Good job, Tyler. It looked like all 5 of these guys made it clean up and out of Chocolate Thunder. That's good to see. So we haven't had any overwhelming bottlenecks yet, but now we're going to be having 101, Devin Finaro, Nick Puchoff coming in, Thomas Boudroves, and then Matthew Bowman we were talking about, and Preston Bosflug. And I believe Preston was one that you talked about that you knew from back in his motocross days. Is that correct?
That's right. As a youngster, I'm the announcer for the 2X Promotions events. We host the Mammoth Motocross. Preston grew up racing our 2X events, right along with Hayden Deegan and a whole host of other fun youngsters coming into 250 class. But Preston, he's grown like a weed. He's about 6 foot tall now, and he's got long legs, which really is an advantage here with our Hard Enduro Series.
Looks like we've got a group of riders already struggling. So I think this was that left-right that we saw down at the bottom, because this does look like it is, 214, so that is Jared Lambay there. So that's our 3rd row that came off. So unfortunately, once you're losing a little bit of that momentum and it gets so loose out there, it is so hard to get that momentum going again. So that is what they're struggling with right now. So I believe this left line is much steeper and much looser than it looks here on the camera. So maybe that right-hand line would be the right way to go. And that looks like a Stark that just went off the line, and that would be Aiden Manger that we saw there in the E-Moto class. So we'll see how that Stark lasts, because again, as you mentioned, battery life on an electric motorcycle doesn't seem to be where we need it for a full day of riding and racing just yet, but maybe he has a battery change in mind later on when he comes through on a next lap. We'll see. Maybe he's just got a generator over there ready to start charging up that E-Moto.
You know, looking at my yellow brick right now, it is Tristan Hart leading the parade, but I tell you what, Matthew Green running in 3rd place right now, it looks like. Is that correct, Brian?
If we're looking at yellow brick, let's see what we can see.
You know, Brian and I, we both have the luxury of looking at yellow brick to follow the lead of our riders. For those of you that don't know, what a yellow brick is a special recording and transmitting device that carries with each and every one of our riders, a little bit larger than a cell phone, and it has a transmitting effect that's picked up by satellite, and we're able to track each and every one of our riders through the Yellow Brick program. You can go to King of the Motos or King of the Hammers and follow up the Yellow Brick on there to follow some of our racing action right along with what Brian and myself see.
And they actually added a 3D feature, so you can kind of start to see like how steep some of the actual terrain is. And of course, Yellow Brick is not it tries to be as up to date as possible. So it's something that we've tried to leverage to help you guys know. But it does look like Tristan Hart still is in front. And if Yellow Brick's to be anything, it looks like James Flynn is catching up. But what we know is between Tristan and James Flynn is not on the screen. So we definitely want to make sure that we know that Cody Webb is in there somewhere. But from what we've seen on footage, it does look like Tristan Hart is in the lead. But we saw one of our first amateur lines go off the start there at Chocolate Thunder. And so again, when the pro lines were going off, they were 5 at a time. Justin did that to try to spread everybody out to make sure that there weren't any bottlenecks. But when you get 20 riders going into Chocolate Thunder at one time, there's a really good chance that more bottlenecks are going to form.
Now, as Brian was saying about James Flynn, he's a youngster originally out of Page, Arizona. His dad is the promoter for the Grinding Stone there in Page, Arizona. So lots of good action, and he is really making his presence known amongst all of our other pro riders lately. Koala Huddy appears to be in that 3rd spot. He did really good yesterday. He finished out in 6th spot. So we're looking at Koala Huddy now running in 3rd from what we can tell. And a Ryder LeBlanc runs up in that 4th spot on that number 513. Ryder LeBlanc, of course, a young rider on Husqvarna, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, when we were looking at the amateurs that were going off that first row of 20. That's where we had Makana Barger and Boogie Rivera, Devin Stevenson. So we did get a chance to interview them yesterday when they came through. They were in the A class, but it looks like fourth yesterday was Brandon Wakefield. He was actually in the A 30-plus class, so he getting there in fourth place. So not only did he win his class yesterday for qualification to get onto that first row, but he was actually competing right there with the other A racers. And then after that, it looks like we had Philip Kurt, Justin Ellsworth, Cole Clarkson, Aiden Marinchek, Brandon Bird. And those are all A-class racers. And now we're getting into some of the other A30 racers. So Garrett Carlson, Nick Hatcher, Cody Botch Spies. And then we get into Evan Ask. So Evan Ask is first place in that A40 class. Awesome dude, originally from Montana. I believe he's living in Idaho now. And then we see Joshua Rempel there, second in A40. Actually, owner and runner of Enduro Method, so if you need to do any kind of training. Then we see Alden Anderson there in the Super Senior 50A class, right there behind Josh Rempel. Awesome job. Then Chris Reisner, Ryan Odom, Tyler Kincaid, Josh Pregan, and Zach Hammond. That was our first 20 that went off. So that all the way spanned from our A class all the way to our Senior 50A class.
Well, with an update on our yellow brick, it appears to be a new leader. Young rider out of South Africa, Matthew Green, appears to have taken the lead over Tristan Hart. So we'll see. They're heading up toward Bigfoot Canyon. And wow, what a change of events here. Matthew persistent, reeling in like a big fish on our three-time champion of Tristan Hart. Well, I am now corrected as on my yellow brick, Matthew Green is off course. Cody Webb is side by side with Matthew Green. It appears to be a good couple of 100 feet off course on our yellow brick. So Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, and then the 5-3 of Braxton Hinsey, who got third place yesterday, rounding up our top three.
Yeah, and he's on that Fantic. So again, the Fantics are very interesting because of the fact that they are a Yamaha-based platform, but they're in Italy. They are essentially remade into a Fantic, and they'll take a 250, they'll put a 300cc jug on it, so that way there's a little bit more power, creates it a little bit more linearly powered, and then of course too, they get a little bit more low and grunt with that 300 kit. Put a hydraulic clutch on it, you get an E-start, and you get a much more manageable off-road weapon out of one of those YZ 252 stroke platforms.
Brian, newest update. We appear to have a number 2 out front of the number 1. So 6-time champion Cody Webb now takes over the lead by viewing our yellow brick. So we'll see. That is in Bigfoot Canyon right now. Cody Webb, now our new leader here in our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
Yeah, and what we're seeing on screen here at Chocolate Thunder, this is why you want to have a good qualification on Saturday. You want to be in one of the rows that is less likely to create a bottleneck. So you don't have a chance to get stuck in a bottleneck, because these features get more difficult when you have less momentum. And if you are standing still, waiting on a rider, you have zero momentum. And so then not only do you have to create momentum and find a way to move forward, you have to also get around all these other riders. And it looks like now we're at where that split came together. Just look at the dust. These guys, being on top of each other like this, cannot see anything in front of them. So they have to just trust and know that they're going to go in the direction the course is and hope that there's enough traction that they can keep moving forward. But again, we just see so many people sitting on their seats and trying to dog paddle already. It is going to be a long day if that's the way that they're going to attack this course.
Tristan Hart just now got by Cody Webb, takes back over the lead. So we got a good battle for the lead by 2 previous champions of the King of the Moto. So we'll see. Wow. Who knows? You know, 2 years ago, it was so wild because with strategic planning on Cody Webb's part, he was able to wave on that fuel stop at that pit, and he was able to get on by just enough time to beat out Tristan Hart for that win 2 years ago. Well, last year, Tristan Hart had a broken hand, and it was only several what, 2, maybe 3 weeks out of the broken hand, and he still took the win last year. So 2 champions, fierce competitors, great friends as well, but what a wealth of talent on both of those fine gentlemen, both Tristan Hart and Cody Webb.
And some people might be watching right now and might be wondering, like, why would someone even sign up for this? Let's be honest. You're going to start a race and maybe 200 yards from the start, you're going to be sitting still in this bottleneck. It's everything that comes along with the entire day out here. King of the Motos is a very technical, hard enduro. And the concept there is not to see for these racers and riders on screen how fast they can go in this terrain. It is to see if they can finish in this terrain, right? They have 39 miles, which in the long run, say more a traditional American National Enduro Championship race, is actually mainly for the C class, right? The beginner class. You're going to have more miles. But the miles that you're going to cover here are much more challenging. And so they are out here for the challenge that this race brings. Yes, there's the opportunity for many more broken parts, but in the long run, they want to see, 1, can I finish 1 lap? Can I finish 2 laps? Can I beat my competitor from last year? Can I beat my time from last year? This is less about speed and much more about, can I survive?
Well, new update on our yellow brick. Still Tristan Hart in the lead as he comes across a fast section coming out of checkpoint 2. It's a fast ridge that comes up on top before it drops into a couple of canyons. Well, he's continued to be the lead, but look with us. We got the 5:13 out of Pennsylvania, Ryder LeBlanc, now in that second spot.
Yeah, and it looks like what we see on Yellow Brick is they're working their way toward outer limits, and so we'll definitely be able to keep you guys up to date. I know we've got a camera there at outer limits, so hopefully we'll be able to see when that's going, but of course right now we are looking at a lot of the amateur racers working their way up and through Chocolate Thunder. Again, the hard part with this is you can see the loose sand, you can see all those small rocks mixed in with that. So the second that someone tries to get any kind of traction, the rear wheel just spins. And so that's where the technique of being able to find momentum and or create momentum is so important. A lot of that comes with the way that you move your body weight up and over the bike. Oh, and we got one racer there in the top left making it up Chocolate Thunder very precariously because his bike almost came back on top of him, but he got it up. He's going to keep on going up Chocolate Thunder.
You know, Brian and I would like to ask each and every one of you viewing our live timing, our live streaming right now, share the links with all your family and friends. Let's explode King of the Motos all over, whether they be over there in Japan or up there in Greenland. Who knows where all your family and friends might be, but extend the link because everybody could watch it live right now at kingofthemotos.com or kingofthehammers.com. Wow, Hart stretching out his lead considerably as he comes across that ridge. He crossed those valleys really, really quick, man. Tristan is on fire right now for our 2026 version of King of the Motos.
And don't forget, we've got great sponsors that are helping us put all of these events on. So when it comes to King of the Motos, of course, Motorcycles and Coffee is that title sponsor. But when it comes to King of the Hammers, we've got Ford Motor Company is a huge backer. Of course, Monster Energy, we've got some great zero sugar cans up here. Optima Batteries, making sure that the starters on these bad boys and the winches for all of the 4Runners and Ultra 4 vehicles can do their job. And then, of course, Can-Am. And, man, that Can-Am that we got a chance to ride around in while we were doing all of our videos with Justin was top-notch. Power windows and a backup camera. It felt like I was in a car that could bounce around through the desert.
Looks our 24-year-old from South Africa has now gotten by our 6-time champion of Cody Webb, now running in second place, trying to reel in on our current leader of Tristan Hart on that number 1 KTM machine. Ryder LeBlanc still holding on to that 4th spot, and Koala Huddy rounds up our top 5 here coming into the ridge toward Rock Salt. Look at the mess up there in Rock Salt for those of you viewing on our live timing. That's Outer Limits.
All right, get ready, guys. Everybody in the chat has been asking for the leaders. We're going to Outer Limits, and we've got a shot of those leaders. Here we go. It does look like Tristan Hart there in the front in that Alpine Star gear. They are so close. Look at that. We've got 4 riders there with each other in in outer limits. And it looks like it's the bottom of outer limits, so they're going to be working their way up the canyon.
Hart, Green, Webb, and LeBlanc, our top 4 right that we're seeing here in outer limits. Wow, Tristan, look how he navigated up through that gnarly section. He pulled out about 10 bike lengths over South African rider Matthew Green as he comes back up and through. Nicely done. Look at the style of Tristan Hart from view. Both feet on pegs, not even daubing anywhere from what we can see. Now we'll go ahead.
It's interesting to know that these racers together, they're still navigating. And right now, you can tell that they're so close that they could be doing a little bit of follow the leader. So if Tristan Hart were to choose the wrong direction and everyone were to just follow Tristan Hart, they would be going the wrong direction. Now, granted, a lot of these racers do get to come out here, and they kind of know how the course is going to go to some degree. Now, again, they have to pay attention to that navigation, but there are waypoints and checkpoints out there. So if they miss any of those waypoints or they miss any of those checkpoints because they tried to cut through and miss pieces and parts of what is on the GPS, they can actually be disqualified or dock time, things of that nature. So that's why it's very important for these racers to make sure that in a situation like this, when you're playing follow the leader, that you continuously give a little nod to your GPS device that you have on your bike so that you know the leader you're following is actually on course.
You know, following our yellow brick each and every moment, it changes and it updates about every 30 to 60 seconds. So each time we might be seeing something on the screen and we'd be totally missing it because of the yellow brick update. But rider that's really impressing me, he's gone off course twice, so he's following his own navigation, and it put him off to the side a little bit. And of course, that's Matthew Green, but we'll keep tabs on that number 4 to see how he's able to compete against our American riders, Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, and Ryder LeBlanc.
And we've got, it looks like that would be Ryder LeBlanc that actually just went down there, the white gear, which would put him on the white Husky. But just before that, we saw Cody Webb actually hold up and check his navigation. And we saw another racer that's right there with him kind of hold up. But then when Ryder LeBlanc went down, they were able to kind of go back out and around and keep moving up outer limits. So again, that's just being smart. Oh, we've got a father-daughter combo here at Chocolate Thunder. So we got a dad out there with his daughter, and he's making sure that she gets to the top. Probably says, okay, you keep going, and I'm going to be behind you, and don't try to help me. I'm only here to help you. But that's awesome to see.
We had some interesting stuff yesterday. We had a youngster, 12 years old, and he was being escorted by his father yesterday in a outer limits coming up on our next
All right,
view.
there's that rock salt we were talking about. You can see that ride off to the right, that line off to the left. These guys are all over, but let's see a little bit more of outer limits and see if we can catch everybody coming up and out of that cool canyon. There we go.
Now, our 15-year-old yesterday took a finish in the amateur portion of our program, Garrett Insworth, but it was Blake Esser, the youngest rider in the field at 12 years young, and he's going to try to battle it out today to get a finish here at King of the Motos.
It looks like the shot we've already missed Tristan Hart because that's going to be Cody Webb there in second place. So the red gear, obviously the number 2 on that bike, coming through the top part of outer limits. And it looked like that was Ryder LeBlanc behind him there, so more white gear. He's going to have 513, 513 on his bike. Let's see what we've got here. No, that's Braxton Hintz. So he's on the Fantic. He's going to be number 53, I believe, coming through there trying to keep up with Cody Webb. And there we see Ryder LeBlanc, number 513.
We got a good dice going on with Brandon Patry and Koala Huddy, and they're running 6th and 7th place right now. And we'll see here. Oh, and that's James Flynn being sandwiched between both those guys. So the young rider out of Page, Arizona, showing his colors right ahead of the Hawaiian rider and Brandon Petrie as well in that 6th spot.
I was surprised to see how much Cody Webb is sitting down through a lot of this. But again, he has extremely long legs, and he's a very tall rider. And being on that four-stroke, maybe there's just a little bit of a technique thing that he's kind of figured out that worked for him. Or he just knows it's a long day, and I'm not going to spend all day standing up and sitting down in a situation when I don't have to.
Well, there is the importance as well as maintaining traction with your rear wheel. And you notice Cody Webb sitting way back on the far end of his seat while keeping pressure to both of his foot pegs.
It looked like they just made it through checkpoint 3 there at the top of outer limits, and we just see Riley Bender there coming into the bottom of outer limits. So he is catching up, but again, now that he's already at the bottom of outer limits and his teammate and his other competitors are already exiting, we know, unfortunately, that he is already starting to fall behind a little bit. We got more riders coming up outer limits. That looks like, yes, number 99, Brandon Petrie there on that Beta 300. There was a rider that he was following. See if we can catch that number and see where he is at there in the field.
Isn't it amazing, Brian, the popularity of a 300 two-stroke nowadays? Getting to be actually the bike to target for most of the riders that love to do desert racing or trail riding as well, and into the enduro section.
I absolutely love riding a 300 two-stroke. Now, there are racers that believe that they get better top end on a 250, but of course you get a little bit better bottom end on a 300. They're not really different motorcycles. Really, when you buy one from KTM, they have the jug could really just be the difference.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drip, yeah, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Ultimately decided to go with that four-stroke.
Look at this view up on the screen of rock salt. Now, Brian, are you a snow skier at all?
I mean, I have snowboarded and skied in my life, but I would not consider myself one that does it every year.
Okay, you come up to the top of a gnarly hill. That's what we're seeing there at rock salt. Well, now we're back over to outer limits, but you come to the top of rock salt, looking down, the riders are stopping going, oh gosh, that's a gnarly downhill. Whereabouts am I gonna go with this? Am I gonna go to the left, go to the right, or try to stay in the middle? And that's the decisions that they're trying to make there at the top of rock salt.
There we go, we got number 17 there. Coming through the top of outer limits, we just saw Dylan Santoro, and now we've got 777. I believe that was Koala Huddy.
Koala on a 2.5 out of Hawaii.
Koala, excuse me, it was on 25. That's Kamakana is number 777 there from that Bulletproof Designs team, and I believe that we were talking about TBT suspension being on that machine. So again, they've created quite the hard enduro team for this year, and that's the father-daughter team on camera right now. Again, that's so cool. They're taking a minute to take a breather. He's probably going to put his motorcycle up for a second. I'm going to be like, okay, daughter, I'm going to help you get to the top, and then I'm going to see if I can make it there behind you.
Talking about suspension, Brian, who does your suspension personally?
So actually, Brady Meador out of Oklahoma, he has Meador Racing Services, did my suspension for the National Enduro Series last year. The stock suspension from WP on the gas was just not set up well for what we were racing, the type of single track, the type of terrain, especially when it came to the rocks and the roots, and the slower speeds, to be completely honest, that we were carrying compared to what you would maybe out west and or faster terrain, more motocross. And so once he was able to get a hold of my EX350 and do the suspension, I felt that bike was way more balanced. One of the things that was really interesting that he helped me find was that because the bike felt more balanced, I didn't feel like I needed to keep being extremely twitchy on the motorcycle. And so he was like, because I could be less active on the bike trying to keep it planted, it allowed me to actually ride faster and spend less energy. So those are some of the reasons that you could get your suspension done. It's not just because of the fact that the bike is sprung different for your weight or the fact that the valving's done different. It's that the motorcycle may not be valved for the type of riding that you're doing, and so you can actually get it done, and it can actually make your experience a little bit better.
Now, in my previous years, I used No Lean, which were the manufacturers for the No Lean 360 Yamaha that competed and won many championships in Supercross. Anyway, it's Clark and Parker Jones. I'd like to give a little hat out to both of those fine gentlemen. Of course, Clark been around. He was a premier with Yamaha suspension back in through the 80s. But as Brian mentioned earlier, TBT suspension, Travis Flatout. Travis, one of the top off-road suspension gurus in this business, and we'd like to give a huge, huge shout out to Travis Flatout, the tuner.
And now we've got J.D. Cotier there working his way up outer limits. That is our French-Canadian racer. Oh, rock salt, just looks no fun. Again, this is what happens when you lose momentum. You can't see because of the dust, and the terrain that you're riding on is extremely loose. You just the second you stop moving forward, the bike starts to settle, and if you just try to put weight on the rear wheel or stand on the motorcycle, it's just going to dig in because you want it to dig in and move forward. And just by trying to sit on the motorcycle and dog paddle, it's not going to help. It's not going to do you any favors. You need to try to make sure that you push that bike down, send your hips forward so you can try to get that bike moving forward for some forward momentum. And there's your Preston. Again, another older motocross racer making his way over into hard enduro.
Hey, for those of you here in Hammertown, we have quite a few good vendors, great vendors, and here's a unique vendor that's coming on board that's really starting to get into the off-road scene. No Toil, pre-lubed air filters, and they're right here on Vendor Road. Come on by, swing on by, talk to Scott over there, one of our good friends, and I met him this last year up at Mammoth for Mammoth Motocross, and does a great job. Pre-oiled oil air filters, brand new, all bagged up and ready to go. So there you go, No Toil. Still, Tristan Hart leading the parade. Matthew Green running in second, and Cody Webb running in that third spot as far as my yellow brick update is concerned. There's Koala Huddy coming through. Nicely done, Koala. Koala's he's not quite, he's about 5'8", I believe, and probably right around 155 pounds or so, which is a good size for hard enduro, but doesn't have the advantage of the long legs both of Tristan Hart or Cody Webb.
We've got more of our A-class racers that were there in their early amateurs making their way into outer limits. So they're there at the bottom. And once they crawl their way up outer limits, then they get to work their way out of the top of outer limits. So it seems like quite the fun canyon to pick your way, trying to find a pace. There's number 93. That is Evan Ask. So he is in the A40 class. Hopefully Josh Rempel, his competition there from Enduro Method. Oh, nice one, Evan. I understand, buddy. It's hard out there. Is also there following along closely so that they can have some good competition towards the end. But they have got 5 laps to do out here to see if they can complete the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. But of course, big thanks to Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am for supporting King of the Hammers, and to King of the Hammers for supporting King of the Motos and asking us to keep coming back and being part of such an amazing event here in Johnson Valley, California.
Well, it appears to be Ryder LeBlanc having a good dice up with Matthew Green battling for that second spot. And right now, still Tristan Hart, leader of the parade. I do not see Cody Webb on my yellow brick. Do you see him, Brian?
Well, I think it's just because it keeps going in and out. It's one of those things that I try not to give too much weight to because of the fact that it's, we're using satellites. We're in the middle of nowhere. And it's a good way to try to see if somebody's overtaking somebody. But in the long run, if I miss a racer, sometimes I just refresh the screen, zoom back in, and there they are.
Yeah, a couple of good dices going on right now. We got James Flynn dicing it with Brandon Petrie Flynn on the double nickel and Petrie on the double 9. Riley Bender leading a parade of 3 riders right now and coming through the canyon. Toby Miller, we haven't mentioned Toby Miller at all yet. Toby Miller yesterday got 9th place in our pro shootout, and he is right ahead of the 777 of Kamakana from Hawaii, and he is following the lead of Riley Bender on that number 31 machine. Now, ahead of him
interesting
still,
right now in outer limits, that is Devin Stevenson, 115, catching Devin Fernaro. So Devin Fernaro is from our pro class. Devin Stevenson was a good 1 to 2 minutes behind him. So by the time they're at outer limits here now, that is one of our A racers, Devin Stevenson, catching and getting ready to pass one of our pro riders that started 2 minutes in front of him, because he wasn't just in the row in front of him, he was in the row 2 rows in front of him. So that A racer, Devin Stevenson, is moving.
Devin Fernaro got 22nd place in our pro challenge yesterday. Still, battle continues between Petrie and Flynn. And again, I'd like to remind all of you that are viewing our live streaming right now, please share the link to all your family and friends, and let's explode King of the Motos all over the world, wherever it may be. So you still have time. We got a lot of racing ahead of us still, but let's blow this thing up. Let's make a new record for our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. Also like to remind everybody our fine title sponsors, Motorcycles and Coffee, Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Battery, and Can-Am. Now, Brian and I were riding around on Friday and taking some really good views in the canyons. We had an opportunity of riding in a brand new, state-of-the-art, totally enclosed, air-conditioned, backup camera, electric windows and everything, Can-Am, side-by-side, 4-seater. What a nice ride. And actually, Brian got to drive it. He did a pretty darn good job. How'd you like that, driving on the Yaff Camber that we went down?
Oh, driving that Can-Am was so cool. And at first, of course, I was extremely timid, but knowing that being the racer that I am, of course, I wanted to try to open it up. And somebody was like, no, go ahead, give it a little bit and see how it reacts. I said, okay, let's go. And it was so fun. So even though it was a 4-seater and it had all these accoutrements inside of it, it still was quite the fun off-road vehicle. And if Can-Am wants to put one of those in my garage, I would not say no.
Well, it was a pretty pricey ordeal, too, but
Ooh,
very nice.
Garrett Imsworth. So, Garrett, okay, that was our Supermoto winner that we were talking to yesterday. So, this 15-year-old that finished on a on a big wheel 85. That is so cool.
We encourage and really, really look forward to some of our younger riders coming into this realm to maybe start knocking on the door of some of our pro riders like Tristan Hart and Cody Webb. Now, in our interview yesterday with Cody Webb is really cool because, as you probably know, if you know me around the business, I am the senior on our commentating staff here at King of the Motos. But Cody's going to be the senior rider in our pro field as well at 37. So we'll see how many more years he can hold off the charge of some of these youngsters.
It was awesome. So if you go to the Seat Time YouTube channel, you can see the interviews that I did with a lot of the pro racers. And when I was talking with Tristan, I asked him, I said, how much longer do you think you're going to want to do this? And his immediate response was a giggle and, well, not as long as Cody Webb, that's for sure. And he's about 10 years younger. And once we got going, it really did come down to him saying, he's like, probably about 5 more years. So he's hoping that he can re-up with KTM at the end of this year because this is the last year on his KTM contract. But he said they start talking about mid-part of the year if they want to re-sign that contract. So fingers crossed he gets that and keeps moving forward with KTM and figures out how and when he wants to end his professional hard enduro career.
Well, it's interesting to mention about some of our older riders, and we just had a semi-retirement of long-standing champion Colton Haker. Colton, of course, endurocross champion as well. But yeah, he's doing a bunch of special stuff, and he picks special events. And if actually I sent a message out to him about last month, they go, "You coming to King of the Motos?" He goes, I might not, I don't know, you know.
Yep.
So, but Colton, great guy, good friend of ours, and we're sorely missed here at King of the Motos.
And he's two-time King of the Motos winner.
That's correct.
So he actually was, I've got 2017 and 2015 was when Colton Haker won. So he is not just, he's not a slouch when it comes to that, multi-time endurocross champion, and of course, King of the Motos champion in 2015 and 2017.
Now coming at the top of Outer Limits, we have a couple of good riders. Nice line, by the way, that view there at Outer Limits. Now we're at the bottom of Outer Limits. Now, for those of you that are checking out our great coverage, we got to hand it out, man. Our filming staff on these drones, these drone pilots, sometimes we'll have upwards of 8 drones up in the air at the same time. Now, they can go up for, 15, 20 minutes at a time, come down for a battery change. So we're constantly having our drones going up, taking a view, and coming back down. So constantly swinging around. Oh, something I'd like to mention, of course, the other night at our riders meeting, Blue Ribbon Coalition, very, very strong in keeping our off-road community alive and well. And we like to give huge kudos and hats off to the Blue Ribbon Coalition for keeping our Johnson Valley. Now, I started racing motorcycles in 1974 right here in Johnson Valley, and Blue Ribbon Coalition has done so much to keep our lands. Now, mind you, these are BLM, Bureau of Land Management lands, and this is, if you're a United States citizen, this is owned by us. This is our property, but it's managed by the government. So Blue Ribbon Coalition is a stand-up for all of our lands and keeping them open, keeping them available for us to enjoy each and every year.
So on screen right now is Tyler Porras. He actually has a nonprofit that helps to keep land and trails open. I want to give a shout out to that really quick. I know he sent me a message about that. There it is. Okay, so he actually owns OHV Construction and Conservation. So it's a nonprofit, and they're focused on clearing, maintaining, and restoring OHV trails. So this year, they actually received a grant from Yamaha and were able to build a 100-mile loop in the Tillamook State Forest called the Tour of the Tillamook. So super cool. That's his first year in the pro class this year. Again, that is Tyler Porras. It was super cool to read about that from him and know that that's kind of something that he's really putting his heart and soul into, is to try to get that OHV construction and conservation nonprofit going. So super cool, Tyler, in your first year in the pro class. Good job. Thanks for sending me that information. And unfortunately for you, you've got 4 more laps to go.
Yeah, and Tyler got 28th place yesterday in our pro challenge. We'll try to track down and see where Makana Barger, who took the overall win in her amateur portion yesterday, over Boogie Rivera and Devin Stevenson on that 115. So we'll see. Try and dig up little results here and see where they're sitting in the parade here for the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
I know the chat on YouTube was asking about how far into the lap the leaders are, and it looks like they're about 3/4 of the way there using yellow brick. Now, again, that is a little bit of grain of salt with yellow brick. We know it's kind of going in and out, and sometimes you don't see Tristan Hart on the screen, and then he pops right back up in the lead. But it looks like they're through downtown and headed toward Fissure, and from Fissure they'll go to Jackknife, then to Jackhammer, and then they'll be working their way through toward Idle Issues, and then back around, and they'll be finished with that loop. So we're just at about 40 minutes into that race, because they went off about 9:05. And so with that, it looks like if in about another 20 minutes they're making that loop, they're probably on schedule for being around 3.5 hours to finish this event. But again, we'll have to say, because they continue to blow our minds with how fast they go. And on screen is Aiden Manger. So he is on an electric motorcycle. That is, he is in the Pro E-Moto class. Now again, I don't think that motorcycle from an electric charge battery standpoint can make it all day. So I'm really excited to see what his pit's going to look like and see if he actually has multiple batteries or what he's going to do to make sure that he can keep that motorcycle going for the full 5 laps that he has in front of him.
You know, last year, Brian, I experienced Trevor Stewart, good friend of mine. I've known him since he's on mini bikes, and he's a local at Glen Helen, and he's one of the Stark-Varg R&D racers, and he took a pro win on Stark-Varg last year. Of course, he battled it out this year with Josh Mosman, Mike Mosman's brother, and Josh ended up beating him just by a couple of bike lengths. But on a Stark-Varg, the biggest issue, just like Brian's saying, is the battery issue on that electric motorcycle. What you see there, Brian?
Well, I was actually getting into the chat. So in the long run, again, if anybody doesn't recognize that we are live on YouTube. So if you haven't joined that, you can subscribe. And then once you subscribe to the King of the Hammers channel, you can get into the chat and see what's going on there. I was just replying. Someone was saying that the drone pilots are goats, and I agree. They are the greatest of all time. They are good at their job. So we certainly appreciate those pilots out there doing what they do so well. It looks like we got Bradley Clark on screen there, number 123. And I do see an American flag jersey there. It's a Team Wenker jersey, I believe. I'm trying to remember. I believe that was Matt or Max that I was chatting with. Let's see if we can get that number, 411. Give him a little shout out. And he has got somebody moving behind him, really catching up some ground.
We got a pretty good dice going on right now between 3 riders from our yellow brick view. Ryder LeBlanc being just ahead of Matthew Green and then Cody Webb. So we'll see. And then, of course, Mr. Huddy rounding up in that top 6 position. Still Tristan Hart leading us out on that number 1 KGM machine.
Yeah, so that 411 was Maxwell Wiggin there in the A class. And it looks like he finished 22nd overall, so he did go off in the second run, the second line this morning as we all went off here on Sunday morning. Good job, Max. Yeah, holding down the Team Wenker. Looks like everybody's kind of got the dog paddle technique going down, which again, I understand. I'm sure even at this point, they're probably already starting to feel it, which hydration and nutrition is a big part of that. So one of the things that happens is, one, they have to leave Hammertown early to go get a spot on their line over at Chocolate Thunder. Being that that's about a 10-minute ride over there, they need to be able to bring something with them. So they need to have a breakfast that they eat before they even start to gear up, because you need that food to actually settle in your stomach. You don't want it to actually still be digesting when you get on the motorcycle. Because when they wave the green flag, the heart rate goes up so much, the body actually starts to remove blood flow from the digestive system. The digestive system does not work as efficiently when your heart rate is high, or air quotes, while you're exercising. And from that point, they really need to pay attention, because they need to keep getting in hydration, right, water, and then also in the same place, they need to make sure they're taking in electrolytes and nutrients. Now, the main nutrient that we use for this is some form of a carbohydrates. A lot of guys like to use supplements that are really just straight sugar. which would be glucose or dextrose. Personally, I'm a big fan of maltodextrin, and that is just because it feels to last longer in my system. Now, sure, we just nerded out a little bit on that, but in the long run, the key is to make sure you continuously take in water, electrolytes, and carbs. You want to find a way to do that. So in these little moments when you're sitting on the side of the trail, that is the time to take a quick sip and make sure that if you haven't had a gel in 30 minutes, make sure you take one of those gels. And it's very important because if not, you will start to get really tired, you will start to get cramps, and you will start to bonk by the end of the day. And that is no place that you want to be. You want to stay on top of your nutrition and your hydration.
Dice continues between the double nickel and the double nine of James Flynn and Brandon Petrie. They're going just through Fisher right now. But now coming out of checkpoint 4, Ryder LeBlanc is on the tail of Tristan Hart. So we have a new second place, and our number 4 rider out of South Africa, Matthew Green, rounds up our top 3. So Green, man, he's been hanging right in there all race long, hasn't he?
Yeah, when I got a chance to, you did interview him, but I chatted with him at the riders meeting really quickly. He seemed very confident. Obviously, being that he's done the Roof of Africa and some other European hard enduros, he knows what he's doing. It's just that, again, King of the Motos is a very different terrain, and so a lot of people will come over here expecting to, kind of perform as they normally do. So to see him in the top 5, kind of like, in and out, is very respectable for someone who's never ridden here before.
Bottom of outer limits on our screen right now. A couple of riders trying to navigate through some rocky sections here. Hey, winding it up. He's saying hello to our drone.
222. I'm going to look that up, see, give him a shout out. That looks like Gavin Capelli there in the A class. So yesterday he was 69th overall when he finished in his amateur class. So good job there, Gavin.
Riley Bender dropping back just a little bit as the number 25 of Mr. Huddy, Koala Huddy out of Hawaii, still holding them off, but now 214 starting to reel up, and that's one of our, that's Jared Lambie. Now, you had a chance to talk with Jared the other day, didn't you, Brian?
Looks like we got a new camera coming in, and we're going to get a chance to look at our leaders. There we go. So we are at Jackhammer. So, yes, they are getting very close. So at the end of Jackhammer, there it is, Tristan Hart there in first place. Oh, man, 3-time winner, won last year, won in 2021, won in 2023. He is on a tear right now.
And the winner of the Pro Challenge yesterday.
Yeah, he's a multi-time Endurocross champion, had a battle to the wire with Johnny Walker this year for Endurocross, but he did get second place to Johnny Walker. Well, it's steep if he takes his time going down. But once they exit Jackhammer, he's going to be crossing the desert, coming to crawl back up Her Problems, come down Idle Issues, and he's going to be done with his first lap. So it is, man, they're almost done. It's taking about an hour to get there.
Man, I sure love all the nicknames for the different areas. Her Problem. Really? Her Problem, a lot of times, is her guy.
Yeah, well, that's us.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Tristan Hart is there in Jackhammer right now. And, of course, using Yellow Brick, we're seeing that Ryder LeBlanc is coming up. But we do know that for a while there that Cody Webb was a lot closer. So we'll see once we get back to, dead blow to Jackhammer. So we've got to know that's Tristan Hart now still going. So he's working his way across the desert that we saw there. And he will be going to Her Problems quite soon.
Coming up on Yellow Brick, I'm seeing Cody Webb not even to Fisher yet. So something's going on with that number 2.
Well, we just saw him on screen, so we know that that's a Yellow Brick thing. That's not a Cody Webb thing.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. There's Brian. Brian's in my 5th year of sharing the commentating for our King of the Motos. And definitely a great time. Of course, Brian from the Enduro world, and I'm from the motocross and Grand Prix world.
There we go, Ryder LeBlanc making his way through Jackhammer. So that must have been Cody Webb there making his way towards Jackhammer. So if that's the case, that would be Ryder LeBlanc is in front of Cody Webb. But we'll kind of have to see how this all plays out. Because, again, once they do Her Problems, we will then actually, that looks like Tristan Hart. That's either Tristan Hart or Cody Webb working his way around to Her Problems, to crawl up Her Problems. And then, yep, there is Chocolate Thunder there in the background. I used those porta potties yesterday.
Yeah, you have to use that every once in a while, right?
It's part of the job.
Part of the job. Look at this, man. Braxton Hinsky's still hanging right in there. He's now, from our yellow brick, appears to be ahead of Matthew Green. So good job for...
Okay, so dead blow jackhammer. So this is the shot we saw of Cody Webb just a little bit ago. That is now Ryder LeBlanc. So then it does look like Tristan Hart is making his way up her problems to come down idle issues. Cody Webb is already past dead blow to jackhammer, so he should be there at her problems soon. And now we got Ryder LeBlanc cresting this, about to head into the desert. So
Look at
you
the
can
view.
see Hammertown in the background there,
There
baby.
we go.
Look at that. That is so awesome. Great shot, guys.
Now, for those of you, especially on the East Coast, you really don't have the concept of what we experience here in Johnson Valley. Of course, some of the gnarliest desert terrain and rock-strewn areas. Oh, look at this.
Nice. Good line choices there. Nice. I mean, for hard enduro, that was actually pretty smooth, Braxton, so good work there. So then that would put him in fourth place. Of course, there was a rider in between those, but we've definitely seen him in the top 5 for the majority of this. There we go. We are at Chocolate Thunder. We just saw Tristan Hart come through, finishing that first lap. So again, as Chris was talking about this being BLM land, where they have to do any kind of oil changes, any kind of gas, things like that, they have to do it over a tarp, right? They don't want that soaking or sinking into the land. So that's why you see those tarps there. And I do believe that only the rider can touch the motorcycle. So anything he has to do right now, he has to do of his own accord.
And fuel himself as well.
So we will see, where this is at. You can see him working on something right now on the motorcycle. He's being handed the gas so that he can put that in. And we got another racer riding across the desert, working their way toward her problems.
Nicely done, going to dead blow up through jackhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Good speed. You know, one of the biggest things people don't realize, you need to maintain your momentum that carries you through a lot of these areas. So as soon as you stop and try to take off, your momentum's gone, and your forward motion gets hampered quite a bit.
Speaking of taking off, Tristan Hart is already back on course, working his way up Chocolate Thunder. So whatever he was working on there down on his motorcycle on the left side that he was looking down at, must have felt it was okay, maybe a shifter thing, and then put some gas in the bike and kept going. Hopefully, as we talked about hydration and nutrition, he has been putting something in the body as well. You could tell that what he runs, the system he runs, is a system that is a hands-free system by Usway. So Usway is a hydration company out of Sweden, and it is actually a tube that kind of works its way into the helmet from the backpack that he's wearing on his back. So it says Cody Webb on screen, but that's actually Ryder LeBlanc there, number 513. So we'll see if Cody Webb is in front of or behind Ryder LeBlanc. But again, Ryder LeBlanc just getting gas and hitting the course. So it does look like he is in second behind Tristan Hart. Unfortunately, about 2 to 3 minutes, which is not where Ryder wants to be. But again, this is out for their second lap, and they have 4 more of these after they start. There are 5 total. So it's they've still got lots more time to go.
And, of course, you can notice on yellow brick, if you are following our yellow brick, different colors on each of the laps. So we're going to start coming into red, which is the current lap, and blue was the previous lap now. So changes of color for each and every lap.
And there, as we come up to her problems, we've definitely got 2 racers that are right there on each other's rear, following each other across the desert. Oh, so cool. But there's Tristan Hart working his way up rock salt. Now, this is that time where, again, there could be riders starting to still be on course now that he is on that second lap. He's going to ride majority of the same lap, but at the same time, there is going to be a time where he comes off. And I know how that racer feels right now. He's been trying to make it from that spot for probably 40 minutes, and Tristan Hart just blew right past him. And that just is the time where you put your head on your handlebars and go, oh, why am I doing this? So heading down idle issues there. I do see a beta with a jacket on. That is probably Max Gersten following down Braxton Hintz there, coming down idle issues. I do see a rider in front of Braxton, so we'll see who that is, that also just crossed the finish line for that first lap. So there's Braxton.
course, Max Gersten, our media associate, and he does a great job. He's a endurocross and hard enduro competitor for many, many years, and one of my Arizona boys, as a matter of fact. Great guy, love Max. He's an awesome family man as well, and a big part of our King of the Motos program.
Yeah, he said he's actually got a kiddo on the way, so congrats to Max and his partner for their soon-to-be young one. And that looks like Ryder LeBlanc now working his way up rock salt. So, yeah, again, he is about that 2 to 3 minutes behind Tristan Hart. But he chose to take the left line, where Tristan Hart chose to take the right line up. Now, the left lane does look harder, but, again, it is shorter. No problem for Ryder LeBlanc. But knowing that he's behind Tristan Hart, he has to take those chances. He wants to see if there's any way he can make up any kind of ground on the competitor in front of him. So there's Braxton, and it looks like Max is hanging out with him right there. Hopefully that's not a problem with the bike. Actually looks like a red motorcycle or an orange motorcycle, and if that's the case, that is not going to be Braxton.
You've got a good view there at the top of outer limits. Trying to negotiate through these gnarly trails. Now we're going to be seeing this next week a lot of these trails being occupied by King of the Hammers. So four-wheel vehicles coming into some of the single-track stuff. Well, what happens when you got a single track and you got four wheels go across it? They're going to find another line that's somewhere else, probably up over a big old boulder or down through a gnarly gully. So our King of the Hammers, 20 years in existence now, man. How cool is that, Brian?
Okay, it is awesome. 20 years of that, 13th year of King of the Motos. What we were seeing on the live is that was Braxton Hintz in third. So when we were looking at that racer going down idle issues at that time, that was Matthew Green. It looks like we have not seen Cody Webb come through unless he did come through while I was looking this up, which there's a great chance that has happened. But it looks like, too, that we've got, so we'll see from the pro rider standpoint where we're going to see Cody Webb, Kawalo Huddy, James Flynn, Ryder Guest, Kamana Kana, Quinn Winsel, Brandon Petrie, when they're going to be coming through.
View, we have Dead Blow and Jackhammer coming up through the other corner. Some of our amateur riders starting to negotiate through Chocolate Thunder, coming back on their first lap.
Oh, and it looks like total time-wise, so James Flynn that may have been the racer that we saw there that Max Gersten was sitting next to on Chocolate Thunder. Looks like time-wise he was just a little bit ahead, and so we will see how this continues to play out. Oh, for those wondering at home, I did find that there is a live results that you can kind of lightly update. So if you were to go to the ushardenduro.com URL, there you can see up at the top there's events and then results. From that, you can click on a live results. That'll take you to Moto Tally, and then you can go to that on what would be the mototally.com US Hard Enduro results page. Now, it doesn't look like it's auto-updating. There is a refresh button. That's what I'm using. But again, that is only going to keep us up to date as they come through for any of their laps. So that's what we're trying to piece together for you guys, is to figure out between Yellow Brick, what we're seeing there on Moto Tally, and what we can see on camera where these races are at. But that racer right now coming up rock salt looks like they are just moving and shaking and having a great time right now. I can't wait to see these guys come through for their second lap. If they do go back through outer limits and pass some of these racers, that would be cool. Now, it looks like for that second lap, it's supposed to be 15 miles long. So it looks like it's got about 3 miles longer. So fingers crossed, 3 miles longer, that's going to add to it. So it took them about an hour. But now they know the course. So if they're riding some of the same terrain, they know the line that they've already taken. So actually, they coming through and which direction they went, they know there's only a couple places that they're going to go off the line. So they could actually be a little bit faster, but being that there's more mileage, hopefully that holds them back. and it takes about another hour for them to come through.
Wow, look at this. And thank you so much for that U.S. Hard Enduro link as well. Great information. Tristan Hart, Ryder LeBlanc, James Flynn, Braxton Hinstey, as he pronounced it, Brandon Petrie, Matthew Green in the 6th spot. And look at this, our amateur runs 7th overall, as far as we can see. Makana Barger ahead of Boogie Rivera, both running 7th and 8th, and the 9th place being that of Cody Webb right now.
And as we see Quinn Winsel just come in there to finish off that first lap on that 2026 Riahu, I'm going to go take a quick break. Miss Pam Hall is going to come in for me, and after that, hopefully Mr. Chris Johnson will get a quick break, and we will keep calling the action. This has been great. Thanks, Chris.
Good job, Brian. Welcoming our official starter here for our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee, King of the Motos, Pam Hall. Pam travels all over the place, all over the United States, working races, and she is such a great wealth and such a beautiful person to be on our announcing staff. Pam, great seeing you, darling.
Oh, you're making me blush, Chris. You're talking so nice. I love it.
Well, only the truth, baby.
I
only
love
the
it.
truth.
The truth. The honesty is the best policy, right?
That's right.
All right.
Hey, so what'd you see over there at Chocolate Thunder for the start?
Oh, chaos. I mean, I know you guys saw it on the drones and all the cameras and everything, but my goodness, after the pros took off the line and then, the rest of the classes that were taking off, it just ended up being a cluster up there. And I have to say, though, everybody was cheering, honking horns and having fun watching it and cheering the riders on. A couple of them had, full loops on their bikes. I don't know if you saw those on the camera between all the starts. But my goodness, I still don't understand how these guys and gals endure that.
What a crowd of spectators over there, too, as well.
Oh, yes. Lots of spectators this morning. The King of the Motos, honestly, again, I work the whole entire King of the Hammers weeks, and King of the Motos is honestly one of my favorite races. It's my favorite start to watch because it's completely different, and some of my Ultra 4 drivers were over there watching the start as well, and I said, I love you guys to pieces. I love your starts, but this is insane, and they were having a blast as well. But yes, and then the 12-year-old, he made it up. He beat other people up the hill. So his dad's riding with him again today. But Blake, the youngest competitor out there this weekend, did an amazing job making his way up Chocolate Thunder. And at one point, Dad was going to try to help him, and he didn't want him to. So,
that's great.
Yeah. So he's trying to
he was
help
helping him quite a bit yesterday, and his dad's James, really nice family, and just what an opportunity for a 12-year-old to jump on board and to ride some of the hardest trails in the entire country right here in Johnson Valley.
Exactly. I mean, again, last year I think our youngest was 14, if I remember correctly, but for 12 years old out here enduring this, I mean, it's just absolutely insane. But we have update me really quick. I was listening to the show on my way back, but I know that you guys have had a lot of finishers going through for first lap, so give me a little rundown, Chris.
Tristan Hart's smoking the field.
Oh,
he is way out front. But Ryder LeBlanc, he's probably about a minute, maybe a minute and a half behind Tristan.
Okay.
James Flynn now slides up into that 3rd spot. And I believe because of his navigation that put him into that spot, because both Braxton Hinstey, Brandon Petrie, and Matthew Green were having some navigational issues.
Oh, they were. I talked to Matthew Green at the start line this morning briefly. He was getting ready to do an interview, and he seemed like he was super pumped. So, navigational issues is definitely something you do not want to have out here. I know Justin, marks the course and all, but you don't want to over-mark a course. But that's a bummer that they're having some navigational issues.
Well, I got to update my. Not only working off Yellow Brick, but I'm also working off of U.S. Hard Enduro on their live timing. So right now, just got updated. Yeah, we are currently. Flynn is running 3rd. This is one of James Flynn's best runs of Hard Enduro. So we're looking forward to seeing him making podium. That would be really, really cool. Issue that I'm seeing, Cody Webb way back in 9th spot. Something happened with Cody.
Okay.
About 20 minutes ago. So he's dropped back into the field. But look at our lead amateur in this mix. 7th place overall, Makana Barger, who took the win yesterday.
Awesome.
So Makana now running 7th overall.
And an amateur.
Amateur, yes.
That is super awesome. I mean, to be up there with these guys, the pros, in 7th position, that's pretty cool.
Very cool.
Super pumped.
Got another amateur right with him, Boogie Rivera. He got 2nd place yesterday.
Yes, he did.
So Biggie Rivera on the number 15, Bacana Barger on the 400, both ahead of Cody Webb.
Wow.
So something
Wow.
happened with Cody.
I was watching, I turned YouTube on and I was listening to the show and I was trying to read the comments because, they're all watching and commenting and everything. And I saw that somebody had asked in there what happened to Cody Webb. And so I, at that point, was not, sure what was going on. But bummer for Cody. I mean, because we talked to him yesterday. He was up here on the stage and he was saying, my head is right. My head is in the game. And, I'm just, focused and he's ready. So yesterday, though, doing that PCI Race Radio's whole shot with pro shootout, I mean, he ended up, what was it? He was at like a 313.9 and Tristan was at a 313.1. So doing what they did yesterday.
0.8 of a second difference between the two.
Insane that they did what they did that quick of time. But look at this, watching a rider go up Chocolate Thunder once again. It's so, I love that area. I know that you're always up here on the stage, but it would be, I know you would dig that start line for sure. Being up in person watching it.
Well, I was hiking all over it on Friday. So we went all the way to the top and all the way back through the canyon and down through the start. And there was some, believe it or not, between some of those rocks, there's some really deep sand back in there, too.
Yes.
And I was talking about on our interview as well with Justin Lineweber, our race director. Some of the sand, what happens, it gets spewed over the rocks and makes a real slick zone. But what about the trucks coming up here this next week?
I mean, it's the same thing. The rocks get slippery, but their tires are completely different. The difference between 35-inch tires and 40-inch tires, and they crawl up it. It's like rock crawling. But again, like we talk about, I mean, the nightlife goes out there and has some fun, and they change it all up, and they, create more dirt on top of the rocks and more ruts in front of the rocks, and it just gets deeper. So the trails change every single day, not just Chocolate Thunder, but all of the trails out here, Backdoor, where they're out having some fun over here at Turkey Claw. But they change every single day. So from one day to the next, I mean, the riders that did Chocolate Thunder yesterday, there's some differences in it. Kind
of curious, we had a good chat with Cody Webb yesterday in regards to tire choice and moose bib choice as well, and being in different changes within the moose. And there's different tensions. Some of the riders will actually drill holes in them to make them soft, or shave off the top to get a flat land contact point. Now, coming back to the four wheel, what do they run in the tires in the four wheels?
What do they run in them?
Yeah, just air. No tire balls?
Tire balls, no, you can't. No.
You can't. It's not allowed? Okay.
No.
I was wondering about that.
They actually do a check whenever they come off the race course. They will deflate tires to make sure they're not running anything.
No kidding. Okay.
It's
That's an
totally
interesting point.
Different.
Yeah.
Totally different. And the Ultra 4 cars are a whole other ballgame compared to this, but they do go through, again, all the same stuff. But now we're watching, didn't catch the bike that just went through rock salt, but making their way through that. That trail looks like it's probably fun, but looks super steep. And look at this. We have a rider pushing their bike over through Outer Limits. And they went through this yesterday, so Outer Limits is not an easy course. And that is bike number 13, I believe. Grab my list here.
Yeah, it's we have to rifle through the list by name and see if we can find it. Okay, let's see here. I got a 113.
Looks like that would be in Pebs Maldolora. Is that how you say that last name? And it was a pro woman. Is who that would have been, the number 13.
Oh yeah, it's Pebs. Pebs Madalora.
Madalora.
And of course, Pam, Miles, and Brian's, and myself, our toughest part of our job is some pronunciation of some of these words.
1,000%.
Oh my gosh, people don't realize what we have. And then you know what? I do these motocross races. Of course, I do a day in the dirt, which we have about 3,000 competitors. And I'm rifling through. I try to do the roster as best as I can and go through. And then somebody comes running up to the tower and goes, "Chris, hey, that person's name is yada yada yada. It's pronounced this way." Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that, again, you just said it though. That's our toughest part of our job, and that's something that I always say: if we're pronouncing it wrong, just let us know. That's what we want them to do. But this has been a great day so far of racing out there. I mean, 5 laps and the ending, you guys. If you saw that in person, I don't know if Justin explained the lap 5 ending to the race today. It's absolutely insane. when I drove over there this morning for the start line, and I saw the tape, I'm like, I was unsure if they were doing that at the start or the end, and I kept telling everybody in the crowd, I'm like, you're going to want to be here for the end. So I foresee Chocolate Thunder area being completely packed this afternoon as well with spectators. But we're watching quite a few riders right now making their way through the bottom of Outer Limits. And here we have another rider towards the pits at the bottom, lap number 1. See if we can see who that is.
We got a good dice going on right now between the 214 and the 400. The 400, of course, is our amateur winner yesterday. Barger in the 214 is, what did he get yesterday? Let's see, where is that? No, he's one of our amateurs too. That's, no, it's Jared Lambie. Jared Lambie, I don't see him on my list. Oh, there he is. He got 14th yesterday in the pro shootout.
There we go.
That's right. So we got a good dice between an amateur and a pro. Pro getting 14th place yesterday, and our top amateur right now running 7th overall.
That is pretty cool. Pretty cool. As we're watching another rider go through rock salt. I love seeing it whenever there's multiple riders, on these trails together, because, they're competing against each other, obviously, but also if they get in trouble, too, they sometimes will help each other out, and that's what was going on up there at Chocolate Thunder this morning. There was just such a cluster of bikes trying and struggling to get up those rocks, and you could see the other riders helping each other, because, if you're behind that rider and they're stuck and that's your only way up, there's no choice but to help them, so you can make your way up as well.
I'm taking a look at Yellow Brick right now, and in the mix of a bunch of amateurs is Cody Webb coming up through idle issues for the start of that second loop. So we'll see how that happens, but I'm going to go take a little break myself right now. Ship Brian Pierce over to this side, I guess. Pam coming over to my side?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she is. So here we go. I'll be back in a little bit, and been a blast so far. Brian Pierce back on our stage, and here Pam Hall taking over with me.
And I'm excited to come back right for what I wanted to see, which was Tristan Hart working his way up and through all the riders there at Outer Limits. And it's just breathtaking to see how quickly he chooses lines when he is riding around riders. Now, what we're seeing right now, of course, here we go. So we've got one rider there. We'll see. It's just insane to watch him be able to just blip through or around. And honestly, he knows at this point that he probably does not have to push it. But at the same time, he doesn't want to lay up too much with the speed that he's had throughout the day. Were you offhand, Miss Pam Hall, down at Chocolate Thunder still when he came through for that first lap, or were you already working your way back up here?
I was already working my way back up here, so I'm not sure exactly how quickly he did that first lap, but I know that, up this morning, he made it look easy going up Chocolate Thunder, but obviously, too, first off the line with everybody, all those Cody Webb and him, and first off the line, no dust, nobody in front of you, nobody to worry about it. And they were up there, they were walking their lines, they were trying to figure out, which way they're going to go. But, he's no stranger to this. He's been here, he's been practicing, he's raced here how many times, and he made it look like it was butter.
Yeah, last year's winner. He's won 3 times here at King of the Motos. Extremely injured last year, too. Dropped some weights on his hand at the gym last year. But this year he said he's firing on all cylinders. He's been sledding a lot, so apparently he lives and hangs out a lot in Revelstoke, Canada, BC, I believe that is. I'm showing my ignorance on that one. But in the long run, they're in that Revelstoke area and doing a lot of sledding there with like Keith Curtis and some of the Keith Curtis boys. So he's definitely been honing some different skills, but he said they do relate pretty well. So obviously you could tell coming in that he is ready to take on the 2026 U.S. Hard Enduro Series.
And Brian, I know that you guys were over at Chocolate Thunder talking with Justin Lineweber about the race course and everything. Did he talk to you guys and show you guys the line of the finish today?
Yeah, so I know we're going to show it a little bit later today. Him and I actually shot a piece about the finish in and of itself. So if those of you that know idle issues, we're actually going to be coming down idle issues. Look at Cody Webb trying to make a pass on a racer here.
He's got some time to make up.
Yeah, it's either a lapped rider or just someone that is still there with him. It looks like, okay, he's like, I'm going left, I'm going to go up and around. So when they come down idle issues, they're actually going to pull a hard right, and then they're going to go up to the top of what was the finish last year, and they're going to go back down into the sand pit there at Chocolate Thunder, so that'll be cool. But see, again, this is that left line. As it gets more chewed up, it gets more dusty, it gets really, really loose.
And look
we'll
at that.
see, if the racer that's going to be on the right is going to carry through.
Well, you can, yes, exactly, right there. I was going to say you can see some dust. So, sometimes it's not the faster line to try to take that left line going up that rock salt. But look at that, making his way in front of that rider. So now that rider's going to be in his dust. But, Brian, I mean, you do this kind of stuff. You race this kind of stuff. So when you get up to something and you're behind somebody and you have an optional line, I mean, is it something to where you have to mindset, should I take this line even though I might have never taken it and stick to the original line? Or what do you think would be going through Cody Webb's head?
I think a lot of racers treat it differently. It depends if you're in an attack mentality or a maintain mentality. And granted, this is the second lap of the race. And so knowing that they have 2-3 more hours to go, we know what we're just speaking about Cody Webb right now. He is in an attack mentality because he has to make up time. Mm-hmm. He is very, very far behind the racers he wants to be competing with, which are Tristan Hart, Braxton Hintz, and Matthew Green. He wants to get back up there. So right now, it may seem like he made a quick, harsh error, but really it's because I need to find a way to make up as much ground as possible, and I have to ride my heart out right now. But in the long run, like say you're in a Tristan Hart, a Ryder LeBlanc area like that, you can be in a little bit more of a maintained mindset. So you know that you're going to ride in that 85-90% area, so you're going to be pushing it. The intensity is going to be high. You're not just going to be kicking it in zone 2. Your heart rate will be up there, but you're also knowing that this is not the last lap. This is not the last chance to try to catch, to try to overtake someone. And I think it's interesting. We'll really see how Ryder LeBlanc rides this out. So I would think that the way that we're watching Tristan Hart ride, it looks like he's trying to pull enough of a lead so that they don't have an opportunity to catch up to him. So that he can then kind of maybe, I wouldn't say coast the last couple laps, but knowing then as it gets more technical, he doesn't have to be pushing it as hard. He can keep his intensity level a little bit lower. And yeah, they may catch here, they may make up a couple seconds, but they're never going to actually fully catch him because he's trying to expand his lead so much right now.
Yeah, I love the knowledge that you have and the way you speak it, to language of me understanding the whole moto world. I've been learning it over the past few years, and hearing it from yourself being a racer, hearing the knowledge of what mindset of riders might be. As we're watching Jackhammer here, I believe that is that the 212 possibly, making their way through. Jackhammer's no joke. I mean, this course, all of them are no joke.
I want to say 2018, the Motos started at night, and I believe it went up Jackhammer.
It went up. It started at Chocolate Thunder is where it started.
Okay.
That was my first time ever watching the moto start, and being a night start like that was so amazing to watch. I think they did do Jackhammer, I believe, though, in that course, but the start line was at Chocolate Thunder, like what we just watched the past 2 days.
There are some pictures. Again, if you go Google, King of the Motos, and you look at the Google images, those are the images that come up because they are just so spectacular.
Yes.
It is just lights pointing in every direction because the motorcycles are literally pointing in every direction.
Yes,
because
they
it
were.
is just insane.
And every once in a while you would see them, do the whole rotation and bike falling down. And that was probably the best start of motos that I've seen. But again, the moto starts are my favorite every single year. But as our riders are now making their way through outer limits here as well, we were talking earlier about the pro shootout yesterday and how awesome that was to watch. Oh, we have a rider sitting here just taking a break.
Sometimes you need to take a break.
Take a break.
I get it.
I totally understand that as well.
Yeah, I was looking at Cody Webb's time, so it looks like that first lap for him was a 1:15. So hopefully we'll get laps, but unfortunately that looks like it put him in 20th place coming through there.
Who was that again? I'm sorry.
That was Cody Webb.
Oh, wow.
So I wanted to see kind of how far behind. And so if we look at Tristan Hart's time, he was 54 minutes.
Oh, goodness.
So it was almost 20 minutes behind him. Actually, over 20 minutes, so 21 minutes behind him. Yeah, so there were some even amateurs that came through. So again, those amateurs, or some of the lower pros and some of the amateurs were behind where Cody Webb started because he was on that front row. So obviously something happened. out there on course on that first lap to put him so far behind.
So far behind, and now you're saying that he's behind like the lower pros and some of the amateurs. I mean, now that's going to be lap traffic that he's going to have to fight. And when you're on some of these, these tracks that are more single lane, that's when it makes it difficult, especially if you're right on them and you're just kind of like in your head, like, get out of my way, get out of my way. But again, that's what happens with racing, though. Sometimes you have issues, and then you end up having to make your way back up to the top. So Cody Webb, I wonder if he's going to try to really, obviously, push it as much as he can, or if he's going to, wait till the end to really turn it up a notch. I don't know if you really can turn it down or up a notch whenever you're racing this, because more than likely consistency is key, right? You stay consistent on course. Don't push it if you're questioning it at all, because then that's when you make a mistake and something even bigger can happen.
I think with where Cody's at, it has to be all out. Because I think that if he's in his mind, he's like when he came, he said, "I'm coming for a win." Right now, he said, "If I still want that win, I have to make up time."
Right.
And there's no other way to do that than ride faster than the racers that are in front of you, and then a little bit of a hope and a prayer on navigational errors by your competitors. Now, again, we heard that the changes that are going to be coming as we get into lap 3, 4, and 5, it's going to be more technical, and there will be more GPS involved, so there will be more navigating. And that has happened to racers in the past. They have lost this race because they've either missed checkpoints or they've made a navigational error, which then allowed them to get past. Once they got back on course, then they were not in the place they were when they were off course. So again, that can happen. We don't see it as much because the race now relies on less navigation, but we do know it's still a part of it. So, I just think that the only thing Cody Webb can do right now is ride his heart out.
Yeah.
He has to be going 110% and trying to keep his mistakes to a minimum. And it is very hard. You were talking about that concept of always moving forward. And in hard enduro, momentum is the key. When you're in this loose, silty dust and the rocks that are out there, if you start to slow down just a little bit, that's the time that you lose that forward momentum, and all of a sudden you're just sitting there. And in this type of terrain, it's very hard to get that forward momentum going again. So, yeah, what Cody Webb is going to have to do is put on a clinic.
Yes, exactly. He probably is thinking that himself in his head as well. Okay, so right now we see riders that are coming in for pits. Let's talk about the pits really quick. So the pits, the rider is the only one who can touch their bike.
Right.
The only one that can fuel their bike. And they, like Justin was saying, you can be handed a tool or whatever, but that's about it. Nobody can touch your bike but you. And that's pretty cool. I like.
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Because they want them to stay there
Right.
in case they crash. They can't be hanging out so they could get ripped off. And that is a piece and part of that. When we saw Tristan Hart come in, we did see him kind of looking over to the left, and it looked like he was doing something. Unfortunately, the camera angle being on the right side. But in the long run, there's only a couple things down there. And since he did take off so quick, I would imagine it was a shifter thing.
Something.
In that regard, that maybe it was just a little bent or in a spot, and he's like, do I need to care? No? Okay. Gas, go.
Right, exactly. Well, and like you're saying, they're bolting parts onto their bikes and everything. That's something too, like a racer mentality. If you have the part with you, you won't need it, right? But if you don't have it, it's when you need it. So they don't have many spots to put stuff on. And on their bags that they have on their backs, like the backpacks, that's usually their Camelback or something. I don't foresee them probably putting anything but like zip ties or something in those bags. But we're watching, do you know which rider that is? I'm not sure what number that is, making their way.
That is one of the bulletproof designs. That is 777, so I think that's Kamakana. If I remember, yes, 777 Kamakana. So that is one of the bulletproof designs TBT racing team members put together this year. He's been racing for a long time. I just mean that the team this year is a new team that's been put together.
Well, he made it look like it was pretty easy down there at the
I
bottom
agree.
of Outer Limits. As we're back on
That's how I want to
jackhammer.
look too when I come through.
You should get out there and race this.
I would love to, but I'm not going to lie. At 46 years old, I enjoy not replacing motorcycle parts. And I do that enough just with the traditional enduro racing that I do. And I actually have competed at the Tennessee Knockout in a couple different hard enduros through over the years. And I've qualified into the pro class on Sunday at the Tennessee Knockout. Again, that was back in the mid-teens. When I was in my 30s and still younger, if you will. And so I'll take that. That's fine by me. And now I love competing in the old man expert class at the National Enduros when I can get to those events.
Well, and you get to come here and talk about all these racers. How cool is that? I mean, the knowledge that you get to spew out to everybody that's watching the show and everything. So it's always one of those things I always say, people that have been on the course and been on that seat, or in my case, in that driver's seat or co-driver's seat before, you have that knowledge and you know what these riders and drivers, of course, in my later on the week job, are going through. So you still have a cool job, right?
I love talking about dirt bikes, but I also love learning about dirt bikes. So even though I'm 46 years old, what I learned last year competing in the National Enduro Series is that I'm not as fast as I could be. I know that I can continue to get faster, and that's all I did last year. Every single time I came home from a race, I worked on my weaknesses, and I got a little bit better. I got a little bit smarter, and I got a little bit more fit and or faster. And so when I get a chance to come to these events and talk with all these racers, it's the exact same thing. I'm putting on that mindset of, okay, here's what I think I would do, here's how I think I would ride that, or how I would set up for this, that, the other. But no, I get to ask true professionals what they would do, and I don't need to be right, but at least I can evolve the way I think about things, right?
Right.
And then at the same time, too, being able to watch what they're doing on screen, I could be like, that looks like a cool line, and they never touch it. And it's like, hey, what about that line later? Like, oh, well, from the run-up from here, it was a bad line because of X, Y, and Z. And again, from a camera angle, you're never going to see that. But
Right.
from a rider angle, it's totally different out there.
I love it. Love it. Love it hearing you talk about it. And here we are back at the bottom of Outer Limits. I mean, they top and bottom because, it's not easy when you go into Outer Limits. It's not easy when you're exiting out of Outer Limits. As we're seeing a couple riders make their way through.
And again, watching this, what blows my mind is it looks just like a canyon, and you're going to ride through a canyon. You're riding up a canyon.
Yes.
It's at that very deceiving angle, that you are actually moving up ever so slightly. And so again, when it comes to that momentum aspect of this, that just becomes such an important part of this. And when your heart rate gets pegged and you're stopped and you're hanging out and somebody's in the
Right.
trail, you're just like, I don't know, do I take a break? Do I try to go around them? What do I need to do?
Right, and as we're watching right now, we do have somebody that's stuck in the trail at the top of Outer Limits with a few bikes behind him. There's one that stopped there for a second. The one on the left-hand side of your screen was like, you know what, I'm just going to keep on going. There's already help there, right? Or not help, but people here, so make their way through. But yes, I always say, I love the drone footage and having this drone footage, but it would be so amazing if there was somehow we could do the gradual steepness of how many feet they're going up or whatever, if it could really truly see it. We have a rider off his bike right there as well.
Yeah, I think he's coming. I think we've got a tag team. So there's probably a couple riders that are helping other riders get up obstacles. So they'll make an obstacle, they'll put their bike up, they'll walk back and help another one. But that's Riley Bender that we're seeing come through Outer Limits right now. Again, that'll be telling us if Cody Webb begins to ever make up time, because they have a very similar look. They're on the same team, they're on the same bikes, things of that nature. So if we see Cody Webb begin to catch Riley Bender, we know that he's truly starting to make up time. But if we never see something like that happen, we know that Cody Webb is kind of in a place that he's probably never going to be able to attack towards the front again.
And we all hope that all these riders do an amazing job. But when you see somebody like Cody Webb with such a history of being on this podium up here at King of the Motos, it'll be a little, different to not see him up here if he doesn't make it. But lots of time to make up still. And this is at the top of Rock Salt.
Yeah, so it looks like Riley Bender came through on that first lap at 107.
Okay.
So that would have put him, being that Tristan Hart was at 54 minutes, and him at 107, about 13 minutes later. But then again, Cody Webb was at 115. So he really was kind of right in the middle of those two. So if we see him catch up, that'll be really good for Cody Webb making up time. Right now we've got Nick Pooch there on camera. Him and I, again, in some of the pro interviews that I did on the Seat Time channel, had a really good conversation with Nick. He just wanted to challenge himself. He was like, he did really good in the A class, and he's like, you know what? I like the concept of how they're evolving the pro courses. The pro courses are going to be getting more technical, and then the A courses are going to be just a little less technical, and so on as you work your way through the intermediate and beginner classes. And he wants that challenge, and so that's why he decided to move up to the pro class this year.
I mean, a challenge, that's quite a challenge, I can tell you that much.
I agree.
I don't know if I would want to challenge myself in that sense or not, but yes, we have another rider. Yeah, I know you know these guys just by looking at their bikes. You know, me, I can do that with the 4400s and the Ultra 4 cars, but you can look at these guys and pretty much know exactly who they are for the most part. But look at that house. That actually shows
yeah, and that's
a better
the
angle.
left hand. That's the left-hand side we were talking about, too.
But that shows a better angle of how steep that hill was, the way the drone went in sideways instead of following up beside. But it's super steep out there.
And there was a rider, number 77, Chris Reisner. I think it's Chris Reisner, actually. So he's he's in the A class. He might be in the A30 class. Great racer, great hard enduro rider. But so we were talking a little bit about organizing, right? Your bits and bobs and what you might carry with you, either on your bike or on your person. So he has a company called Trailbound, and they actually do make quite a few organizational bags. And one of them is actually a little tool bag, it's a little like bolt bag. Everybody calls them different things. But what it is it's very small, and it's got two spots, so you can put your big bolts in one spot and your smaller bolts in another spot. And what I like about that, I did keep one with me at the National Enduros, is I can kind of have about 2 bolts for every bolt that would be on my bike. I can keep it in that bag, and then I can keep that bag in my Trailbound bar bag, and I kind of have in case I notice all of a sudden some Loctite stopped working or some stuck nuts, whatever, I can go, I'm going to replace that bolt, and I can just zip it in there.
That's awesome.
So he's got a great thing. So if anybody's looking for organizational bits and bobs, he does have a lot of other hard enduro parts, I believe, on his website there, and like different tires. Gummy tires is a whole conversation we could get into if you want to go into that. But
yeah, Cody was
another
up here
spot
yesterday.
you can get those parts.
Yeah, Cody Webb was up here yesterday. He was talking about tires and his tire choice for this weekend and everything. And it's pretty cool to hear about the different tires. I mean, obviously, I'm from the four-wheel world, and hearing about those tires with the bike, completely different. He said he was running a wider tire in the back this weekend and all kinds of different stuff.
Well, when it comes to the tires that you guys are choosing, do you choose them off of the actual compound, like the durometer of the tire, like the rubber and how it's crafted and stuff like that, or is everybody just always kind of on the same tire?
Well, we have some classes that have to run like just DOT tires, like you can go down to the tire shop and buy them. So we do have some classes that do that, but like our 4400 classes, it's tire preference. Everybody has a preference in tires. There's different tires out there that they run and everything, but the compounding of certain brands obviously is different. So it's all about tire choice and brand for our bigger cars that don't have to run, DOT tires. Obviously, you cannot go find theirs at a tire shop. Sorry, guys. All right, but now look at this. 2 bikes now making their way up. I believe, is that the number 13? That's the second one possibly. You can see he's using his feet.
Oh, there's some mad dog paddling going on. That's okay. I get it. We've all been there. That is a last-ditch effort to say, please do not stop.
That's the Flintstone style right there.
Yep, I get it. We've literally all been there. There's nothing wrong with that when you're trying to keep that momentum moving forward.
Yes, and I mean, over there at Chocolate Thunder, it's so sandy. Me just personally walking up that hill this morning, going up to the start line, it's steep.
And one of the things, too, that we've noticed a lot more coming up rock salt, outer limits, either top or bottom. Now that we've had a lot of riders through this area, what we're going to see a lot of dirt being dragged back up onto the rocks. And because of that, the rocks now actually could potentially feel a little bit different. So what a racer or rider would have chosen earlier could be a little bit more slippery, or it could actually be a better choice to go in a different direction. And because of that dirt, that silt that we see there getting dragged up onto the rocks and making them a lot more slick than they were the previous time through. I agree.
Yeah, getting that dirt up on top too, it's slippery. It's like ice, right? I mean, it's so much sand, and that's when you have to kind of be cautious of your throttle. Throttle control is what I should say, or I guess that's what it would be, throttle control, because if you get up there and you think you're trying to just gas it to get over that rock and it's slippery, it can wash your bike out. We see that happening all the time, especially over on the start earlier on, people washing out and flipping their bikes, and the sand is gnarly, and it's on top of these rocks. These rocks have a lot of flat faces to them, the way the rocks are out here, and it definitely is really slippery. We can see that is the 223, I believe, struggling to make his way up to the top of rock salt.
Yeah, so what you were talking about throttle control is one of those situations where what we're trying to do is make sure that we're using just enough throttle and just enough clutch release with the correct body position to make sure that we're getting the traction that we need for the obstacle that we're on. And if we're on an extremely slick rock or we're stuck in a very silty area, just hammering the throttle is only going to spin you out. Again, if you're on a slick rock, it's going to kick out whichever direction the rock is kind of going and it wants to slide out. Or if you're in those silty sections and you're actually just sitting on the motorcycle, a lot of times that tire is going to do what it's meant to do. It's going to dig a hole. Right at that point. And then you're going to be even more precariously set up for trying to get out of that hole. And so that's why that throttle control, that clutch control, and that body position is so important when you're trying to create traction and or create momentum in a hard enduro type event.
I mean, there's so much to it. Like you're sitting here talking about the throttle, the clutch, the brakes, and everything else. There's so much you are doing and having to think about and make sure you're doing it right. Like you're saying, even releasing the clutch and whatnot. It's not easy out there, I can imagine, whenever you're having to do that, especially on the hills or on the rocks when you're in the sand washes as well.
Yeah, so there is a company, Recluse, and there have been more in the past, so they make an auto clutch. So the way that they have the clutch built up is that it actually is a centrifugal clutch. And I am simplifying it by saying it that there is much more that goes onto it than that for sure. But in the long run, it allows you to have kind of an auto clutch. So you can be a little bit, when I say the word lazy, it's just something that you don't have to think about, right? So it removes one of those aspects of what you're trying to do on the motorcycle while you're riding it. There are riders that absolutely love having an auto clutch, and that's okay. Again, riding a dirt bike should be about enjoyment, not beating yourself up over what is or is not happening out there. That looks like that's Joe Nemeth there, number 27 on the screen, just coming out of Outer Limits. But a lot of times you're not going to see Recluses being leveraged, the actual auto clutch in hard enduro, because of the finite clutch control that these riders need. A lot of them treat hard enduro practice like a trials rider would. They're going to be on a much lighter, smaller motorcycle, those trials bikes, and it's all at that point about balance, and it's about clutch and throttle control. And the slower they're going, the harder it is, and that's kind of the idea, because again, when you're just sitting there balancing on your motorcycle and you're only using body position and that clutch and that throttle to rev up the engine and just dig that wheel into the ground and just jump the bike forward, that translates to hard enduro on a big bike so well to be able to move through this type of terrain.
Wow, amazing knowledge once again. And there is the number 114, Karen Kelso, making their way through jackhammer. Look at how they're just bouncing around. It's
Yeah.
like a ping pong ball.
I love that. Oh, man. Those are the type of moves I love seeing on Instagram and stuff like that. So, again, he just kind of kept that foot planted, lofted that front wheel up, and used that foot being planted to kind of just push himself a little bit off. Just floated that front end. Looks so cool.
That looked like it was a smooth move for Karen. I'm saying it correct, right, Karen?
We're going to go with it.
Karen. But making their way smoothly down. Now look at that. Down at the bottom, you are able to make up some time and just throttle down for just a little bit. And that's another thing, too. You take your time whenever you can, as in getting through the rocks and not make mistakes. Once you can go fast, rule of thumb, go fast to where you can. And you can see once he got out of the rock section, he was just throttle down.
We'll go with it. He was pedal down. It's
the lingo. I got it.
Yeah.
I have
it's
lingo.
fine. Well, we get it. You just roll it back, baby. Roll it back. And it's so interesting. One of the things that, again, competing against some of the best at the National Enduros this past year, there is no time to not attack.
Right.
And that is what the true the AA and the pros do that I was not able to do, that I learned throughout the year. Now, again, they were still 800 times faster than I was from my expert class into that. But one of the things I learned is that any time that feels like I might want to breathe or I might want to take a drink of water, no, that means that I should be going faster.
Right.
Like I need to be in such the moment. There is no time to rest. There's only places to find more time to make up to attack.
I was noticing yesterday whenever we were on the start line for the PCI Race Radio's Pro Shootout, there were some of the riders, their water was right there on their
Mm-hmm.
mouth. So like you don't really have to even.
Yep. So we actually talked a little bit about it earlier. So that's the USWay hands-free system. So it not only it connects to the bladder that they have on, but as it comes there up into the helmet. However they choose to run that through, a lot of us will just kind of like break apart some of the filter that the plastic filter that we have there in front and run it through that way. Some of them will just use some zip ties and kind of put it underneath the front part of the helmet. But it is a great way to just be able to kind of move that bite valve into your mouth, take a couple sips of water, and you kind of use your tongue to like push it back out of your mouth. Some guys will just keep it in their mouth.
Yeah,
and for myself, I didn't like that. When I use those hands-free for cross-country races, I'll make sure that it sits off to the side of my mouth. So literally, like the pressure of it, I can just open my mouth, it'll pop in.
Oh, that's good.
I'll take a couple and then use my tongue to push it out of the way.
All the tricks. Everybody has their little
Yeah, again,
tricks.
whether it's right or wrong, that's
Right.
what works for me. Talking about it probably sounds weird, but here we are.
It works for you. That's all that matters. Oh, goodness. The good times. Now, Brian, I know yesterday you were over at the finish line over at Chocolate Thunder, and, being over here you have the best seat of the house. You're sitting here on the stage watching all the camera angles and everything, but being over here and, watching the start, I know you're probably itching because you love that beginning and watching it all and talking to the riders, but the start this morning, I want to go back to it really fast because I didn't get to talk to you about it, but the start, what do you think? I mean, that was an insane once they all started bottlenecking up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the way that Justin broke it up. So we had the pros there in rows of 5. They were going off in 1 minute at a time. I think he just didn't want to overdo the obstacles. He really wanted to allow the pros to have a chance to get out front and make the pro shootout really worth something. Because, again, there's no made-up time. That minute is a minute lost because they didn't qualify for the top 5 yesterday, right? And then once he got past the pro class, then it moved into the amateurs, and those were 20 at a time. And that's just mean. But it is what it is,
just
right?
Just mean.
It's just because, you got 20. And what nobody truly understands is how hard it is to ride fast in that sand if you're not a good sand rider. So you're going from a dead stop, dead engine, the flag goes, you're starting the bike, you're going 110% through that sand, trying to make sure the front end stays light so that it doesn't dig in and toss you over the handlebars. Right into an extremely nasty rock section. And if you're not one of the first 5 guys in that group of 20, most likely the line you thought you were going to take is plugged up.
Right.
You're right. So you either go, okay, well, I'm going to lean over 6 inches and just see what happens, or I'm going to try that other line, or this, that, the other. But then you got to remember, there's 15 other guys behind you that are probably about to do the exact same thing. So the second you start to shift and think that you're going to take this other line, you could have somebody banging you out of the way, or you could be banging into somebody and banging them out of the way.
Which was happening. It was happening.
And then all of a sudden you've got, 2 rows have gone off. You've got 40 racers just piled up on Chocolate Thunder and more coming.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. I mean, the lines just kept going off, and I'm like looking, and Justin's standing next to me as I'm waving the flag. I'm like, have you looked over there? He's like, yep, we got to keep going. I'm like, I understand it. It's a part of it.
He specifically said, he's like, I'm not holding people up. They have the time distance. And those that are going to be faster should get there first and should get their line.
Yep.
And we'll see how that plays out.
And some of the lines that some of those people were trying to take this morning were lines that I've never seen tried. But they tried them. I mean, I don't really recall how successful they were because I had to look back, at the start.
Right.
But it was a very interesting start up there this morning, and lots of bikes going over and a lot of waiting around, I should say, for their line to be clean. But man, once people did start moving, though, the whole entire crowd was cheering because it was definitely something that was exciting to watch. And it's exhilarating. You're getting exhausted right off the start, having to fight with your bike.
Well, there we go. We got another racer coming through Jackhammer there, and then we found somebody just hanging out in the midst of outer limits there at the top. Oh, that is our lead. Oh, there we go. So we've got Tristan Hart coming back through Jackhammer. So he is about 3/4 of the way through that his second lap. And we are almost, so he will be out there for about 55 minutes if he keeps coming through at this time frame. So it might have taken him a little bit longer on this lap.
Yeah,
but again, it was 3 miles longer, so hopefully that was the case.
Right, exactly. I mean, 3 miles longer and 3 miles harder, right? But Tristan Hart making his way through. It's really cool. It was interesting to see because we saw that one rider last time we were there, he jumped off that rock, and Tristan's not taking any kind of chances whatsoever.
Yeah, he did that line on the first lap too. Is a little bit higher, kind of up the mountain a little bit, so it seems steeper, but I think he likes it because of the fact that it keeps him higher up on the rocks there. And again, having not walked it or ridden any of this stuff, I'm just kind of assuming that that's why he would take a line like that. Is it places him in a spot where he wants to be higher up on the mountain. So even if he does start to fade a little bit left, he's not kind of fading off course or into a detrimental spot. And that's Devin Stevenson. We got a chance to chat with him. So he's on his second loop coming up outer limits. I mean, doing a phenomenal job. He was third yesterday overall in the amateur class, and right now coming to the top of outer limits. I don't even know if we've seen Cody Webb do that yet, right?
I don't think we have. Honestly don't think we have. I think you're completely correct on that. So for these guys that are running in front of Cody Webb, it's all a race. They're not amateurs are not racing against the pros and whatnot. But it's kind of cool to see Cody Webb, these guys out there in front of Cody Webb. They're probably thinking in their head, I'm beating a pro right now, or beating Cody Webb.
Yeah. Well, there was one national enduro where it was way hotter than it was supposed to be or expected to be, and the dust was horrible. By the time I think 75% of the A and up racers didn't even make it to test 6 because they didn't plan for the heat. That was one race where I got 36 overall. I'm not going to lie to you. I beat a lot of people on that day that I would not typically beat, and I'm always going to talk about that because that was old man smart.
Right.
I paid attention to my hydration, I paid attention to my nutrition, and I paid attention to the way that I was riding, knowing that we had a very long, very hot day in front of us. And it played in my favor.
Yes.
And there were also a lot of guys that crashed out of that event because of the fact they overrode the dust, right? They were trying to, in their mind, ride the same pace that they're used to riding on a clear trail. But when you cannot see what's happening, all of a sudden you're going to be on the ground.
I'm trying to make out who you're. I agree with hydration and keeping yourself healthy is definitely a key role in your endurance while you're racing. But do you know who that was that just had their bike laid over?
No, but it looked like he took a line to make, because that guy was there on that left line. So he's like, I'm going to go a little high, and that's kind of how it turned out for him.
Didn't turn out well for him. But here we are back at Rock Salt again. But I'm going to go get going back over to the finish line here in just a moment. And I see Chris over here to the side. He'll be coming back in and taking over his spot that he has been in all morning long, but right now watching another rider. This is a perfect example. This is where it looks smooth. Speed it up, go fast, make up some time.
That's got to be Tristan Hart, because look, he's coming up to her problems right now. So this is the snow fence that we have here at the outskirts of Chocolate Thunder. So they should be taking a route to get him up to her problems, coming down. So he is literally about to finish his second lap, and we are 2 hours in.
Oh, you know what? Look, he just pulled off to the left. I
wonder if he's expecting GPS something or others. Yeah, I think he just really wanted to make sure that GPS didn't do something funky.
Here he is. There he is right there. He's already through. So we're not sure what that rider's name was that we were just talking about. But here we see our leader in Chocolate Thunder.
Insane.
Oh, look at that. Nice little hop up.
So that was a 149. So if we bring a 54, somebody do the math on what 149 minus 54 would be. That was the lap time that he had on 3 miles longer.
Wow. That's not that much different.
Yeah, almost. It's just about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's Ryder LeBlanc now.
All right. Ryder
that looks like Jackhammer.
It does look like Jackhammer. Look at all the pretty flowers out there. You think the riders are seeing them?
Unfortunately, probably not. I mean, just how crazy is it that it's so dusty and so dry, and somehow there's still vegetation that's growing?
Well, they've had a lot of rain out here in Johnson Valley the past few months, so it's already so green out here, and the flowers are blooming and everything. But yeah, they've had a lot of rain. Obviously, it doesn't look like it with all the dust, but going across the lake bed, we still do have some puddles out there and some puddling up that has not gone away.
That is crazy. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it looks like it hasn't rained in months.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think it's rained in the last couple of weeks out here, to be honest with you. All right, as we're watching another rider make their way through this.
That looks like a
finish
racer
line.
out there for his second lap.
I was trying to catch the number on that. I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's tough, and I know that within that it's really hard because of the fact that, they print out smaller numbers. They say, hey, can you put one on each of your number plates? One on the front, one on each side for, not just us, but obviously backup as well as they come through. If their transponder didn't read, they can look at their backup sheet. But it's really helpful for us, too, when we're trying to figure out, hey, who are you?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, we know like the pros usually their numbers and stuff. But you know what, Brian, it's time for me to take off and go to the finish line. I want to make sure I'm over there when they start coming through, finishing up, and watching all the action over there. But it's been a pleasure being up here on the stage with you once again. And later on, you and I will get to do the awards together.
Love it.
Love it. I know that you love it. But I'm going to go ahead and take off. So, Brian, thank you again, and I'll see you later on.
You got it. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, so once we get Chris Johnson back in here, I'm going to start filling him on some of the things that we've seen and that we've heard. But again, in case you were wondering who's been putting on these great events, we're just so thankful that the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos can be brought to you as part of King of the Hammers. But of course, King of the Hammers is brought to you by Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am. And it looks like we've got two racers there at Her Problems getting ready to race their way towards Idle Issues to finish out that second lap. And right now we are at Jackhammer, and that is Matt Green, number 4, working his way into Jackhammer and through the Hammer of Jacks. So he is not far behind Ryder LeBlond, but honestly, he's about as far behind Ryder LeBlond as Ryder LeBlond was of Tristan Hart. So, Chris, here's what we happened. Tristan Hart has now come through and finished his second lap. We just saw Ryder LeBlond and another racer there with him coming into Idle Issues so they could finish their second lap. So Tristan Hart is out on his third lap. So far, he's on course, 1 hour and 50 minutes. With Matt Green now finishing Jackhammer, he's going to cross the desert. Cody Webb is in like 10th place. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think that anybody thought that Cody Webb was going to try to give it to Tristan Hart the way he is. But Tristan Hart is absolutely moving.
Absolutely on fire. We noticed that before I took my break, something was going on with Cody because he was back into the pack. And you're thinking, well, yeah, I saw Cody come down through Chocolate Thunder to come back into the finish line for his first lap. But Cody was way back there, and he was in the mix of actually quite a few amateurs. But I got text message from yours and my good friend Eric Kula, and it was pretty cool. He's giving me update. He said he got 10 inches of snow in Ohio.
Wow.
So great.
I mean, they got snow in North Texas, so that in and of itself is crazy.
So anyway, Eric was telling me, he goes, McConnell crossed the adjusted time, and with him, he was in 6th overall.
Oh, that's so awesome. And that is one of our amateurs. He was our overall amateur
yesterday, yes.
So epic. He just turned 17 years old. For somebody like McConnell to be doing that good, dude, that is awesome. Spend the time in the A class, learn how to go fast, how to be consistent and have fun and make sure you can last, the bike can last, the body can last, and then come out next year, right after you turn 18, to 2027 King of the Motos, and get ready to enter the pro class. There we go. So we're seeing a checkpoint right there, some more racers going through. That was either Riley Bender or that was Cody Webb, so we'll have to see there. And that looks like number 25, Koala Huddy, there in that Bulletproof Designs KTM. Yeah, getting ready to go up Jackhammer. Work his way over to the desert, cross back over to Her Problems. Oh, there's Aiden Manger. He is on that electric start. So we didn't see what happened when he pitted, but this is his second lap. He is certainly moving. I wonder if he is going to be having a battery swap out after this lap. Regardless, I wonder how the energy and the power on that bike is working for him, considering that there's just such a chance to lose power as the battery drains on those electric motorcycles.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I just updated our U.S. Hard Enduro webpage, and it is, of course, Tristan Hart, Ryder LeBlond, James Flynn in that third spot now, Braxton Hinstey, Koala Huddy, McConna Barger, 6th place for our top amateur and 6th place overall. So great job. along with another Hawaiian, Kamakana, in the 7th spot on the 777. Brandon Petrie in the 8th spot. Quinn Wenzel now moved up a little bit. He was back in 11th place earlier on for the overall. He is now in 9th place overall. Ryder Guest, 10th overall. Boogie Rivera, he's our 2nd place amateur, and he's currently running in that 11th spot overall.
There's your 55, James Flynn, on screen right now, coming through Jackhammer. Looking good on that Beta 300. Oh, and of course we just switch back. It looks like that might be, yes, that is definitely one of our Yamaha riders. Could be Cody Webb or Riley Bender. I would say by the height, it's going to be Cody Webb. It looks like a little bit taller rider.
Cody had more colors on his outfit, and that does appear to be Cody back on board. There he is, Cody Webb. 6-time King of the Motos champion.
Yeah, man. 2013 is his first win at King of the Motos.
Yeah, I go back, first time I met Cody is probably back in 2010, maybe 2011, and he won our last dog standing there at Glen Helen, which kind of the start of a lot of the hard enduro style racing events was at that last dog racing event. Who shared the mic duties with me the first couple of years was Dave Brocious, of course. Got to work with Brian Pierce prior to me, and I worked with him afterwards.
Oh, man.
Big loss in our world. Dave Brocious, wonderful, wonderful individual. And the other individual is Tom White, the voice of the Outdoor Nationals for many, many years, and the owner of White Brothers. Both have gone to that big racetrack in the sky.
Yeah, it looked like we just saw a glimpse of Tristan Hart before we were on this shot here at Chocolate Thunder. And it looked like he was working his way up a very different terrain than we've seen some of the other racers on before. So I'm going to see, just looking at yellow bricks, if we can kind of figure out where Tristan Hart is hiding. Looks like he might be on rock salt. That was going up rock salt. So he's going to be on the blue track, it looks like, there on YB. So we're about 2 hours in. He was 150 coming through, and then we saw Ryder LeBlond at 154 between their 2 lap times. We'll see if we can see if Braxton or if James Flynn has started there. They do not look like they have started their 3rd lap. So we know that Ryder LeBlond is out on his 3rd lap. But this is a racer, let's see if we can see this, 1776, working his way up her problems so that he can go down idle issues. (1776) Caden Hatcher, they're working up her problems to go down idle issues.
Well, for those of you tagging into Yellow Brick and following all of our action on Yellow Brick, you can also follow at ushardenduro.com and come down to the top of the list. You got the little 3 bars up on the top, then you can go to the results and follow the results at our King of the Motos page on the US Hard Enduro.
Looks like we got Jared Lambe there, working his way towards that next checkpoint. That's going to put him into Jackhammer. We got a couple racers here. Looks like Braxton Hintz there, working his way with another racer pitter-pattering behind him. I get it. I'd be tired too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, Pam Hall up here with Brian there for a while and got to be up there with me, giving both of us a break. But she's a proud owner of a Ford Raptor. Beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment. But Ford being one of our fine, strong sponsors for the 2026 King of the Hammers.
Look at that.
So like, they have them on
He
board.
is navigating his way to try to get to that canyon that we saw Tristan Hart climbing up.
And that's Ryder LeBlond right there.
Yes, sir. This is where, obviously, the navigation. So, again, say Tristan Hart had made a mistake he was following Tristan Hart's tracks. Then in that case, he would be going the wrong direction. But you can tell he's being very diligent because he doesn't just want to follow his tracks. He wants to make sure he's headed in the right direction there off of the navigation equipment that he has on his handlebars. And typically, they're going to be using two different devices, one that's a little bit more zoomed in and one that is a little bit more zoomed out. But look at this. Tristan Hart is already through to Jackhammer. So he made his way up Rock Salt that quickly, guys. But this lap was supposed to only be 3.5 miles long, so we knew that it was going to be shorter. I think Justin needed to have made another 15-mile loop for these guys.
Wow, Brian, look at the style. Tristan Hart he's a ballerina on that motorcycle, man. Keeping both feet on the pegs, but the balance, boy, the balance style of that man is just incredible.
We've got some very serious navigating going on. You can see this racer looking down. Might be Joe Nemeth. I believe that's a 27, but I'm not 100% sure, unfortunately. And he is working his way down through that dead blow area over to Jackhammer. And then there's another. Was that James Flynn heading out?
That is James Flynn, yes. On the double nickel. Here's a question for you, Brian. What is the number one product produced from the Southwest desert?
I have no idea.
It'll blow your mind.
I'd hope it's a dirt bike.
Well, no. All these green bushes you see all over the place are called creosote. Well, they boil creosote in a big old bath. They put telephone poles in them to coat the telephone poles with the creosote oil in the boiled mess to protect the telephone poles before they install them all over the country.
I would have never guessed that.
Wild.
There was zero chance that I was going to guess
Product out of the desert.
But I would have guessed that these racers are having a really good time. And we saw that we had our third racer go out on course for their third lap. So James Flynn. So we saw Tristan Hart come in. He headed out at 1:49. Then just a little bit behind that, we saw Ryder LeBlanc head out there at 1:54. And then a couple minutes behind that, 6 or 7 minutes, we saw James Flynn head out at 2:01. So we are over 2 hours into this race, and Tristan Hart is almost done with his third lap. He has 2 more laps to go. Justin, our race director, was hoping that this would take between 3 and 3.5 hours. We're just at 2 hours, just over 2 hours. So I'm wondering if he thinks Tristan's actually got another hour to get those 2 laps done or not.
How many miles on those last 2 laps?
So between that would be about 7 miles.
So, yeah, it might not be too many miles, but they're probably pretty gnarly knowing Justin as he lays out the course.
I can only hope, but in the long run, these guys are truly riding much more aggressive than they were previously.
Well, viewing on our screen, last couple of clips on Tristan Hart. Composure still very, very strong, no doubt.
Trying to see if I can separate out. I can definitely see the red, white, and blue of 1, 2, and 3, but just wanted to make sure I can see where 4 and 5 are. Segments, there we go. Nope. We'll figure it out when we see where Tristan Hart heads after he comes back through for finishing up that last lap. Well, even though it started out in about 20 degrees this morning and the wind chill was pretty high, luckily enough the sun has come out and it's made it nice weather out here in Hammertown in Johnson Valley, California. But if you're not here and you're watching online, we definitely appreciate you guys being there, following us on the King of the Hammers YouTube feed. Of course, this is the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. Looks like we got another racer making sure they're working their way to that check. I believe that was Preston we were talking about, but there is Ryder LeBlond coming down into Jackhammer from working his way up the path that he took in rock salt. That is steep and treacherous. Look at that. So see, he's dropping in to where the other riders were coming up and over Jackhammer. Oh, that was diabolical, Justin. Nice work.
I love it when we have drone coverage of drone coverage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool. And for those of you at home taking and following Brian and myself's lead here from what we can see here and what we're trying to dig up information, I tell you what, it's a beautiful day at the office, no doubt about that. Good composure. There are Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna rider, Ryder LeBlond continues coming down Jackhammer. Boy, he's really coming to a good mix amongst all these other riders. He made podium last year, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah, he was third behind Will Reardon, who is now actually officially retired. So when the Factory One Sherco USA team had to disband in the middle of the season last year at 2025, that left him without a ride. He kind of decided, you know what? I think I'm going to go home and I'm going to work on the family farm in Australia. I'm going to enjoy life a little bit differently these days.
Matter of fact, the Reardons, they own a very large olive oil company in Australia. So Will and his brother Angus was one of the Grand Prix competitors over the last couple of years, actually did a really good job. And Angus actually, we call him Gus, he actually come in and did some hard enduro stuff too, and actually put a hurt to his brother Will a couple of times, the younger rider of the Reardons.
So it looks like we see another couple racers have headed out for their third lap at 2 hours and 3 minutes. Brandon Petrie headed out, and at 2 hours and 6 minutes was Braxton Hint headed out there. So it looks like Brandon on his beta is behind James Flynn, and then after Brandon would be Braxton on his Fantic, heading out for their third laps. But then, of course, we see Tristan Hart right now. We also know that his time is now 2:04, where before it was a 1:49. So in the long run, it only took him, 2:04? It took him about 15 minutes to do that third lap. So 15, 15, 15, if that's the case, be pretty gnarly. We see another racer working their way down this gnarly single track into Jackhammer.
Look at
That
this
looks
from
like Matt Green right there. So Matt Green also, if he's out there, then he would be coming through as well. Need to see if I can see his updated time. So he was there at 1:58. So he was actually right after Ryder LeBlond. He headed out in front of James Flint. So it looks like he's in third place right now, kind of trying to go off the times that we've got. That is such a gnarly piece of single track. You could tell, I mean, these are some of the best hard enduro racers in the world, and they're tippy-toeing their way down back into Jackhammer.
We're looking at about 15 to 20 minutes for our first finisher, Tristan Hart, to come rolling through this next loop. So it is real close up to that 3-hour mark that Justin Lineweber was estimating for our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. And there's Cody Webb coming down. Let's find out who he's done. Oh, that's Matthew Green with him. So Matthew Green right on the back bumper of our 6-time King of Motos champion.
What we're seeing is Cody Webb getting lapped, because we know that Cody Webb had a lot of problems.
Oh, yes.
Remember, they drop in off of that third lap back into Jackhammer. So unfortunately, I think that Cody Webb's finishing his second lap, and that Matthew Green is out on his second lap, because we would see a much higher time from Cody Webb if he was already finished with that second lap.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Brian.
It's blowing me away that they would have thought 3 hours to 3.5 hours, and in 15 to 20 minutes, we will have Tristan Hart coming to the finish line, which puts him at about 2.5 hours. So not only a little bit faster than Justin and some of the others would have thought, but exponentially faster. 30 minutes to an hour faster than they would have expected that to be. And that is the juggle that someone like Justin, a race director in a U.S. Hard Enduro Series, has to play with, because he needs to make it to where other competitors can make it through some of the sections and enjoy a technical event, but also challenge the professionals in a way that they actually don't just ride through the terrain at a pace that's, it seems, almost unpredictable.
Our view there are outer limits on the bottom portion of it. I tell you what, it is so deceiving. Here we are, dead blow jackhammer, rolling around the corner. That was a nice part of the course. How they made the right turn right there. Comes sliding on down. This reminds me of good old-fashioned desert racing days that I grew up right here in Johnson Valley. That was kind of wild. Back in 2005, for those of you that know me, I raced sidecars on motocross and Grand Prix circuits, and I brought a sidecar out to the desert for a good 4 years, and went out there and competed along with all the quads in the sidecar class, and took a couple championships out there on a sidecar in the middle of the desert. Off cambers are gnarly with 3 wheels, that's for sure. Yeah, we just lost an integral part of our desert racing world. Nate Shakwa, who was one of the founders of Dirt Diggers MC, just passed away this past week. We'd like to give our condolences to the Shakwa family. Todd Shakwa, of course, one of the Cycle News writers and editors, and the entire family, big part of our desert racing scene. Huge, huge kudos and our condolences to the Shakwa family.
I just got a text from Drew Kirby, runs American Hard Enduro, kind of on Instagram and online. They put out podcasts every now and again. And he heard from somebody that Cody Webb lost a foot peg bracket on the first lap. So we shall see that might, like what we hear once we get a chance to talk to him at the finish and he comes through, how that all went down. Again, how does one fix a missing foot peg bracket, right? Because if the bracket's gone and the peg was attached to the bracket, that means the peg was also gone. So was he able to reattach the bracket because of some bolts that he was carrying with him? Did he fix that when he came through on his first lap? That'll be interesting to continue to hear.
Or is he using the sight case of his motorcycle for his other foot peg?
I mean, if he lost it while he was out there and didn't reattach it till he came in, yes.
Yeah, I remember one of the outdoor nationals back in the 80s, and Danny Magoo Chandler broke a foot peg off, and he ended up finishing on podium with a broken foot peg gone. So he's riding on the case of the motorcycle.
Yeah, that is no fun. Because the pegs are literally where you balance on the motorcycle, the bottom of that triangle you were talking about. That is how you do that. There is Tristan Hart on his last lap catching James Flynn, finishing his third lap. This man is on fire right now. He is literally leaving everybody else in the dust.
And James, no slouch, and he is running well into the standings as well right now. As Tristan's lapping him.
Are we sure that Tristan Hart isn't on his fourth lap? Because that's James Flynn on his third.
Yep.
Tristan being on his fourth would make sense. Because also he's on his third. So I'm like, where'd the fifth lap go?
Riley Bender coming into this next lap on that number 31 Yamaha 4-stroke, and he's got her problems right up his canyon away from him.
Well, at least we'll have some good shots there. Chocolate Thunder win Tristan Hart does come in for the finish of that last lap because he'll make his way down idle issues and he will take a hard right-hand turn and make his way up to a top part of Chocolate Thunder. That last year they rode up. This year he's going to ride up to that spot from a different perspective, and he's going to ride down what they rode up last year for the finish of King of the Motos. Ooh, there's a nice little air there. Somebody's excited to be coming close to the finish. Oh, and from this angle, idle issues look so easy, right? You're just like, oh, they're just going down that nice wide path. No, that is so steep and so vertical, and it is so slick right now from all of the dirt and sediment that is all over that piece of trail.
Not only slick from this angle, Brian, you can see the off-camberness of idle issues coming down through Chocolate Thunder there. Coming to the finish line, that's coming into third lap finish.
We got those two racers right there on top of each other coming across. But again, it's like on idle issues, it's such a nasty piece of terrain. You don't want to try to make a pass there unless it's the last lap, because the chance of your front tire sliding out, the chance of your rear tire sliding out, or of you just kind of sliding down instead of going forward is high. So they want to make sure that if they're going to attack, they're going to do it a little bit later, not when they're going into gas for a chance to head into the pits.
We still got a dice going on between the 99 and the 53. The 53, of course, being Braxton Henske, and then the 99 of Brandon Petrie. And they're right close together, right by the finish line. They're coming into Chocolate Thunder at the finish line area. So we'll see which one gets through that area first. But what about Matthew Green, man? He was running way up into podium position. He's dropped way back into this field. Something happened to Green earlier on. But definitely interesting to hear what happened with Cody Webb losing a foot peg bracket, possibly with the foot peg attached to it. So like Brian was saying, it'd be interesting to see if he's able to reattach and get that back going again, because it is virtually impossible to ride this terrain without one or the other foot peg.
And speaking of, that does look like Cody Webb right there coming down idle issues, and he might have a foot peg now because he was just using that rear brake to slow his speed down. But yeah, we do have confirmation that Tristan Hart is on his last lap here at King of the Motos, so he will be coming in behind Cody Webb here to multi-time lap him, because Cody Webb is just finishing his second lap while Tristan Hart is finishing his fifth. He is on the end of the event, and when he gets down there again, he will have to take a hard left, and you can see that ribbon just off to the bottom left of the screen. That is where Tristan Hart will have to start working his way up to the top of Chocolate Thunder to then work his way back down. Oh, this is back to the father-son team, or excuse me, father-daughter team that we learned about. So, of course, giving the child a chance. All right, there's Tristan Hart getting some gas, and it looks like he's heading back out.
Still in the top 10, our top amateur from yesterday, McConaughey Barger, on the 400 machine, running 9th overall by adjusted time. So great job by the number 400, taking the win yesterday, and will take top amateur bragging rights here today for the finale of the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
Okay, so that was Tristan Hart coming through Chocolate Thunder, heading out on his last lap. That was the white flag that he just now received. So that lap that he just did finish was his fourth lap. So when we saw him with James Flynn was on his third lap. Tristan Hart was on his fourth. So now Tristan Hart is out on his last lap. We're about 2.5 hours into this race. So if we're looking at about 15 to 20 minutes now, we'll see Tristan Hart coming back in. If things continue the way they're going, he will be the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Moto Champion. But again, you got to finish this event to actually win this event. And there are many things that can happen to you, the bike, the body, or the mind out here in Johnson Valley.
Right now, Tristan Hart turning 24.6 miles per hour as he comes off of her problems on this other side, or heading toward her problems on his last lap.
Oh, that's such an epic wide shot of that rider just working their way like an ant down the side of that hill. And I love the way that they drop into Jackhammer. So this is still part of Jackhammer. That's kind of the location we're showing. But this is a piece of single track that the four wheels do not touch. This is just for the dirt bikes. And you can see Ryder LeBlanc just picking his way down there, standing up, using the brakes and the clutch to just make sure that he falls down that trail in a way that makes sure he stays on the motorcycle. Those are some loose rocks and sediment that he is riding down, heading into Jackhammer.
Our top two riders have gone through 12 points on their check. Checkpoint number 12. Everybody else is coming into 11.
Look at that. You know if he's taking his time like that, that what we see doesn't seem to be nearly as steep as what he's on, because he was kind of a little hesitant there to drop in the way that he did. So that would be Ryder LeBlanc now finishing up his fourth lap. So this is him coming through Jackhammer again. It looks like he's like, hey, buddy, I need to get that line. Thank you. And now he is around.
Matthew Green appears to be in that third spot with his 12th checkpoint completed. Next one on the list will be James Flynn running in that fourth spot.
There we go. We got number 23 working their way up and through outer limits. He was taking a little bit of time in that moment that it was flat to sit down, time to take a couple deep breaths, reset for what's to come. We can understand that completely.
It'll be interesting to find out, Brian, when Cody Webb finishes his race, what exactly happened. Because Cody is no slouch, that's for sure. 6-time champion of King of the Motos.
So Tristan Hart's time now at 2:19 going through. And then, of course, Ryder LeBlanc there at 2:11. Looks like James Flynn is out for his last lap as well. There at 2:18. Actually, with him having been lapped, he's probably out on his fourth lap, and the time accumulated at that 2:18 has actually got him out there on that fourth lap. We see some other riders. Looks like Cody Webb finishing those first two laps at 2:14. Okay, so we got a message from Miles Hasselquist there that is out there at Chocolate Thunder that he did see Cody Webb in the pits, go to his van, get some parts, come back to his bike, and fix his bike, and that's how he got that peg back on there. So it probably did break off. It took him a while to get back to finish that first lap. When he got there, put the bike on the stand, put it on the kickstand, whatever he needed to do there, run to the van since he's got to be the one to get the parts, and he probably knew where they were, and then put those on the bike. But again, man, when you're running your own program, sometimes it's really hard to do when you don't have people there ready and waiting with the parts for you.
There's only a handful of riders that have even completed their 11th lap. I'm going to go through the list of them right now. Quan Huddy, one of them. Cody Webb, of course, went through checkpoint 11. Braxton Hinstey through checkpoint 11. Kamakana on the 777, also going through on his on 11th lap. And several others. Ryder Guest, Quinn Winsell, also going through checkpoint 11. And the last checkpoint 11 is Riley Bender. All other riders, we're looking at, nobody even gotten to checkpoint 7 or 8. They're all checkpoint 5 or farther on. Oh, so Tristan Hart just now logged in his 13th checkpoint, coming through right now. Leader of the pack.
Yeah, we just saw Cody Webb kind of running this train down into Jackhammer. So he's probably on his third lap. I believe Matthew Green would be on his fourth lap, but a lot of these other racers are going to be on their third lap. So that's whatever way they're getting up to the top, even though it seems like the third and fourth lap is probably similar, and then that fifth lap is a little bit different.
Said I'm taking big shots, just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, but I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots. In the climb, I got no time on big shots. Just stop where I'm driven, no pit stops. This hot, I ain't playing like a 6 spot. Pissed off, but I told him this a chip shot. I ain't missing cause you know I'm taking big shots.
Guys, they're a little bit horny. The horn group, they sell horns over there. So for these of you coming out for King of the Hammers, you might want to look at our horny people over there at the horn group.
It's always a good way to make a lot of noise. Girl Scout cookies are selling there. Girl Scout, man, I'm hungry. Let's do this.
There you go, Brian.
All right, so we got a couple more riders here coming into Jackhammer. Looks like they're checking in at that checkpoint too. So they're going to be on their second lap. There we go. We got another 114 working up that second lap there in outer limits. (114) with Kainer Sanabria. Looks like in the C class. So, oh no, I'm sorry. That is a different number. 114 there. That's the Kyron Kelso. He is in the A class. Apologies for that. So working there through that second lap, and looks like that is going to be number 17, working their way down back into Jackhammer.
Kamakana on 777, he came in yesterday in 16th place in the Pro Challenge. He's just about getting ready to be lapped by Tristan Hart.
17 was Tobin Miller, so he's on that championship break racing KTM. Number 17, Tobin Miller. Good conversation with that young man. He's excited to be working his way into the pro class here at the U.S. Hard Enduro.
Now, the U.S. Hard Enduro Series encompassed King of the Motos just 2 years ago, and it's getting real popular with this 14 events scheduled for our 2026 season. Next one coming up next month will be in Hawaii, so they're going to be shipping a lot of motorcycles overseas to go to Hawaii for that 5-day trip between the shores here in the Western Pacific to Hawaii to bring their motorcycles for that next round number 2 of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series there in Kauai.
I was just looking up times on our friends Makana and Boogie because they were competitors yesterday going for first and second there in the amateur class, and they're first and second again right now in the A class, and it looks like they probably have about 2 laps done, so they are out on their third lap, and they are 2:22.19 for Makana, and then Boogie is at 2:23.20. So again, they headed out on their third laps about a minute apart. So yesterday they came into the checkered flag on top of each other, coming down idle issues. So it'd be super cool to see if at the time they go through these next 3 laps there on the King of the Motos course, if they're still right on top of each other. And then Devin Stevenson, third yesterday. Looks like he is still out there, but he is a little bit behind. Looks like Aiden might be in front of him, and then it would be Devin. So Devin Stevenson, third yesterday, looks like in fourth right now behind 802 Aiden Marinchek.
Haley, is Pam going to interview to finish? Or Miles?
Here is Tristan Hart coming into Jackhammer. This will be his 5th and final time through Jackhammer. Again, taking that higher line through the rocks, looking back to make sure that nobody's about to overtake him. Worry not, sir. No one is about to overtake you. You would have to sit on the side of the trail for 5 minutes before Ryder LeBlanc's going to be catching you. Again, Ryder LeBlanc doing a phenomenal job, but Tristan Hart is showing us why he is known as the robot. He is just putting it to the other competitors.
It doesn't even seem, Brian, that he's losing any composure at all. His stance and stature on the motorcycle is outstanding, and doesn't seem to be daubing much to the ground at all. He seems to be keeping both feet on foot pegs, even through some of the gnarly rock sections.
Agreed. He is firing on all cylinders.
Now, yesterday in our Pro Challenge, we come down through back door, and last year we we came through back door on one of the courses, didn't we, yesterday or last year?
Yeah, so last year, Saturday, we had more of that prologue style setup
Right.
where everybody was a little bit more GPS heavy, and so they did do a little bit more of the area around the mountain here behind Hammertown.
And actually used both sides of Johnson Valley here off of Boone Road, if I remember correctly.
Tristan Hart catching up somebody else that's finishing up their lap. Going to get around them and keep on keeping on. He's just about to, yep, there we go. There's the snow fence. So he is just about to drop in. And we'll be able to watch him crawl his way up the finish here at Chocolate Thunder. Well, if anybody wanted to see Tristan Hart at Chocolate Thunder, you're going to miss it if you're not there right now, because he is about 6 minutes from dropping into that new finish line section.
Now coming down through Rock Salt. Tristan Hart leading the parade of lapped riders coming back down through across the valley over there. There's a good view on that last scene of Hammertown, where Brian and myself are sitting here on our stage. Brian, as always a great pleasure sharing the announcing duties with you, my brother.
Oh, yeah. I agree. Look at this. We got Ryder LeBlanc. It looks like it's that.
It was Ryder. It is Ryder, I should say.
But if Ryder LeBlanc is working his way up her problems to go down idle issues, then that means he's a lot closer to Tristan Hart than we thought.
Yeah, last year, Ryder LeBlanc on that Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team, his teammate was Colton Haker. And Colton's semi-retired now. Gonna miss the guy. Makes his home up there in Boise, Idaho.
Oh, that looked like Louise Forsley there. I think if it was her 77 there, one of our pro women. She was up on the right side as Ryder LeBlanc is coming through.
Yeah, Louise led the parade yesterday with our pro women and amateur shootout. And she led for about the first 15 minutes until she started getting picked up by some of the previous rows. But she did take the win in our pro women class yesterday.
Looking forward to seeing when we switch camera angles to that finish for where Tristan Hart, I'm sure, is already working his way up. And Ryder LeBlanc will soon be following suit. But currently, that is Ryder LeBlanc working his way down idle issues.
You know, a lot of people make their first time out here in Johnson Valley for the Southern California desert scene. And yesterday, a good friend of mine and actually one of my Desert Club members joined me and hung out with me for a while. Mike Castro.
There it is. That's Tristan Hart on what is the very end of this. Look at the gnarliness and the steepness of this section. And Ryder LeBlanc is closer than we thought to Tristan Hart. But we'll have to see how this goes. But again, look at that is steep, guys. He is just leaning back on that bike. He's going to give himself a nice little pivot. Yep, try to get moved over so he can have a little bit more of a vantage point to work his way up. Oh, yeah.
Talking about an advantage point, this is a possibility of Ryder LeBlanc to even reel in on our current leader of Tristan Hart. So we'll see.
I'm excited to see. I'm kind of hoping we can get a shot that shows us how close they really are to each other, because Ryder LeBlanc was definitely closer than I thought he was to Tristan Hart coming in. All right, so he's going to kind of set up, find himself on the edge of that rock, and watch the way that he challenges and shifts his body position. Oh, unfortunately, we lost that shot.
There on the other side of Chocolate Thunder, good view on our screen here. Both here at Hammertown in front of our stage. Y'all having a good time out here, our spectators in front? Yeah, welcome. Glad to join us here this weekend for our King of the Motos.
There we go. So Tristan's definitely got that momentum going and working his way up.
I tell you what, Brian, if it was easy, everybody could do it. Not everybody can do it.
There are going to be some of the pro riders that make it to this spot, and it'll be interesting to see if they do it.
Here comes Ryder. Coming on down before he gets to go back up again and jackhammer.
That is 28.
Oh,
so
that's
Ryder's
no Ryder.
already back into Chocolate Thunder. He should be on the finish. That is your Preston.
Preston Bowes plug.
There you go.
Also Husqvarna rider. Yeah, a little bit more yellow on Ryder LeBlanc.
Look at that. He just so simply made it up that little section. So it looks like he's going to have to take a left here. And when he takes that left, then he'll start to be coming back down the uphill that was the finish last year here in Chocolate Thunder.
It was amazing. Last year, Tristan Hart, of course, won the 2025 King of the Motos with a broken hand. It was several weeks off of in the process of being healed. Well, he's quite the animal, no doubt about that. Okay, who's coming down through Rock Salt Valley over here? Let's take a look. Maybe our drone will zoom on in. Catch a number here.
Oh, there we go. That's Ryder the Blonde. Look at Tristan Hart just picking his way through this last section here in Chocolate Thunder. The size of those boulders that he's just maneuvering that motorcycle through. Just finding the right spot to where he can keep himself positioned on the bike so that his weight stays back so that the front of the bike can roll down a little bit. Look at that. There's the PCI flags. He must be right there at the finish line.
It was pretty wild. I was in the staff meeting the other day, all of our volunteers for these checkpoints. Some of these checkpoints will actually have about 5 or 6 friends. They'll be hanging out, keeping track of the time and the position for each of the riders coming through each and every checkpoint to ensure that none of the checkpoints are missed.
Look at that. So even racers and riders like Tristan Hart, the caliber of Tristan Hart, have to get off and walk, and then even make little bobs and like that, where they're going to wind up slipping as they work their way through this. Absolutely insane. So those plaques that are there mean that he is just about back to the sand, and he will be getting the checkered flag when he comes through those down at the bottom. There's the sand. Woo, he's excited. He's got to get the checkered over here. All right. Nice work, Tristan Hart. Here's your 2026 unofficial Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Moto champion for 2026. Of course, they need to pull his GPS. They need to make sure he hit all of the checkpoints, and they need to make sure that he actually hit all of the waypoints. But if that happens, then that is going to be another win for Tristan Hart. He's going to have a 4th win. He's still behind Cody Webb, who has 6, but that could be, unofficially, that is definitely his 4th King of the Motos win. Insane. 15 to 20 minutes faster than they thought what would have been at their fastest time.
Here coming through Rock Salt, that appears to be Ryder LeBlanc leading the parade here, just getting by another rider. Tristan, big old celebration time. We need to play Cool in the Gang celebration time for the Red Bull KTM rider of Tristan Hart. Taking the win.
I think it'd be super cool right now. It looks like we do have Ryder LeBlanc, and he's got a rider behind him. I wonder that could be Max, right? Because we do know that he shoots on-course previews and race rider footage, so he could be following him in, or it could be another racer. So we'll see how this goes, but it looks like that is Max's beta, and he does have a staff vest on. We'll have to see as we get a little bit closer shot.
We have to get a chat with Max in regards to that to see, do you really miss being in the hunt of the competition with the other guys, or are you really enjoying your media position here for King of the Motos?
I think it's probably a yes and. He misses it and he enjoys it.
He's a great guy. I've been good friends with Max for a long, long time. One of my Arizona riders, as a matter of fact. Another rider that we've missed this year, Cooper Abbott. Where's Cooper this year?
Yeah, so unfortunately when the Sherco team in the United States did kind of disband and the distributorship changed in the middle of the year, he was also a Sherco rider that lost his ride, and because of that, he actually started kind of a side team with Kawasaki and kind of doing his own privateer deal. I noticed he was racing some of the West Coast events.
Rider doing a celebration over there. Nicely done, the young rider out of Pennsylvania.
I think he was just trying to turn around so he could point the bike up this hill. Look at that. That is gross. Okay, so this is a very precarious spot. This is where we saw that shot earlier of Tristan Hart. That was extremely vertical, so you can see it's a tight pivot turn they've got to make. Oh, again, a 220-pound motorcycle falling on you in that regard is not fun. Seems like, yep, throttle was stuck a little bit. Turn it off, get it going. Well, it seemed like he had it killed. Now, unfortunately, he's got to do it all over again. Quick pivot turn, and he'll get himself repositioned. Now that is just crazy clutch control because he's really not even using the throttle. He's just letting the bike be in gear and using the clutch to kind of create it so that it could create that traction to pick the front end up and just maneuver it around. Well done, Ryder.
Hey, Brian, how many riders do you believe are carrying recluse clutch components in their motorcycles?
We actually talked about that a little bit earlier about the auto clutches. I would assume that there are a lot of racers that are using recluse parts because they are high-end clutch components. But when it comes to the auto clutch, I don't believe a lot of them will be using auto clutch in hard enduro. I believe the finite control that a lot of these racers need at the clutch, from the clutch for the throttle, an auto clutch wouldn't give them the control that they're looking for.
Well, from the desert racing scene and the Grand Prix, a lot of the bikes are in the four-stroke stature. So what happens is, not only does your transmission oil lube the clutch, but it also provides the lubrication for your four-stroke. So what happens is the oil gets heated up. Heat is one of the biggest nemesises for your clutch components. So with that being said, two-stroke, you have a separate transmission because you don't need you got premix with your oil in the motorcycle and for the engine portion of it. So the transmission by itself, so it's probably less heat being generated with a two-stroke motorcycle compared to a four.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just in the naming of itself, two-stroke versus four-stroke. So for every time that it fires, right, two strokes versus four, it's twice the time for each time through, so it's going to create more heat because of that. But then there's more parts moving, all of that wear. So they really do try to mitigate that with oil and oil coolers and things. But the two strokes are just going to run cooler because of that. Now, a lot of these racers will run fans on their radiators, and so those fans actually suck air through the radiator, so air can come through that radiator at a higher velocity, even when the bike is sitting still. And that allows the bike to kind of have a chance to cool down while sometimes they are moving at very slow speeds, but that the engines, the bike in and of itself is still at a very high temperature.
Nice recovery, Ryder LeBlanc coming back up across that tap pivotal. Their Chocolate Thunder coming back down the other side. So he actually was able to recover that issue of him falling over and tipping the bike completely upside down. Now he's coming back down, heading back toward the finish line area.
I mean, just look how steep that is. You can see off to the right, he's on that left portion now coming back downhill, but that part to the right was just so steep. It's just crazy that these guys have that much bike control and that much ability to act like a goat, where they're just kind of climbing these what seemingly unclimbable areas on their motorcycles.
As we notice on the other side of Chocolate Thunder there, some of the riders going out on their later loops. Of course, the race is finished for Tristan Hart and soon to be for Ryder LeBlanc, but there's a lot of riders out on course still. We have a lot of racing still to go here for our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
Let's see how he does here. Oh, a little bit of speed. Sometimes that's your enemy because in these very steep situations, again, we come back to it's hard to get traction on rocks when there is sand on them. Well, it's also really hard to stop on them when there is sand on them because you may be pulling in your brakes, but if the tire is just slipping on the rock because of sediment or sand, that doesn't mean you're actually going to slow down. So you don't want to go too fast in these situations headed downhill. Actually want to be try to be as precise as possible.
Well, going out on their last lap right now, we got Cody Webb, James Flynn, Brandon Petrie, and Matthew Green are the only riders on that last loop at this present moment in time. Again, I'd like to thank our fine sponsors, Motorcycles and Coffee, Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am.
And that is Ryder LeBlanc getting the checkered flag, his 5 laps at the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos is done. He is probably ready to go sit next to Tristan Hart, hang out for a little bit, take a couple deep breaths, drink some water, eat some food, and enjoy his second place finish. Moved up from third, which he had last year, behind Tristan and Will.
And Cody Webb had to settle for 4th place last year.
He may be settling for a lot less this year, unfortunately. But there's another racer on course. That might be our Matt Green. Let's see if we can see if that's that. Yeah, that looks like that number 4 on the side of that bike.
Sure is. Matt Green, nice individual. I had a good chance of chatting with both him at the riders meeting and our interview yesterday. And we will be seeing him again. I guarantee you that, Brian.
I sure hope so. It seems like Championship Brick Racing has definitely expanded for the way that they're supporting racers and riders this year. They're the ones that helped this South African get here for King of the Motos. Obviously, he's done a Roof of Africa and a couple other hard enduros there in Europe. So this is not, racing hard enduro is not new to him. But in the long run, it'll be very interesting to hear from him what he thought of the terrain here at King of the Motos, which takes place in Johnson Valley, California.
It is now 11:52. We're just about to the 12 o'clock mark here for our Sunday portion of King of the Motos.
This is Matthew Green working his way through that last section there in Chocolate Thunder. He's excited to get his checkered flag. We'll see where his score winds up. Well, there it is, almost that last section. Oh, he's got that last bit to go. Once he gets his all right, he's got his checkered flag, and we've got an interview with Tristan Hart, everybody. Let's hear from our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos champion.
2026 here at King of the Motos winners. You just said 4 wins in a row, but this is unofficial right now for you. But this course was definitely a challenge this year.
In some ways it was a challenge, but in a lot of ways it was actually easier. The first 2 laps were pretty basic. The first lap had 1 tough uphill. The second lap had 1 tough uphill too. And yeah, I was dialed in this year. It wasn't like last year where I had my finger to deal with, and I was just struggling to ride. This year I knew right away that I was just going to go for a push, and yeah, kind of what I did. Made a couple navigation errors. They caught me a couple times, and then I think something happened to Cody, and then all of a sudden there was kind of a big gap, so I just pushed. Had a crash and broke my shifter, so I was kind of stressing for like 30 minutes, and I'm like, oh god, this ain't good. And then yeah, I got here, changed the shifter myself, and then the second lap was all good. Little lonely actually on the second lap. I was a little bored for a bit there, and then we got into these mini laps, and it was a lot of fun. You know, I got to ride with some of the other pros when I was lapping them, and that just made it a little interesting. And then came into this final hill here, and definitely pretty hard. I kind of practiced a similar one, but it was a lot easier in practice. I think they threw rocks everywhere. So yeah, good day all in all. Thanks to FMF, KTM, Red Bull, and big shout out to the Herman and Ursel for watching. If they're watching, hello.
Well, once again, congratulations on this unofficial first place 2 years in a row, back to back. We'll see you later on up at the podiums. But we want you to go over to the stage and chat with our hosts over there and give them some more play-by-play of what you just endured for the day. But once again, congratulations, Tristan Hart.
Thank you.
And Brian and Chris, take it away. Chat with our hosts over there and give them some more play-by-play of what you just endured for the day. But once again, congratulations, Tristan.
That was funny. 2 things to take away. I had a lot of fun riding with the lappers, or my fellow pro riders, when I was lapping them. And 2, what we saw him kind of messing on the left side of his bike, we had assumed that it seemed to be something with a shifter, and that's what he was doing. So I guess
Lost
he did.
his shifter.
Yeah, broke it, lost it, whatever happened there on that first lap, changed it out, went back out. And so that was cool that to kind of get some clarity on what was going on there.
Isn't that a question with shifters? Now, some of the riders will actually put a cable strap from their shifter to the frame, so if they do catch it on a rock, it'll prevent it from breaking off.
Yeah, and a lot of that time, I mean, and it's interesting the way that hard enduro racers think about that kind of stuff, because sometimes it can be even more of a detriment. It's like some of these will choose to put pipe guards on their bike, and some of them won't. And it's because some of them don't want to have to go buy a new pipe. But the pro riders sometimes will be riding so fast that they'll hit something on their pipe. If they have a pipe guard, there's a chance it'll actually break the manifold where the exhaust goes into the engine. So it's kind of this give and take on the way that you use protection on your motorcycle. It's kind of interesting how some of them choose to use certain types of protection and then choose how not to use other kinds. But right now, that looks like we've got James Flynn there on that Beta 300 working his way up to the top of Chocolate Thunder so that he can work his way back down. Well, that is a great example of him trying to set that bike up in a good spot so that he can have traction to just try to attack that very vertical section of this finish line here at Chocolate Thunder. Oh, that was a clinic right there of how to get that bike moving. So smooth. So another chance to kind of just maneuver some rocks around, figure out where he wants to position himself. Just a little bit of weight, some clutch and some throttle, and now a little bit of push.
It's amazing how many different techniques we're going to be seeing going through this section over here.
Yeah, I think with some of the racers that don't have as much trials experience, there's definitely going to be a little bit more push and pull and shove than maneuverability like we're seeing, what we saw from Tristan Hart and what we're seeing now from James Flynn. But now we got a couple more racers coming across to Jackhammer.
Now some of the normal desert trails you would anticipate seeing if you're racing some of the Hare and Hounds or the desert scrambles, as they call them. Some call it hare scrambles. But that's a typical type of terrain you would see for a normal desert race here in District 37 in Southern California. Now, of course, with the hard enduro series, you get up into the rocks and the gnarly canyons, the uphill, downhill, and the off-cambers as well.
Yeah, that looks like it would be Cody Webb, but again, it's kind of tough. Like, he looks like the taller Yamaha rider there. It's tough to see if that's the number 2. And if that is, though, knowing that he was a little bit further behind, I wonder if this is him finishing his 4th lap, and he may actually have one more to go, unless it's Riley Bender who might be finishing up his 5th lap.
It appears to be Cody. Taller stature than Riley. Riley's about 5'9", I believe, 5'8", 5'9". Cody's about 6'2".
Okay, there it looks like James Flynn has made his way up to the top, and he is now working his way back down. But last year, Ryder LeBlond was in 3rd place, and this year he's in 2nd place on his factory Husqvarna. So Ryder LeBlond down at Chocolate Thunder, ready to chat with Pam Hall so we can hear about his experience.
Two spot right now. You have your finisher pin here, but this day was an awesome day for you, obviously being up here in the unofficial number 2 spot. So give us a quick rundown of what you just endured.
Yeah, definitely not what I imagined how I felt the day was going to go, but sometimes that's how it is. I was like, didn't get the best start, and I really struggled the first lap with navigation and kind of got stuck in a battle with Braxton and Cody, and man, Tristan was so far ahead, and then I think I reeled him in up one of the gnarly creeks and then down a gnarly downhill, and got to within a minute after the first lap, and then the whole second lap I was like a minute, just like every time I go by people, they'd be like 30 seconds, a minute. And I was like, oh, I just can't like bridge that gap. I would like go as fast as I could, and then up dead blow, I took some bad lines. I never rode it. Tristan got to ride it a lot beforehand, which is fine. I got to ride the other sections, just kind of and a lot of time on that, and before going into it, I was about a minute back, and somehow coming across the finish, I was like 6 minutes. It didn't feel like I lost that much, but I guess sometimes you can lose a lot of time quickly when you don't even realize it. And then the whole, I don't even know, 3 laps, lap 3, 4, and 5, I was 6 minutes literally the whole time. Every time I crossed the finish, it was like 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Like, I was the same pace, but I just never could catch up to him. And yeah, if I could have cleaned up my first lap and not got caught in the battle with Braxton and Cody for a little bit, just cleaned up my reading of the GPS too, I could have reeled Tristan in, and I definitely think I could have put in a better fight for the win. But yeah, I was just kind of in my own place the whole time, and it was like Tristan said, I got bored out there because it was all on my own those last 3 laps. I luckily saw like some of the guys were lapping, so that made it more fun. But yeah, overall it was pretty good battles. It was around like Cody and them for a little bit, but yeah, fun racing is always a good race. It's fun to follow the GPS, and definitely adds a new challenge and makes all the other ones seem easier as far as navigation goes.
Well, we have quite a few riders that are on their last lap going through these rocks. Those rocks were gnarly. We're sitting here watching you, and Tristan was sitting here watching you go through them, and definitely a great ending to a great race, but congratulations up here in the number 2 spot unofficially.
Thank you very much.
There we have it from Mr. Ryder LeBlond out here unofficially in the number 2 spot, but let's take it back to the studio.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that he said that he was getting bored out there a little bit, but it's because of the fact that there were just times where they were, riding on their own. Do you think you get bored trying to ride in those rocks?
All by your lonesome. It happens. It happens from time. Hey, as we were watching the interview with Pam, great interview, by the way, Pam, and I love having you down there, getting a good chat and catching up all the good stories coming from our finishers. But we saw James Flynn coming in on his finish just then.
Yep.
So good job by the double nickel out of Page, Arizona.
It's interesting to hear Ryder LeBlond talking about if he thought that he could have cleaned up his first lap a little bit, that he might have had a little bit more for Tristan, because he said as he was kind of coming through those laps that his times weren't really that far off. He was just always kind of in that 5, 6, 7 minutes behind him. So to kind of have that awareness is good, but you just got to turn it on earlier, apparently, even in hard enduro.
Well, we're seeing a lot of maturing coming out of Ryder LeBlond. He was just a teenager just a couple of years ago, and he's still a youngster, but he's maturing, and here he is. 3rd place last year, 2nd place this year. Some of the best in the business.
Okay, so we've got another racer at the finish line ready to get their 3rd place interview. Let's figure out who got 3rd place and is going to be standing on the podium, the 2026 King of the Motos.
All right, now here with our unofficial third place, Matt Green. I'm just sitting here talking to you about the rocks, and you, Tristan said you told him you were going to stay on it the whole entire time through, and you did. But I mean, your first time at King of the Hammers. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been such a cool weekend, Pam. Like, insane what goes on here. The cars have impressed me the most, but nice race. I enjoyed it yesterday, especially. Today was cool as well, so stoked to finish third.
I know, I mean, to be at third place, though, out here for your first time, these rocks are pretty gnarly. I mean, how would you have trained for this, not being out here at Hammers before?
Pam, I think there's a lot more that I needed to get sorted before trying to train for the race. I mean, I'm here on a borrowed bike, luckily from friend Dave. He let me ride his bike for this year, actually. And I've had to piece everything together. I brought my own suspension, and it's gone well. I've ended up with quite a cool team. We've got Bonsai over there, who's my mechanic. He's become my mechanic now. He's a retired veteran. And then we got Matt Adams, who's part of the Champion Brick Racing team. I've been under their tent. And then Billy, who's a man who lives in Vegas. He's been looking after me, cooking for me, and we've had fun. It's been an experience.
Well, I know we've already talked about you have to leave. You don't get to see the big cars, but I just have to say, right now it's all about you up here in that third position unofficially, and it was awesome to see you going on this track for the first time. Welcome. Hopefully we see you back here again.
Yeah, thanks. I've enjoyed it. I think I'll try and come back next year. I'll bring some friends next time as well, and we'll stay for the week.
All right, well, once again, congratulations to Matt Green, unofficially in that number 3 spot out here for his first time at King of the Hammers, King of the Motos.
Sweet. Cheers, everyone.
Man, again, you got a chance to chat with him. We've been able to see him ride all these times. It's so cool to see him right now. Again, it is unofficial because they've got to check all the GPS, but in that third place position.
For the very first time coming to King of the Motos, outstanding job by the young South African rider. 24 years young, and big smiles, and didn't look too beat up either.
He didn't. He did have a lot of energy, didn't he?
Right.
Him, Ryder, and Tristan. Yeah. I think that they were thinking that Justin was really going to throw more of the kitchen sink at him, and it seems like maybe it was just the garage sink. It wasn't the full kitchen sink.
Well, you know, Justin was saying between 3 to 3.5 hours. Well, Tristan finished in less than 3 hours.
This is just absolutely insane to see that. And then I noticed as we were watching, we saw Matt Green, we saw Cody Webb there picking his way down the finish there. So it'll be interesting to see how he finished up with whatever, you know, with his 5th lap and how his time's going to put him. Of course, earlier we saw James Flynn finishing up. Hopefully those will be other racers and riders that we get a chance to talk to and hear how their day went. I, of course, want to hear from Cody at this point, especially about that, whatever went on with the peg bracket.
Well, we'll get a chance to talk with James Flynn as well. So we'll try to fill up our activity this afternoon while our amateur riders are, and a couple of our pro riders are still finishing up, but we'd like to get a chance to have some interviews and fill up our void, this not necessarily void, but fill up the time here this afternoon.
Yes, for the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee, King of the Motos, always excited to be a part of King of the Hammers. This is a great way to kick off such an amazing time out here in Johnson Valley. But when it comes down to King of the Hammers, some of the big sponsors that are helping us put this weekend on are Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am. So if you've got a chance to either check out some of the vendors once those start going, or just make sure you go check them out on either the social medias or check out their website, see what products they may have that can make your life a little bit better or a little bit easier. That obviously would help support the sport that you are enjoying. And it sounds like Pam has another interview. Chris, I'm excited to see who it is and what we can learn.
I would bet it's a double nickel. We'll see here. Look at the skill of some of these riders.
All right, here with Cody Webb. Cody Webb, you're no stranger
start
to being on a
depleting
podium
little
here
bit.
at King of the Motos, but this weekend it's not happening. But you had a little bit of an issue, so give us a rundown.
Yeah, we had a pretty big issue that first lap. We went down spooters, and I think it's outer limits, maybe on the way back, but like first lesson, I ran hard, but I think it was the final straw. that took out my whole foot peg. So it actually, foot peg didn't break, it actually broke at the mount. So then I had just a nub for the whole rest of that first lap, and the intensity was high, and I was really struggling to ride without being able to stand or like weight that outside peg. So we came in here at the radio, at the check, I just like yelled on the radio guy. I'm like, radio in, I don't have a left foot peg mount. I have no left foot peg, like, let him know. So they had a heads up, and you know, we didn't have the spare bike up here, so they had to bomb all the way back to Hammertown, rob it off the backup bike, and then I had everything off by the time. We got a battle coming in the finish right now.
Yes, we do.
But I had everything ready, so by the time they got back here, I was able to throw the peg on and the mount and get back out there, and maybe, I don't think I was outside the top 15, but I definitely had to claw my way back up, and I don't even know where I finished, but I never gave up, so.
Oh, we have a lot of action going on right here. We'll finish this interview out, but let's talk about what this guy's going through.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of line options in this final downhill right now, and Quinn has to like really risk it all to get around the Cabello right now. Oh my gosh. I don't know what he's gonna do because it's so narrow. Oh!
All right, well, we have two bikes down, and the whole crowd's going after it, but I mean, you were literally bombing
Now
at
they're
the...
exhausted though now, look at them. They're like this bike, oh, his whole front fender just came off too. Oh, the guy in third place guy's gonna catch up past both of them now.
I mean, you just came off the course exhausted, and now I'm having you commentate what's going on here at the finish.
I'm in good shape right now. I got to rest for a bit this race. Oh my God, he's gonna throw it all the way down.
Well, I guess that's already hammered, right? Both of these guys are like, forget it, the bikes are toast, right? All right, I'm gonna let Cody Webb finish watching this, but you guys, there's an awesome battle going on over here, so let's take it back to the studio.
I didn't look like that, did I?
Oh my gosh, Christopher, watching Koala and Quinn just go ahead and toss their bikes down to see if they can get that. That is absolutely insane. Of course, he's just trying to get there. He's trying to get that Bulletproof Designs KTM across the finish line, but so does Quinn. Quinn wants to get that Rhea Hue across, and then it looks like we've got 110 there. I believe another one of the Bulletproof Designs racers trying to get through. Oh, and then there he goes. He's got it. Oh, that was absolutely Koalo Huddy literally throwing that bike across the finish line.
That was Ryder Guest on the 110 coming through there. But I was hoping that Cody would continue on with Pam because they were adding some great color to the excitement coming here at the finish line area.
That was great. It is not very, you could just tell that Quinn is just hurting right now. Missing that front tire. Of course, Ryder Guest's wheel is on his, so it's keeping him from going, and he just wanted to get Koalo Huddy so bad. But you could tell he is exhausted. But yes, having Pam and Cody right there commentating was actually quite amazing.
Yeah, as Quinn goes across with about only 95% of his motorcycle.
Yeah, unfortunately that front fender came off. You know, being that 2026 Ryahu is kind of new to the States, I wonder how many extra parts they have and how long it might be before he gets another front fender.
You know, I think for marketing issues, they should have called it a bull taco.
Oh, well. I don't get paid to make those decisions, so I'm going to stay out of it. Oh, man, so that is the carnage that Justin wanted to see with this finish line here. Last year, we saw quite a few different finishes being determined as they were going up this, and now we're seeing finishes being determined as they're going down this section here at Chocolate Thunder. Oh no, another rider there over the front end. That is 777. So Kamakana there on that Bulletproof Designs KTM. Just gnarly, let's be honest.
Mind you, Brian, the action we're seeing right near at the finish line area, these are still pros coming through. We need to still see some of our A riders, our B riders, our C riders coming through to try to navigate through this. The action is about to unfold.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely get some A racers through here, but honestly, like there may be one or two B racers that make it, maybe that are A level and just choose to still kind of be learning there in the B class. But I don't think we'll see any of our C riders or majority of our intermediates get to finish all 5 laps. And if they do, good on them. You know, some might call them sandbaggers, but in the long run, maybe not. We'll see.
Well, as always, Justin Lineweber doing an outstanding job of course planning, and he comes out here. He knows all these trails so well, like the back of his. In fact, he's named half of these obstacles that we see in front of us here for the King of the Motos.
I want to know how Justin plans on stepping it up, because it does sound like Tristan and some of the other riders wanted more and could handle more. And so I'm hoping that he's already kind of got that thought process working in the back of his head of how can I continue to increase the difficulty? How can I make it more technical? How can I truly challenge the pro racers in hard enduro here at King of the Motos?
Well, just like we were talking about Ryder LeBlanc being on the edge of being a mature rider in this group, Justin Lineweber also maturing in being a course planner and organizer and our race director. Nice view coming down through Jackhammer. A couple riders through the easy section there. The easy section of Jackhammer, by the way.
I wonder if it has to be one of those situations where, again, we know that Justin Lineweber is a very good racer, raced hard enduro for a long time, even in the pro class for some of the enduro crosses. But at some point where there just is a time where the lines that he's going to have to choose for the pro racers are lines that he can't ride. That it has to evolve past what a race director could actually complete on their own, because at some point they're obviously outriding the ability and expectation of these racers. So it's going to be interesting to see how that continues to evolve. I know that having Quinn Winsel, he puts on a race. We were talking about Joe Nemeth. He puts on a race, and he was even talking about, too, how sometimes when some of the lines that he chooses, he is very interested to see how a line that he's ridden and put in a race and then watches some of those pro racers go through, because they ride it very different than he did. Sometimes they might even ride it a little bit slower than he has in the past. But again, race pace, sometimes you're just going to be attacking a little bit less than you would be if you were totally fresh and new to a line. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how it continues to evolve.
Yeah, it appears Cody Webb did come in 6th place. So still, well, we'll have to check for our official timing afterwards.
Yeah, unofficially for sure at this point, because there's a lot going on.
James Flynn will be in that 4th spot. 5th spot going to Brandon Petrie.
Brandon Petrie on that beta. He did really good last year as well. Let me see, Ryder Guest, you said, was at number 110. He's through at 3 hours and 8 minutes. Boogie Rivera, 2:58. I wonder how many laps he's through right now on our race today.
Koala Huddy appears to be in that 7th spot.
And it looks like all the racers that have finished 14 checks, and we see Boogie and Makana both have 13. So once we see that 14th check, I wonder if that's either the finish or a checkpoint that they have out on course. If that's the case, they may be coming in to finish up. So again, that would be 2 A racers that would even be under 4 hours here at King of the Motos.
Yep, amazing performance by both Makana Barger and Boogie Rivera, our top riders from yesterday for our amateur program, as our top amateurs here today.
So, Chris, we saw Tristan Hart get that win. Obviously, things are a little unofficial, but before he got that win, we had a chance to go catch up with Tristan Hart, and we put together a little piece so that we could all learn about what he was thinking about and how he was riding as he was getting ready to come in to King of the Motos this year.
Hey guys, Tristan Hart. I ride for Red Bull FMF KTM. We're here at 2026 King of Motos. Yeah, we're here at the first race. Been really good, healthy, somewhat ready, and pretty fired up to get going.
It was leftover breakfast, rice, chicken, sausage, egg, asparagus. Not bad.
It's always cool to wing this race because it's one of the most exposure races in the United States, kind of like our Anaheim one of hard enduros. I mean, we got Cody, the guy just never slows down, so it's not easy, and you got Ryder who's really fast, and then a bunch of other kids that are just hungry. To go fast, you have to really hang it out. There's just so many rocks, everything is moving out there, and the slower you go, the more of a beatdown it is, and if you can carry a little bit more speed, it's smooth. To get that, it's scary though, because you gotta hang it out and be going fast. If you take a digger out here, it's just rock everywhere. So the faster I can get comfortable out there on race day and push it and get in a flow, the better.
Chris, the more I can feel comfortable and push it, the better. I think he did that.
Well, we were talking about momentum is so important, carrying through from one obstacle to the next. And every time you stop, picking up the pieces to be able to move forward again becomes more and more difficult.
I do not disagree with that statement at all.
So, yeah, nice clip from Cody, from Tristan. And Tristan, on top of that, plowing some food into his mouth. Energy is so important as well. Some of these guys at checkpoints will come in and quickly eat an energy bar, and they're constantly digging into their hydration systems.
Yeah, a lot of them. So these guys will use different types of glucose or dextrose kind of carb drinks in their bladder. So not only will they have some form of electrolytes in there, but they'll also have some form of carbohydrates that they can make sure that they're consuming. I personally enjoy using gels as well, but if that's, again, sometimes they don't want to spend that extra 15, 30 seconds at a time where they maybe stop to try to get in a gel. So if they can have liquid carbs in their bladder and use that, that's one way to do it for sure. But again, only 2.5 hours out there on the course, which if they were planning for that, it's not too bad. They could be drinking liquid carbs the whole time and probably be pretty good. I do know a lot of these racers use a product called Tailwind in their bladder and hydration system. Again, great product. It comes mixed with some carbohydrates and some electrolytes there. So they just mix that into their bladder with some water, and they suck on that the entire time they are racing, and they get in not only hydration, but those electrolytes and carbohydrates.
Of course, unofficial, Tristan Hart taking the win. Ryder LeBlanc coming in second. Third place being that our South African rider of Matthew Green. Coming through. How many riders have? We have quite a few that have completed now already. Of course, Riley Bender coming in at 11th spot, it appears. Next 14th checkpoint will be 10th place. Kamana Kana on the 777 will come in at 10th overall. 8th place appears to be Quinn Winsel. And 9th place will be Ryder Guest on the 110. 5th place being that of Brandon Petrie.
I love what we're seeing on screen right now. That comes down to the whole navigation thing. One rider thought it was more of a hard left. Another rider was like, well, all the other tracks are going this way, and I know I'm not in the lead, so I'm going to keep following these tracks. And then they just kind of found themselves at some point, so it was pretty funny to see. All right, I'm going to take a break. Miles is going to come in and relieve me. I'm going to get some lunch, and then Mr. Chris Johnson, you'll get a break after that, and we're going to do our thing. Thank you, Miles.
Miles Hasselquist been over there. Yeah, he's one of the residents here at Hammertown for the last 3 weeks. Helped set up this entire city in the middle of the desert. So Miles really come into his own, part of the entire program here for King of the Hammers. So Miles getting a little coaching on the yellow brick right now from Brian Pierce and I, we've been we're 5 years, both of us. We've worked together for 4. 1 year Brian worked by himself with Ricky Johnson, another year for myself with Ricky Johnson, and then we picked up the pieces, and we've been together for the last 4. So good time. And Miles Hasselquist, getting ready to put the headset on. There you go. He's putting his own tablet in front of us. Hey, Miles, welcome to our nightmare, man. How's it going, brother?
It's not a nightmare, buddy. It's been a great time watching everything get thrown down. And, man, what a great way it was to go this morning. I was able to watch it from the start line this morning. It was incredible to watch the pros just get out there and go. And they make it look so easy. And then they were 5 wide, and then it went to the amateurs that were 20 wide. And the first couple groups made it through, and then they started stacking up. And then probably about by the 5th row, they're already 20 stuck in there, 20 more come in. It was amazing.
Melee.
Yeah,
Melee right in front of
crazy.
us. And you always hear, King of the Motos, it's so crazy. Well, I've said this about 7 or 8 times already this year. If it was easy, everybody could do it.
Yeah, no doubt. But the highlight of the morning for me, and it sounded like the crowd, is that 12-year-old kid. Man, when he would his dad was helping him pull the bike up, and every time he'd move or go a few feet up, the crowd went wild. It was just so cool to see that, and everybody helping, and it was fun.
Now, you've been with King of the Hammers for, 18 years now?
This is my 18th year coming to King of the Hammers. It'll be my, 15th year a part of the live show. So been a pretty good run, and we'll see where it goes.
Wow. And you've matured in so many different avenues here, learning all these different things. Now, you put that to work as well for the rest of the year. Where else do you go, man?
We got a jam-packed season with Ultra 4 USA. I'll travel the entire year, and it's on our Ultra 4 USA website. I'm kind of crunched into KOH mode right now, so don't have the new schedule memorized, but we're going back to Moab. We're going back to Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Crandon, and, man, it's going to be a busy but fun year. And I love all of off-road. I'm just still a huge fan and lucky enough to be up here and doing it with you guys.
You ever get a chance to go home?
I'm going to sneak home tomorrow, and actually I got to check in my flight here in a little bit. I got my alarm set. So
talking about home, where is it, Miles?
Just outside of Kansas City, Paola, Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
So born and raised there, but then travel the U.S. and down to Baja and just chase the off-road dream.
Wow, incredible! What a life! And so many people don't realize. I travel a lot as well. I don't put as many miles as you do, but you fly a lot as well too, don't you?
I would actually rather drive, except for I drove here to California for the 6-week stint, so I can bring the Jeep, golf cart, and camper and all the good stuff. But during the regional races, I try to drive just so you have your own stuff.
It's a dedication, and like I say, people really don't realize. I do anywhere between 22 to 30 big events a year myself, and I put about 30,000 miles on, and it's dedication, no doubt about that. And you got to set the time away from doing everything else on your regular life just to be able to do this.
But, yeah, it's definitely a balance, and it all works out.
But here, back to our race in action. Great congratulations to Tristan Hart, and I don't see any problems as far as the scoring is concerned with him being our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos champion.
What's this, his 4th win, if I remember right?
This will be his 4th win,
if
correct.
It all sticks out, what an incredible. And his interview was kind of funny just because he said it wasn't that difficult. There was a couple tricky spots, and I'm watching, and I could barely walk up what they're riding.
Well, and I walked up there on Friday, and I'm hiking all over the place, and it is, I tell you what, especially if you have to stop. The tail end of Chocolate Thunder, when they're coming down toward the finish line area, to go back up through those rocks and then back down through that really narrow section, we're going to start seeing all sorts of really exciting action there at the finish. I don't know.
That last little loop right there in the bottom of Chocolate Thunder is incredible. When Pam and Cody were having their little interview, and they're just literally chucking their bikes down. It was insane.
Well, I was hoping that they continue on because Cody's actually putting a lot of humor to this.
Oh, yeah. I've chatted with him a few times, and he's definitely one of those great ones out there. shootout, and I heard some Russians chatting away, and I don't speak any Russian. They spoke some broken English, and we were BSing about everything, and yeah, just seeing all the different people coming around is pretty cool.
It's interesting, and people don't realize we have people coming from all over the world to volunteer to be a big part of our King of the Hammers and King of the Motos events. And I was chatting with a bunch of really nice people from Australia, and they make it. This is like their 5th or 6th year now. Coming, they do a 3 or 4 week vacation to come to the United States to come here to be part of the King of the Hammers and King of the Motos.
It's pretty incredible. Yeah, we'll have over 200 volunteers out on course off and on throughout the entire event, and it takes. There's so many working parts behind the scenes to make it happen. It's really cool to see it all come together.
I can't even imagine if Dave Cole, 21, 22 years ago, thought that it would become this huge event that
I
we've
don't
seen
think
in front of us.
anybody would have ever thought of that, but now that it's here and it keeps growing every year, we were chatting last night. Dave showed me the circuit, the secret third lap for the 4400 class, and it was, and we were just chatting about everything. And he's like, ticket sales are up. The 20th annual King of the Hammers is looking bright. Hit big smile on his face, and again, just proud to be a part of it.
One thing. And it's so important, especially for those of you planning to come out for King of the Hammers this next week. One thing, no fireworks, and no guns being shot here in Hammertown. It is totally off limits.
Or in Johnson Valley. It's
Johnson
illegal
Valley
in California.
That's correct. So no fireworks and no guns being shot. Don't even think about bringing them. Well, bring your guns for protection if you need to, as long as you have a gun permit for it. But in the meantime, please no firing of fireworks or firearms.
Yeah, I've seen a few pop out the other night, but I think everybody's kind of self-policing and helping everything run as smooth as it can. And I know Roxy's open over there. She's selling all the King of the Hammers merch. I got a nice little swag bag a couple days ago, and they did a great job. They've got hats, they've got hoodies, they've got T-shirts, they've got socks, coolers, stickers. I mean, they've got it all.
Was that over at the front gate?
Yep. That's at the main gate,
main
right
gate,
here in
yes.
Hammertown.
Yeah, we went there the other day, and there was nobody there.
Yeah, I drove by
cars.
earlier on the way back, and there was a line. So
Okay, very good.
they're starting to sling the things. So we're back to rock salt. So I believe we had 28 pros. Do you know how many amateurs took off this morning? I'm going to say 125 or so.
That's about right. No, a little bit more than that.
Yeah, because I think we were just shy of 200. So
No, a little bit over 200
Oh,
now.
really?
Yes.
Nice.
Last minute signups. I believe it was 203 or 204. Last year was 123. So
I'm
quite an increase of participants.
So our timing is on Moto Tally, and just kind of looking at it again, unofficially, it's Tristan Hart, Ryder LeBlanc, Cody Webb, James Flynn, Koala Huddy, Ryder Guest, and Brandon Petrie. So far, again, unofficial until we dot our I's and cross our T's. We'll get all our information from Yellow Brick. And if you're watching on the King of the Hammers YouTube, make sure you get that premium package. You get to see all the behind-the-scenes, extra camera angles, no commercials, and it's a great way to watch. Got a lot of people watching. We were just shy of 2,000 earlier when I was catching up with everything, and a lot of comments going through. So let us know where you're coming from or where you're watching from, and we'll try to give you a little bit of a shout-out.
A little bit of rundown. These riders have not quite gone to the finish yet. They've completed to some of the lower checkpoints, but here it is. Makana Barger and Boogie Rivera are top two. Devin Stevenson, Philip Kirk, Justin Elworth in fifth place. Cole Clarkson, Aiden Marichek in seventh. Brandon Bird and Ryan Odom in ninth. Maxwell Wiggin and Carlos Ernesto Yaman Santos in the 11th spot.
I'm glad you said that name.
Well, Pam and I were talking about that. Our most difficult part of our job is pronunciation.
Oh, for sure. So I spend a lot of time for the Ultra 4 and King of the Hammer side, and I build my own spreadsheets. I spend way too much time. But I will misspell their name in my sheet the way I would read it.
The way it sounds.
Yep.
Correct. Riley Reagan Riley in the 12th spot. Kieran Kelso. Now, mind you, our accounts of all of the results are unofficial until they're official. So we always got to say that just to make sure everybody doesn't, oh yeah, well, you know, that darn Chris and that darn Miles, they said this and it should have been. Well, it couldn't have been sometimes. Back to 13th spot, Kyron Kelso, Johan Pespich in 14th, Tegan Warnock and Casey Kostecki in 16th, Hayden Guest and Gavin Capelli in 18th, Serge Nurses in 19th, Garrett Nanos in 20th, Ethan Hutchinson and James Hensley round up our top 22. That's our A riders at this particular point in time.
Looks like Greg's tuned in from Lake Tahoe. We got Nate, Corey, and part of Team Indiana, tuning in. They'll be heading this way here early next week to come do a little racing with us for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries.
Our Vet 30 finishers at this point, not finishers yet, currently in this up to checkpoint 12. Nick Hatcher, Tyler Kincaid, Brandon Wakefield, Josh Priggin, Garrett Carlson, that's our top 5. Chris Reisner, Zach Hammond, Rue Mayer, Cody Bospies, and Max Gurgethsky, that's our top 10. Ryan Boardman, Mitch Critter, Dagan Anderson, Alsen, Adam Konech, that's our top 15. And 16th will be Jared Short. That's our 30-plus riders.
It's a lot of riders out there. How many different classes are there? Probably 15, 20?
Let's see. Let's count real quick. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23.
Yeah, all right, that's a pretty good spread there, and it gives somebody, anybody could come out here and go riding with King of the Motos, presented by Motorcycles and Coffee.
Okay, let's see your top B riders at this particular point in time. Grayson Ingolby would be our B leader. Dylan Ewan, Caden Hatcher, that's our top 3. Franklin Lopez, Jeremy Rosales, Gustavo Sanchez, that's our top 6. Ethan Surrey, Zachary Eaton, and Mark Gerloff, that's our top 9. 10th place to 12, it's Bryce Lockerman, Caleb Vincent, and Javier Carrillo. And then our last, they're DNFs as far as I can see. Okay, that is our list of our top B riders.
And I'm looking at Yellow Brick right now, and it's just incredible how spread out they are on this 5-mile course. 5-mile course is some pretty grueling, well, not the Tristan Hart, but it's a pretty grueling course out there for these guys and gals out there.
Now, interesting to find out.
Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Who's that over there, Miles?
Chuck Crossland. You want to come up and say hey, buddy?
Any side, man. They both work. Oh, either or. Miles could talk across the way here.
So we got Chuck Crossland hopping in the booth. How we doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, Miles? Yeah, the new one's over there.
All right, I was looking for it. Yeah, you stepping up from 4,800 class up to the 4,400 class, and it's going to be exciting to see what you can do.
We'll see. Just took a little cruise.
All right. Do you have any rollover beverages yet?
No.
Not yet. Okay.
No, I left them home.
I'm sure somebody's got one for you.
I'm hedging the bets.
All right. No, actually, I do have an extra one. It's been sitting on the dirt all week, so.
Nah.
I'll
That's
shake
better
it
than
for you.
most. Normally they're about a year old. How are these guys doing?
They're doing great. The winners finished, I'm going to say 30, 45 minutes ago. Trishan Hart took the overall unofficial win for now, and I think we've got about 7 across the finish line out of over 200.
Wow.
And they're up Chocolate Thunder. Have you been up to the start line yet?
Yeah, I just ran over.
Did you see that white lap they have right there at the end?
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, no, these guys are, they're a different breed of cat.
Yeah, and we're watching it right now. We have another few competitors.
So I got distracted yesterday while
Really?
dealing with the car. I know, shocker. What was 12 or 14-year-old girl
12,
yesterday?
there was a 12-year-old boy for sure, and I don't remember how old the young gal was.
I think she's 14 or 15.
Yeah. How'd they end up? The 12-year-old was doing, the boy was doing good there.
He's on 85 big wheel.
Yeah,
Wow.
little bitty guy, and just plugging along and watching them at the start, father son, and
Right.
and the dad he'd park his bike, help him up the hard stuff, and he'd take off, and the dad would try to chase him down, and
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool to see.
Yeah, I had seen some of the updates on that. Yeah.
So you just getting rolled in today?
Yep.
Nice.
Only 3 days late, but you know.
Yeah, well, that's par for the course for you.
New car assembly blues.
Well, you're getting here, so I'm gonna leave.
Exactly, right? Now it's time to go. But yeah, no, I just want to come say hi and see what's going on.
And so you're just kind of getting settled in and getting ready for the big event, huh?
Yep, gonna shock tune with Phil tomorrow and try to figure out how to drive that car.
Yeah. And do you still have the 4800 car?
I do.
Is it here?
No.
'Cause
Nope,
you
I
knew
wasn't
yourself.
putting that on myself. Nope. We're probably gonna race both of them in NorCal.
All right, nice.
So, yeah, I've got some plans for that. Might throw the daughter in it. We'll see.
Ooh.
Really rile everyone up there.
And see how fast that car can really go. Huh?
Exactly. Well, we've always said that. It's if you're not paying to fix it, you're faster.
Yeah, something like that.
Awesome. All right, guys.
All right, buddy. Well, always
Sounds good.
always
I'll
good
catch up with
seeing
you
you. And
later.
yeah, we'll catch up.
Sounds
so
good.
Chuck Grosson, he'll be racing in the 4400 Race of Kings.
Nice
here in a
meeting you,
couple
Chuck.
weeks.
Hey, looking at our top masters, our 60-plus masters, Steve Moore, now qualifying yesterday, he almost didn't finish. He finished in 6th, but he is currently our leader in our 60-plus masters. Stephen Thraxton on the number 964 will be in 2nd. Brett Thompson, 162 in 3rd. Steve Milan, number 910 in 4th. Cameron Carlson, 361 in 5th. And 6th spot will be James Stoddard on the 1963. I wonder if the 1963 is his birth date.
Could be.
I bet,
Yeah, I like it.
I'll be God, Miles, it's so crazy. I'll be 68 here in a couple weeks.
Well, you're doing all right.
Where's the time gone, brother? Hey, well,
Time flies when you're having fun.
Let me do a quick little PSA. I did one yesterday, but for those of you that are just coming on board, about 4 years ago, I was announcing the 24-hour Glen Helen, and stretched it out, and I was up for 36 hours. I didn't drink any water for 36 hours. Didn't drink anything. I ate like crap, and I pushed, and lo and behold, I'm driving back home, and something wasn't right. My left hand didn't work. My fingers were tingling. I didn't have a headache or wasn't dizzy, but so I said a couple things and I mumbled. I go, ooh, that don't sound
not
good. So I turned back around and went to Kingman Hospital and said, yeah, you got yourself a little blood clot, and it caused a TIA, which is a mild stroke. So, hey, I stopped the travel. I stopped the progression of it by I took a couple aspirin and drank a bottle of water right away, and it stopped it right there. So that was good. I changed my healthcare providers 2 years later.
All right.
And I changed it. My new doctor, awesome doctor, and I just thank God every day for the man. He's opening up my folder and he goes, yeah, you got a funny EKG from 2 years ago. We need to look into this thing. Ran a bunch of tests, and yeah, your heart's good, your valves are good, and you got a little bit of arterial sclerosis, maybe 10% buildup of plaque in one of your arteries, but for the most part, that part of you is okay. But
good to hear.
You have an enlarged aorta. And it's like, take, for example, you blow up a balloon so many times, you can only blow it up so many times. So the actor John Ritter went on stage, probably 20 years ago, I'm thinking, and he fell, and he died right there. He had an aortic aneurysm, is what it's called. Well, that's what I had. I had an aortic aneurysm that was ready to blow. So they open heart surgery a year ago in September, and
Well, it looks like you're doing all right.
Hey, Miles, I had no symptoms, and I feel the same now as I did before, but at least my aorta's not going to blow up. You know, I got a pig aorta. I'm just saying this to all of my friends 40 years and older. Please, get your annual physicals. Make a point. In fact, right now, here we are on Sunday. If you do not have your annual physical taken care of, make an appointment tomorrow. And then come back and some of my racing events down the road, you see me and go, you know what, Chris? That was a good suggestion because they found something. And I'm just saying this, it doesn't hurt to get a physical, but it hurts if you need something and you didn't find out about it. So God bless, and please, everybody, get your annual physicals. And I want you to be around next year for King of the Motos.
Better safe than sorry, that's for sure.
Miles, do you get your annual physicals?
Not yet. I probably should.
Okay, here. There's one thing I get to do, and I don't get to do it that often, but when I do it, I take pride in doing it. Hold on a second.
I'll get on it, just for you, Chris.
Love you, man, and that's so important. What I just did, I just went up and punched Miles in the arm.
It'll remind me. Tomorrow morning.
It's all good stuff, man. Yeah, you're going home. That's right. So you get to go home.
Going to sneak home for a couple days and reset, see the wife and kids, and come back out here and get ready for the big event for the 2026 Griffin Radiators King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries. But right now is the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
Our A 40-plus riders. This is the list of where they stand at this particular point in time. Joshua Rimple on the 223. Evan Ask on the 93. Bradley Clark on the 123. The 171 is Matthew Weiland. Mosh Bismuth, number 217. That'll be in the 5th spot. Wayne Dickert, one of my Arizona boys. He's running 6th place right now, number 305. Jason Clark, number 41. Casey Pitt, number 113 in 8th. 9th place is J.J. Bergen. Brian Burton is in 10th place on the 134. Billy Robertson, 158 in 11th. Brian Otten, number 878 in 12th place. Keith McCreen on the 822 on number 13. And Ben Jamin Bowers, running 14th on the 907. Juan Rojas, number 919 in 15th spot. And then our riders, DNF, will be Steve Schumann, David Craig, Jacob Edwards, Matt Adams, and John Hoffman.
Looks like we're getting back to the bottom of outer limits. One of our competitors out there cruising along. Have a nice little easy section back into the rocks. And we need to give a huge shout out to Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be able to put on the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos.
Well, our super senior A riders in their current position right now, the 717 is Alden Anderson leading the parade there. Dave Dalling, 540 in 2nd. Eric Turville, number 100 in the 3rd spot. Jason Smith in 4th on the 427. Sean Tetcher, 71 in 5th spot. Shane Reed in 6th on the 624. Brett Fazio in 7th on the 801. In DNF at this point, Philip West, Kevin Driver, and Taylor Dupras.
And I heard of one medical issue yesterday, but I haven't heard any today. Have you?
I haven't heard any
Which is
either.
always good to see because, man, these dirt bike dudes are pretty insane what they go up and down. But thanks to Andy and Rescue 3 to help everybody stay safe and sound. And it looks like that may be Gene Derrick coming through, grabbing the finish. Should be within the top 10 in the pro class.
Our pro women currently standing right now. No surprise here. The 776, Louise Forsley beating lead. She took the win yesterday. She led our amateur program yesterday, so-called prologue, we used to call them. And she led for the first 13 or 14 minutes, if I can recall.
Because they had like a 2-minute gap, if I remember right.
Correct.
Yep.
In second place would be Katie Hall-Leah. And the other 4 are DNS, Magali LaRoe, Rebecca Jean, Hannah Olson, and Pebs Maldora. Madalora.
There you go.
Madalora, there we go.
And we got a lot of other stuff going on when King of the Hammer starts kicking up. We have daily demos. We have Vanquish products in our RC crawler course. Amped Electric Ultra 1 will be going down Chocolate Thunder off and on all week. We have the Overland Outpost. And we have the Yukon Gear and Axle 20th anniversary party after power hour of the qualifying for Race of Kings. That'll be Wednesday afternoon. That'll be kind of a fun street style fair, and we'll have all our racers out there having the cars parked and just kind of celebrate what is the 20th annual Griffin Radiators King of the Hammer, powered by Optima Battery.
PCI Race Radios right next to the King Off-Road Racing Shop. And Toyota down the line. Hold on a sec.
And speaking about PCI, they've been set up for a couple days, getting everybody dialed in. And that Thursday at high noon, you can go there and get your pre-run flag, which you do have to go pre-running, and get that GPS file to see what is this year's course.
One of our vendor sponsors that was here this weekend, Scott, he had to take off just a little bit ago. No Toil. You can check it out, No Toil online. And it's pre-oiled air filter systems. So they come complete, already pre-oiled, in a bag, ready to go. You can put them right into your motorcycle without having to get the oil all over your hands.
Yeah, that's handy. Because I've seen people, they put it in trash bags, put the oil in it, swish it around, and it makes a mess.
And all it takes is one little imperfection on that oiling. You have a weak point on the oil that will not collect the dust. So let the dust go through and, of course, do some damage to your motorcycle.
Got a nice little battle on the top of rock salt. It is extremely tough to tell who's who out there on course.
Well, and
you and Brian have done an amazing job, but man, it's tough for me.
Well, and we have 5 different loops, and what happens is quite a few of the loops comes back onto the previous loop and ties in. One of them actually crosses course of another loop, so we do have some possible situations that could melee. But check out, that was some good off-camber footage on the drone. Now, Miles, it blows my mind, the awesome coverage of our drone coverage here.
Oh, the Hammer King Productions does an amazing job. I've been with them since 2012. That's where I first hopped on a mic and slowly grew my career to what it is now. And to see what it was then and to what it is now, like you're talking the drones. I remember 6-8 years ago, Dan Campbell was our producer back then, and drones were just coming out. And he's like, drones are, they're nothing. Helicopter footage is the best ever. And now look, I mean, we will have a couple helicopters during King of the Hammers, but the drone coverage is absolutely amazing. I think we'll have 10 drones out on course during the rock races and the desert race. And we have 30 Starlinks that get deployed with all the camera guys. It's absolutely amazing. And then don't forget all the onboard coverage. I'm kind of surprised we don't have any on board with some of these bikers, because I remember the Baja 1000 Reuter, I can't remember his name, but he had live streamed the entire time.
Maybe we'll have to pursue getting some more online coverage, on-track coverage for next year.
Yeah.
Something to look forward to. But in the meantime, and a couple times I've seen some of our view, and phenomenal views. I mean, Johnson Valley all the way over Hammertown as well. And sometimes you'll see one, maybe 2 other drones being covered by another drone.
Yeah, almost. I think it's just over 80,000 acres out here in Johnson Valley. That's OHV, butts up to the Marine base, and a couple weeks ago there's nobody here, and you can just go drive everywhere. But now we're starting to wrangle it in, and Charlie and his volunteer team are keeping the course all safe. Justin Lineweber, can't say enough about him for putting on the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. He's been out here for months riding it. I've been out here for 3 weeks helping build Hammertown, and I'd see him almost every day with that gray Dodge and a couple dirt bikes in the back going out there to scout course.
You know, it's pretty wild. When Jimmy Lewis started King of the Motos portion of King of the Hammers, Justin Lineweber was just a competitor, and he did it 1 year on a KX500. That's a handful.
That's
Have you
a
ridden
big
motorcycles yourself?
Pit bikes, I've rode a dirt bike, but I'm not a dirt biker. But I pit bike rode a little bit. They're a lot of fun, but I respect them. Those things can get you in trouble in a hurry.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't have the other set of wheels to keep you balanced, you know.
Or a roll cage.
Yeah, I started out racing here in the desert.
I heard you say in a sidecar, huh?
Well, in 1974, I started on a two-wheeler. And my first year, I got hurt pretty bad, so I had to take a couple of years off. But then when I came back, I started doing motocross and Grand Prix, and that's kind of where I specialized in after all these years. But yes, 1984, I jumped on board a motocross sidecar, started racing sidecars, and got a handful of championships in doing that crazy sport. And
that's
actually,
pretty wild.
2005, I brought the sidecar out to the desert, and we did that till about 2012, off and on, and took quite a few championships in doing that. And boy, I tell you what, you gain a lot of respect, especially when you get onto some of these off-cambers.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that was Maverick Thaxton that was coming down. Looks like they must have another lap to go. They're going to stop and do a quick little fuel. And something I learned a few years ago about King of the Motos is there's no really outside support. Once you come into the pits, you have to work on your own bike. You have to fuel your own bike. It's something a little different than we're used to, but they got all their fuel mats out there and pull up, gas and go. And Tristan Hart, I saw him come in. It took him probably 10 seconds to grab the gas jug, top her off, and back on course. It's pretty impressive what they can do for a one-man band.
Well, it was amazing what Cody Webb had to do. He come back in and he broke off a foot peg bracket.
Yeah, I was walking to my Jeep right when that happened, and I saw him leave the pits. I'm like, what? So I'm watching. He stops to the van, grabs a couple things, comes back into the pits, and then he grabbed his foot peg and made it work.
Foot peg and bracket. You broke the bracket on it.
That's crazy.
So that was incredible. But what a great competitor. And he's, man, that interview at the finish, he was having so much fun watching those riders having the tough. And it was still pro riders that were in that section, and he was
laughing.
laughing.
They were just completely gassed out. And, man, when they just chucked him down the hill, it was pretty wild.
So Brian Pierce coming back into our realm. I'm going to go take a couple of minutes and go grab a bite to eat. And Miles, always, you get to hang out, man. You get to hang with Brian for a while. Sure. And always a great time. And what a great announcing staff. I mean, of course, I get to be the senior player in this whole program, which is kind of scary. But it's a lot of fun, a lot of respect for all these guys. Brian Pierce, Miles Hasselquist, and, of course, Pam Hall. So passing the torch. Gentlemen, Miles, take it away, man.
Welcome back, Brian. Always a pleasure working with you once again, buddy.
I'm excited. I just had a chance to take a quick little break, grab a snack so that I could get some food in me so we could keep going and talking about what's happening here at King of the Motos. And, man, we get a chance to be here with our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos Champion of the Year, Mr. Tristan Hart. How did it go out there, man?
Pretty good. Definitely can't complain. That was Not an easy one, but it was kind of fast, I think, like an hour shorter than normal.
And I believe this is your 4th win here at King of the Motos, right?
Yeah,
That's
getting
pretty
close to
impressive,
Cody.
buddy. Good job, dude. That's killer. And you had a pretty good lead there at the end.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, I think just as I finished, Ryder came into that really tough section, so a little bit, and on a section like that, anything can happen.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Well, we saw that at the end.
Yeah,
when
we
they're-
did.
they
Yeah,
were
I
just
heard they were like
chucking
throwing their
bike
bikes down, trying to get to the finish.
And so I want to ask you that question is, obviously these bikes are pretty durable if you can wreck them and chuck them down. Obviously you have to worry about your foot pegs like Cody Webb had an issue with, but I would assume brake and clutch levers are an issue, right?
Yeah, usually if you have your perch not super tight, it'll at least move.
Okay.
So if you have it too tight, it'll break a lever. But I actually bent a shifter today, which is
Yeah, we saw you down there messing with that after your first lap. Tell us about what happened and then what you had to do to change it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever broken a shifter before, so that was pretty stressful.
Were you able to shift it?
Not initially. I looked
Okay.
down and I thought it was just like loose hanging on because it was like just bent straight down towards the ground, kind of. I'd never even seen one like that. So that's when I was going up downtown, the long uphill on lap 1. So I was able to just do that in first gear, which was not much of an issue. And then you get on the fast road and start going towards the finish. And so I messed around with it and saw I was just bent down. So I started heel clicking it, which wasn't so bad since I was only 15 or 20 minutes from the finish. It was not a big deal, I guess. I was able to heel shift, and going down wasn't too hard. So came into the finish. They'd already had one somehow.
Well, that works
and
out.
they had an impact, which makes it really quick. Like, I'm sure if someone had a timer, I don't think I took more than 15 seconds. So, like, impact out, it's just an 8 mil. Put it back on, 8 mil, impact, and no one was even coming down that hill yet. So I was like breathing.
Yeah.
I was all
With
right.
the splines that are on there, there's a way you can kind of adjust where that lever's at. Did you guys have it marked or anything, or you just kind of knew, or?
We actually put it in the wrong position. It was one up from what I normally use. So as I was going through the scoring, I realized it was one up because I couldn't quite get it up because it was not where it normally is. And I was like, oh man. So I was contemplating coming back, and which would have been like another 40 seconds because I would have had to ride back and then ride back and change it again. So I was like, I'll just tough it out. And honestly, within probably 5 minutes, I'd already adapted to it, which is in hard enduro, you got to be able to adapt to stuff because bending handlebars, braking stuff is normal. So if you can't adapt to the bike changing, like I've had to ride with bent handlebars before, and you got to tough it out.
Figure it out, yeah.
Mentally, just throw it out, and you'll get used to riding with it bent or whatever it is. So yeah, all
And let's
good
talk
there.
about gearing. Well, obviously this is a hard enduro dirt bike. How much lower of a rear gear do you put on this to be able to climb these hills?
I use 1251 stocks.
And is your stock transmission as well, so the gears that are in the bike are actually the same? So then the 1251 is what other riders would understand as normal, or do you have a different transmission?
I've been asked this a lot recently, and I didn't know, and I just found out I'm on a stock transmission.
Okay.
So everyone can calm down now. Yeah. The truth is out there. It's a stock transmission, 1251. So there you have it.
Did you get your linkage caught on anything, right? That was a big, you've gone linkage for the year. We know that that's a thing, right? And so, but within that, one of your things was linkage could get caught. Was that something, or are you able to get that front end up like you thought you were?
I got caught 2 or 3 times, but they were small ones, nothing bad. So yeah, I mean, in a race, you carry a little bit more momentum than you would in practice, so it was less of an issue than I had anticipated.
And how fast do you get up to out there? I mean, you hit. Oh, you're gonna get on the.
I got
on
the
old
stats
watch
all
list.
here. Whatever you
I'm
want, I
gonna
got
say
it.
60 miles an hour seems pretty quick.
2 hours, 39 minutes, 60 kilometers total.
Kilometers? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm Canadian. 22 kilometers an hour I average, so actually pretty slow. 90K was my top speed.
90. Okay,
Not
so
super fast, to be
so
honest.
that's probably 55, 60, right?
It's just under 60
Yeah.
miles.
Yeah.
So not super fast.
What about high heart rate? What did you?
I got my
what did
heart
your
rate
average
data.
heart rate, and what was your?
My max is my max is 190. I hit 187, and I averaged 170.
Yeah,
so you were
zone
pumped
you were
up.
So
bouncing
the old
between
heart
3
was
and 4,
working.
and then yeah, you were at 5 a couple times for sure in there. How did you treat nutrition and hydration on the day?
I wish I would have brought my backpack over here because I opened it up and I started with 2.5 liters and I finished with like 2 liters.
Oh, I didn't drink much.
So I drank 1 water bottle.
I'm so
which
disappointed in you right now, Tristan.
That was bad. My trainer would not be happy with me.
So how special is it to add the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos to your resume for the 4th time?
Pretty cool. I mean, this is kind of a cool event. Everyone wants to win. It's the first one. It's got a lot of media around it because it's King of the Hammers. A lot of people watch it because it's got a live feed. Used to have a helicopter. That's pretty cool. And yeah, it's just a cool place. So this is kind of one. And I guess with Cody having 6, everyone always talks about Cody having 6. So for some reason that adds some fuel to it there. Just you keep hearing Cody 6, and at the press conference, and everyone's talking about Cody this and Cody that, and in the photo shoot, he did a gnarly line, so it was Cody again, and I'm like, it's Tristan's time.
Guys, I'm over here, hello.
But I had a really good couple days earlier this week where I was actually feeling really good, so I kind of knew that despite what Cody thought, I was gonna have a lot of energy and a lot of speed today, and kind of just in the first 30 minutes, you can kind of tell where a guy's at, where if you go fast and you can see if you're gapping him or not, or if he's right on you, then you know that he's still got more speed. And kind of when I went fast, it would get a bit of a gap, but I couldn't quite get rid of him. So I knew I was near his top end. And then all of a sudden, he was just gone. And so I knew something was up because Cody just doesn't do that
He just doesn't drop off.
He bothers me for the full 3 hours most of the time. So I knew something was up. I thought maybe he was hurt because that's one of the logical things if he's not with me is maybe he's hurt or the bike's broken, and it was the bike, which is
a good thing.
Good for him. Yeah, and then rode by myself for a long time today.
When your interview with Pam, you're saying, it was fun, and I finally got to some lap traffic and was lapping people. I got to race again.
Yeah, it was like an hour and a half. I think I went without seeing another pro. I guess Ryder could see me the whole time. It's easier to see from the back.
Yeah, for sure.
But when I was looking back, I couldn't see anyone. So it's like, oh, what's going on? And then it's hard to think. Should you go faster? Should you slow it down? So I was just trying to keep focusing forward and moving.
And what do you think about that land rush start? Just getting pinched right into there in the rocks at Chocolate Thunder. It just looks amazing. And it looks scary to me. But you guys just bunny hop right up.
Well, this year was a lot safer and easier because there's only 5 of us on a row. Normally it's 30 wide, so then it's like you got a bunch of crazies in there that won't let off. And I got a pretty good start. I think Ryder was a little bit in front of me, but I just held it on. He had to make a corner, so I just squeezed him out. And it's so dusty. I think this is the dustiest we've ever done it. Me and Ryder were just talking, and like if you caught someone, a lapper, it was actually hard to pass a lapper because they'd put off just enough dust that you couldn't see the rocks, so to pass them safely was actually pretty tricky. So, getting the whole shot was safe for one.
That was one thing we noticed with the 5 riders is that when the 5 riders were all in Chocolate Thunder, if anybody hung up, you could see that dust start to hang in the air. But luckily for the next 5, it was kind of starting to settle. So every time, but man, once the first row of 20 riders went up Chocolate Thunder, it just bottleneck city. So you guys really did get the easy end of that stick for sure with the 5 riders going in.
And at the start, were you the rider that ran back to the pits at the last second?
That was me.
Yeah, okay, so...
was that a pee break, or did you forget something?
No, he went to look at parts or something, went to the pits.
It was actually... They told me my yellow brick was in my backpack, and then I'm sitting on the line, and everything's going through your mind, and I'm like, I didn't put it in, so that's why I didn't remember it. I remember them saying it, so I just wanted to double-check, because I didn't know if you got DQ'd or what the rule was on that, so they said 3 minutes, and so I quickly ran over there just to make sure, because I didn't want to go race for 3 hours, risk my life, and possibly lose the race over the brick.
And I thought the sportsmanship I saw out of that, Cody Webb sits there and balances your bike when there's 1 minute left, and you're running back, and he's just armed, extended out and balancing your bike so you guys could race. Yeah. And then when we were pulling up, it was Cody Webb that lined up first, but you had first gauge choice. And he's like, and I saw him tell you, he's like, I think I'd go one to the right. And he pulled up, and just the way you guys battle out there against each other, but you're still buddies and want to put on a show. It was cool to see.
Me and Cody are really good friends. Other than at the photo shoot a couple of days ago, he did a stoppie down a hill and hit me and damaged the new bike, so I was a little mad about that. But I forgot
Robin's
about
racing,
that by
right?
today.
Oh, it's like a helmet. You know, you kind of got to drop it to get that scratch on a new helmet. Same
Yeah.
thing. You kind of had to get that scratch on the new bike, right?
Yeah, I guess it all worked out in the end, so no worries.
Yeah, for sure, man. Well, what happened out there, or what thoughts do you have to tell everybody that's watching at home that maybe we didn't ask you about the event today?
Huh? I mean, I think you guys got it all. There's not much, yeah, it's all out there. I raced for 3 hours, got bored, did those mini laps, started catching all the other guys and rode with them.
then immediately just didn't know how to follow my GPS. I practiced all week, and I felt like I was comfortable with it, but apparently I didn't practice enough and got back behind Braxton. Actually, Matt Green passed us, and he's never even been here before, and I had to follow him. So that was a little hit to me. I was like, oh, man, what am I doing out here? But then, yeah, got up the first Hard Creek, got into second. I think I gained Tristan a little bit. I think he had some issues. I think that's where he broke his shifter and all that. And, yeah, got a little gap from the guys behind me. I think it was a minute or so when I come through the finish. That's what's said on the screen. And kind of maintained that for most of the lap, too. I could just see him ahead and then going into dead blow. I think dead blow was probably one of the harder sections, at least hardest for me today. I felt pretty lost going up it as far as the line choice. And, yeah, that's when I think Tristan got a pretty good gap and then maintained that gap. All three of the laps, lap 3, 4, and 5, it was like the same. It was like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes. Every time I came through the finish, I was like, man, if I was just closer, could have been a good battle, but I didn't do a good job at getting to the front. Usually that's one of my strong suits at hard enduro. I just happen to be in the lead at some point, and that never happened today. And yeah, usually I kind of rely on that at these races because everyone's going kind of slow, so you can like put in a little charge and get where you need to be, but I can never get up to him. And yeah, I just kind of rode around in second by myself those 3 laps, and yeah.
I wanted to know about those 3 laps that you guys did. It looked like I think it was rock salt that you guys went up, and as you were coming back down towards Jackhammer to meet back up with it, that looked really steep on camera, but I can imagine it looked even steeper for you guys. So tell us a little bit about what that goat trail looked like that you guys were on for those 3 laps.
Yeah, the first lap was the worst because it hadn't been worn in too much. Lap 2, or 4th and 5th lap got better, but yeah, I was nervous every lap coming down there because
lots of loose rocks in there, I assume.
Yeah, it was loose rocks, dusty. Your front wanted to push. There were a couple spots where you had to kind of turn and do like little off cameras. It was pretty squirrely. It was sketchy. I was nervous going down it, but yeah, that was probably one of the gnarliest sections on the whole race. It'd be cool to be up next year, maybe. I'm sure if we come practice out here, we'll be going up that next year for practice because that would be cool. That would be fun. Downs are gnarly, scary, but ups are what really make the race fun.
And is hard enduro, you normally don't get the course ahead of time? Is that?
Yeah, we all last week and a half ago, pretty much everybody's been out here, and you can do like the old tracks, but you don't know where it's going to go, and you either guess and just practice. I just practice navigation. That's what holds me back, and yeah, it was good it's nice that we can come out here. It's fun. We were all out here, like I was riding with Cody a couple days, got to ride with Tristan a little bit, and yeah, we just camaraderie is good. We ride together and kind of push each other, and I think that's good for the sport. It's definitely unique compared to other sports.
I didn't get a chance to chat with you for the interviews before, when I was chatting with everybody else. One of the things I asked was, this year the U.S. Hard Enduro Series is an AMA National Championship. I kind of wanted to know, what does that mean to you, right? Like where the growth of this sport is happening. You're a pro racer in there. You're hoping to not just be able to make a living, but actually be able to make a life, right, out of competing in this sport. So what does that mean to you, and what do you see the growth of hard enduro in the United States from all this?
I think the growth of the hard enduros are great. It's, if you look back in history at GNCC's, Works, like all the other big series, like obviously there was more of a foundation for hard enduro a couple years ago as far as there's a lot of races and they just had to come together and make a series. But, for the 4th, 5th year it actually being a real series and the first year being a national series, I think it's on a great trajectory. I think spectators love it. It's gnarly. It's anyone who watches it who's not out there, even me, even when I watch Cody sometimes, I still get mind blown, like, man, how are we doing this? So I think it's a really, it's a great sport. I think if we could just get more spectators to see what we're really doing, it would just make it a way bigger thing. But yeah, I'm stoked it's a national series finally. I think that's good for more sponsors and stuff getting on board. So yeah, hopefully the series can keep growing. And I think I heard.
And spectating here at King of the Hammers is amazing.
It's amazing,
with
yeah.
everything they bring to
buggy,
it. So,
you can go anywhere.
Yeah, having you guys come out here and put on a show. I'm not a dirt bike guy. I appreciate it, and I'm a fan of it.
Yeah.
But to watch what you guys do in person is absolutely insane. So thanks for putting on a good show. And I think the more it gets out there, the better it's going to get.
For sure, yeah. I can't wait to see how much it grows the next couple years. I think this year was actually, I heard, record number.
Yeah, just over 200, I heard.
Yeah, that's good for this one. It's a lot. You got to know how to follow GPS. You got to ride hard, and there's not many people that can do it. So the 200-plus guys who are able to come out here and try it, good on them.
And what do you do for GPS? Do you just have it on your phone?
No, I have a Garmin E-Trex.
Okay.
It's like a really small screen that
can't even see when the light's perfect, but now we're ripping through the desert. I'm not a huge fan.
And you're looking down and trying to look.
Yeah, I'm going to try my phone next year.
So I saw somebody have a phone on their
Yeah,
handlebars.
we found out that Cody was doing that at the press conference, and I honestly didn't even know we were allowed to do that because I felt like in the past it wasn't allowed.
This is the first year that it's been allowed.
Yeah, I might have gone that direction if I don't know, did more research on no one was allowed to do. But, I mean, for the most part, those GPSs that we use, I feel like here at this race and some European races that use GPSs, that's their go-to. And, I mean, it's good, but I don't know, I struggle pretty bad.
Did you have two of them set up kind of in that one zoomed out, one zoomed in? Did you just have one? Like, what was your GPS setup like?
Today I had one of them on lap 1, one of them on lap 2, and then on the other one I had, on the one that had lap 1, I switched it to lap 3 when I got a chance. And then lap 3 was the same as 4 and 5. And I don't know if it worked out great. I didn't mess with it too much. I stopped a couple times in the desert to screw with it, but I don't know what the best technique is. I'm the wrong guy to ask how to work those things, but yeah, I feel like this year was my best year for navigating, at least.
And I
Still a
feel
couple
like if you
mistakes.
use your phone, you should get a burner phone.
Yeah, I don't know.
That sounds like the right way to go.
Because I'd hate to bust my phone.
Yeah, and hopefully it would last the whole time, too. I'll have to talk to Cody and some guys that used it and see how it worked. They probably won't even say it. They'll probably, oh, it's horrible.
I've heard a lot of the desert guys using lead nav, and they use just their phones now, and they seem to last pretty well.
Yeah,
so you guys made it in 3.5 hours or whatever, so I think you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a deal now with Peak Design, and I know they have a new off-road. They have a Peak Design motorcycle social that they're trying to grow because their locking mechanism works really well with the phone cases that they use. So you could probably try to see if you can get in there with Peak Design and get that same kind of help.
Yeah, see what we can make happen for next year.
Yeah, man. Well, what didn't we ask you? Is there anything else that happened out there that you learned while everything was going on? What you'd like to see from Justin as this event continues to evolve?
Yeah, actually, I was listening to when you guys were talking about Tristan. It'd be sick to have some more up those rocky, like where the final hill was.
I mean,
some
back
more
to spectators. That's the way to build it.
We
It's
spent a
right
lot
in
of
front
time
everybody.
just messing around in there practicing because, I don't know, I was getting pretty sick of the Jeep transfer trails because they're fun, but they're a beatdown. So we'd come back at the end of the lap and just mess around in there. And that stuff's fun, good traction, and it looks gnarly from a spectator standpoint. And it's gnarly for us, too. And, yeah, it'd be cool to see something like that.
So, yeah, give us a highlight and a low light of the day.
Highlight and a low light. I was pretty happy at the end of the first lap when I started to reel in Tristan a little bit. I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought I was going to be way back because I was not riding good. So I'm pretty happy with how I rode there, but at the same time, wish I would have rode better early in the lap so I didn't have to make up time. So I guess, just clean up first lap, but happy with how I'm riding overall and how I felt.
Awesome, dude. Well, thank you very much for giving us some of your time.
Did you have any one spot that was just awful?
No, I mean, the track was pretty, other than like a couple navigation errors, the track itself wasn't anything too crazy. We've ridden a lot of the section in the past, knew where a lot of the lines were. Everything just from people riding it over time has gone easier. So it was overall pretty easy compared to in the past, I felt like. But it was cool. We had some new sections there for lap 3, 4, and 5. So, yeah, just bring it next year, I guess.
What's next on your schedule?
Hawaii.
Oh, that sounds all right.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
When's that one?
End of February.
Yeah,
Looking
I think
forward to that.
February 20th, something like
I
that.
think so, like exactly a month, pretty much. Yeah, looking forward to that. Extend the trip a little bit, gonna stay till like Wednesday after, because why not? You're in Hawaii. It's probably the one I'm looking forward to the most. I mean, not many people get to say they get to go race a dirt bike and in Hawaii. So.
And I assume you ship your bike back and forth?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people shipping their bikes. This series had a container for us, and a lot of people put their bikes, parts, whatever they need to get over there. Some people renting bikes over there, and yeah, fly in, race in Hawaii, and then go chill on the beach for a couple days.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, terrible, huh?
And what you've ridden Hawaii before? Tell us about the Hawaiian ice for those that have no idea how slick it can get out there in Hawaii.
I haven't got to experience. It was dry last year, and the track was gnarly. I can't imagine if it was ice how bad it would be. But I got to ride a couple of sections that were kind of slick, and I could see how bad it could be. So I don't know. I hope it's like that so we get the full experience and either do good or get our butts kicked. But we'll see how it goes and actually get the full experience maybe this year.
Heck yeah, dude. Well, we really appreciate you taking some time to come chat with us.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, well, congrats, buddy. Good
Thank you,
job.
guys.
Once again.
We'll see you back here later when we hand you some awards.
Sounds good. We'll see you guys.
Yeah. Did you see? We just had. It looks like
Yeah.
that was actually Evan Ask, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that's 93 on the front
Thanks,
of that
buddy.
bike. Thank you very much, Ryder. But yeah, unfortunately, that bike just took a tumble. But that is an A40 racer who is working his way through the last section of lap 5.
So do the amateurs have to take that last little leg?
If they want to finish today, yes.
Okay, so that is
That
the
is
race
the-
course.
that is the
so even
end
the,
of lap 5.
The 12-year-old kid's got to try it
If
he
they
can
can
make it
get
that
to
far, right?
lap
Yeah.
5, yes. And here's the thing, like we may get to a point where some of these racers decide to help each other.
Yo.
You know, where their technical abilities are just where they're at, and they understand that. And so it's like, I help you get, 10 feet up, and then you help me get 10 feet up, and we'll just kind of pinball that. And sometimes you go, okay, we're done helping each other, and now we're going to race. You know what I mean? Like, so it'll be interesting for sure.
It's been a great day, a great weekend kicking everything off for the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. And I think I've waved in Andy. He's going to come up and Mr. Motorcycles and Coffee, have a quick little chat with us and see how much fun he's been having this weekend.
Oh, I bet he's been having a hoot, man. It's so awesome to have Motorcycles and Coffee as the head sponsor. And if I remember talking to Justin correctly, that has been signed on for a couple of years. So we'll have about 3 years of Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos coming out to you guys here in Hammertown in Johnson Valley.
Well, how we doing, Andy?
Let me check this real fast. Yeah, I'm good, man.
All right,
Good.
buddy.
I'm pretty excited about this. This chair is really high up in the air. I'm a short guy. It's like riding
Your feet are hanging.
It's like riding my adventure bikes. What's up?
Yeah, so you're out here.
I've spent my life on tracks built from dirt, but this is different. This is raw, unforgiving. Every log, every rut, every rhythm stacked with purpose. There's no blueprint, no safety net, just instinct, balance, and trust.
And so, Motorcycles and Coffee came about because it's my love affair with motorcycles,
both.
coffee, art, fashion, dirt bikes, travel, all that. And I've known Justin for a long time. Of course, I know Dave Cole.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody out here because I've sponsored so many of them in the past. And yeah, this was a dream.
Yeah, I saw you out there waving the green flag this morning.
Yep, this is probably the coolest thing that I've been able to do yet with Motorcycles and Coffee.
How new is that brand?
It's brand new. It's only 24, 25 months old. I'm still in the feeling out process of what I want it to be and where I want to put it and how I want to make that. It's a cool thing. It's been a work in progress for sure, but it blew up on us. I mean, everywhere we go with it, it's just a big thing. So it's cool.
That's what you want to do.
It's got a lot of legs.
And now after this weekend, I assume you're gonna get some pretty good traction with it. So.
Well, the coolest thing for me and Justin, and we talked about it quite a bit, is and for those of you who don't know Justin, Justin's a guy who puts on the event, and he makes the courses, he does everything. And he comes from a legacy family in the Harley-Davidson world, right? And I'm a Harley-Davidson bike guy. So, yeah, the big thing for this is to really get us to break away from the Harley world and show people that we're in
two wheels, whatever
it is, anything dirt. Especially for me, because I ride all over the world backcountry.
Nice.
So that's like my gig, right?
All right, I like it.
Yeah. So it's fun, and this is just absolutely amazing to be part of every year.
Yeah, and King of the Motos, obviously, is kind of our soft opening, but it seems like it keeps growing and growing and growing. And this year, with over 200 riders coming out, it's very impressive. So again, thanks, Andy, with Motorcycles and Coffee for being a part of it, and let's see where this thing can go.
I think it's amazing, and I want to see it grow, and I want to see Hammertown grow, and I love King of the Hammers. I'll be back here on Wednesday.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here with some of the big Ultra 4 guys. And, yeah, I love it.
What's your role during race week? Just hanging out?
Just hanging out. I got to bring a whole bunch more safety vests out for the crew. Got to do some stuff with Shannon Campbell.
Nice.
Got some stuff to do with different guys that I've worked with since I was a little kid. And I'm blessed. I'm a blessed man.
Good deal. I'm glad to hear it.
Lucky to be able to do what I do. and I need one of those hats.
Yeah, go see Roxy. She's over by Main Gate. I think there's a couple of them left.
I might go get one. Right on, guys. Well, I appreciate everything. You guys are doing an outstanding job in here. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
Brian
you.
and Chris, they know these moto guys like nothing else. So.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? They're just a wonderful group. But I appreciate everything, guys. I'm more quiet.
Yeah, all
more
good.
stand back.
That's all
Everybody
good,
knows
yeah.
that, so
All right,
I'll let you guys go.
Andy, always a pleasure and good
Pleasure.
seeing you. And thanks for being the presenting sponsor, Motorcycles and Coffee, King of the Motos.
I look forward to this for the next couple years. Thanks.
I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, Miles, when we were getting ready for everything that was going on, Andy using Motorcycles and Coffee and Justin helped me organize a bunch of the pro interviews. So those are out on the Seat Time channel, but those were definitely helped organized by everything going on at Motorcycles and Coffee, really wanting to put together and get that name out there. So if you guys haven't checked it out, either go check out motorcyclesandcoffee.com or you can go to the Seat Time YouTube channel and watch all those interviews that we put out with these racers before this event did come off here at Hammertown.
Looks like I see a rider with PCI. Maybe we can get him drug up here. You want to come up and say, hey, buddy? Let's do it. Bring the dog.
I like it. I love this must have been one of those goat trails. We didn't have a shot of this earlier. That's Max actually getting by that rider right there on that Husqvarna. But this is one of those goat trails that they dropped in. So, yeah, you can tell that it is a lot more broken in right now than it was when the pros were going through there for their 3 times.
And I liked hearing Ryder LeBlanc talk about that. On lap 1, it was super loose and sketchy. By the 3rd or 4th lap, it turned into an actual trail, and it was just very interesting how it comes together.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be going. He really wants to go up it next year, and it's like, okay, buddy, good luck with that. Just remember that that's what you asked for.
Yeah, exactly. So we got another one of our sponsors hopping up. We've got Ryder with a PCI. They got here, I don't know, 3 days ago probably, getting everything set in.
The crew came out here Wednesday, but I pulled up Friday myself, and I'll be here for the long haul to the end of it all.
Perfect, yeah. You guys have been part of King of the Hammers for a very long time. I mean, PCI is at the top of the game, and always glad having you guys out here.
No, actually, we were just talking about as a team. We've been here since the first King of the Hammers. We were the first vendor out here 20 years ago. So
that's awesome. And yeah, you guys have been doing your thing for so long, and to see you kind of step up into your role now. Your dad's kind of slowing down, and all three, you and your 2 brothers, seems like you guys are really stepping it up.
No, yeah, we're loving it. The brothers are out here. My sister's coming out here as well. So it's a whole family affair over at PCI, and we are loving it.
Yeah, is Scott going to make an appearance?
Yeah, he'll be out here Tuesday, and he'll finish off the rest of it as well. So you can come see him at the trailer or in the back of the tent cooking
that's
for the
where
whole
I
crew
like
as
going,
well.
Yeah, go to the back of the tent and check it out.
Yep.
And then it'll be this coming Thursday, high noon. Everybody be lined up right at the PCI trailer and getting the GPS and the pre-run flag, right?
Yep, that's our big day, and we will have some cones out to keep it a little organized. We'll get airdrops, physical files. We'll have the flags for everyone, so it's a great day. 12 o'clock sharp, we will release it, not earlier. I know everyone loves to try and get it early. But
I mean, I've already got it. I'm joking.
I don't even have it.
I don't want it. Because
You'll get yourself in trouble, Miles.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to get jumped leaving the stage for that file.
We were at dinner last night and Dave was in there, and they were going to look at lap 3, and he's like, Miles, come check it out. I was like, all right, sweet. And then Bailey, he's like, hey, come to my tent after this. I got some whiskey. I'm like, nope.
Oh, yeah. See,
like,
you're
you ain't getting nothing out of me.
there.
But yeah, no, it's going to be a great course this year for the Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers, powered by Optima batteries. And the 20th year, how cool is that? 20 years of King of the Hammers.
No, it's awesome. I've been coming here since I was a kid, so just seeing what it was to what it is now, it's amazing. And your whole crew, and Dave, you guys made a beautiful thing, and we're super proud to even be here and be a part of it.
Yeah, I was on social media earlier today, and Casey Shear put a picture, I think it was probably 2009, 2010 aerial picture of King of the Hammers, and it's just right here, a runway towards back door, and there's 10,000 people here, and now we're expecting over 80,000 people.
Wow. Yeah, the exponential growth is crazy, and to see it keep going is awesome.
And what are you guys doing here? Obviously, you're helping the racers with their radios, their comms in the car, and you can come by about a little bit of everything in your tent, right?
Yeah, we do it all. So we have our front row is all on-site sales and support, and then in the back we have a tent. So we're doing full test and tune on race cars, chase trucks, pre-runners, anyone's recreational vehicles as well. We're wiring helmets in our trailers. We're doing full UTV installs under the tent. So we got a little bit of everything going on. We can answer any question or show you any of our products here on site.
And do you need to get an appointment to come to get your race car checked out, or?
No, race car test and tunes, or just pull up, and as we can help you, we will. Installs we schedule out, so if you want to do a full install, you got to come by and we can schedule it. But everything else is, you see that trailer open, you come by and say hi.
I love it, yeah. Well, yeah, thanks again for everything you guys do for us. Anything else exciting in the horizon with PCI?
We got some awesome new products out there. We got our Vibe headsets for all you guys if you're into music. We got Starlink packages for anyone looking for internet out here on the lake bed. And we got some exciting new communication app-based stuff in the works as well. So you can check that out in the near future.
Yeah, the Starlink has been an absolute game changer. And yeah, I saw PCI coming out with that travel kit, basically. It's pretty wild, pretty impressive.
For sure. Internet anywhere, it changes the game for communication, safety, navigation, a little bit of everything. So.
I mean, your dad was, your grandfather, then your dad, the original weatherman, and now, like, with Starlink, it's not near as important anymore, is it?
No, I mean, at the Baja 1000, my dad was commenting that he was almost getting bored up there.
Yeah.
Nobody needed him. I mean, you can check status on Starlink to look at your race team. You can talk to the wife at home if you need to. I mean, you can
watch
do
the live show while you're driving down the road.
Exactly. I mean, everyone has a lifeline now rather than it was just weatherman before. So it really changes the game, and it's much better for safety-wise. So we encourage everyone to have a Starlink. I mean, every car out here should.
How many Starlinks did you bring with you?
Enough for everyone out here to have one. That's
Too many.
Perfect.
Too many. Yeah, PCI actually also put up $1,000 for the pro
that
shootout
was
yesterday for the King of the Motos. So we obviously very much even appreciate the support there from that side going to King of the Motos. I know Tristan Hart got that by 0.8 of a second over Cody Webb.
Wow. And it was like 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, it
just
was crazy.
insane.
3:13.1 versus 3:13.9. Like, it was that close. So
that is awesome.
If Tristan Hart really enjoys your product right now.
Perfect. I love it. Well, Tristan, come by the booth later. Let's get a picture in front of the trailer.
There you go, buddy.
Well, perfect. All right. You got anything else for us? Or?
No, I appreciate you guys having us up. And again, anything you guys need, we're here open every day from typically 9 to 5, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes
banker hours.
open 8 later. Yeah.
All right, Ryder. Well, always a pleasure, and
Awesome.
we'll catch
Thank
you up
you
at the Laser Nut Fire Pit once again, probably.
Absolutely,
tonight.
every night.
All right, buddy. Ryder with PCI. Always a pleasure, my man.
Yeah, the cool part for me being here with you, Miles, is learning about all the people that you know. Because you've been coming here for so long and know everyone that you just bring them up and you just, chit-chat like they've been old friends, because they are.
We are. I mean, that's how I got where I'm at. We're just drinking beer around the fire at night and just making buddies and doing our thing. And,
doing it.
And just, birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah, and I feel the same way about all the dirt bike friends. That was so much fun about coming out a little early to shoot some of the segments that we did for King of the Motos. Is it gave me a chance to get out here on Thursday, get to see all my buddies from around the world, and some of them I just know from Instagram, right? Like that's where we communicate, things like that. And so get a chance to go walk around the pits and chit-chat with everybody, really catch up where they've been, everything like that. Look at that. Another rider struggling there at Chocolate Thunder. And just think, Tristan Hart wants us to ride that every lap, and he would like 3 or 4 of those, not just one chicane up and down the hill.
Looks like that was Joshua Rimple.
Oh, Enduro Method. Nice.
Yeah, well, I see Chris hopping back in here. So, Brian, Chris, Pam, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to sneak out of here, and I'll come back and watch the awards later. But, again, thank you for coming on the team, both of you, and doing what you do. You guys just absolutely slay it with the motos, and it's been a lot of fun. Can't wait for next year, and I'm going to sign out for the evening, and I'll be back midweek, and we'll kick off the Griffin Radiator King of the Hammers, powered by Optima Batteries, next weekend.
Heck yeah, man. Well, thank you very much for everything you've done for us.
Likewise, buddy.
Yeah, so Josh Rimple, for those of you who don't know, he runs Enduro Method, so you could go follow them on socials or see him at enduromethod.com. There are a lot of racers out here that use that training program, so it's an online training program and platform that you can get. So if you do ride dirt bikes, and maybe you even race, and you want to be a little bit more fit for the ride, using Enduro Method is a great way to get there. So that is Josh out there in the A40 class, showing exactly what his fitness program can do for you. I know yesterday he was second behind Evan Ask in the A40 class, so I don't know if that's exactly where he's sitting right now, but in the long run, it takes a lot of energy to get there. Speaking of energy, that looks like Nick Pooch right there. Yeah, giving us the sign. There in that 9:27 on that beta. He is in the last section, working his way up Chocolate Thunder, finishing his 5th lap. Chris, what do you think you'd be saying to yourself right now if you were trying to go up this last section here at Chocolate Thunder?
Well, I don't know. I'd try to be digging the wheels into the little V portion to maintain traction, because you can't just go up on a rock and get your traction off the top of the rock. You got to get into the V's where the rocks are.
I think it's great that Pooch doesn't have a front fender either. So look at half of his or the front part of his fender is missing. So obviously there's been a little bit of an OTB, and I believe that's Philip Kirk there behind him. He was someone I saw who went OTB yesterday and actually broke his navigation device. So I don't know if he was able to get it fixed. He just went rogue, what it was. But obviously now we can see he's stretching it out a little bit. He's saying, no, it's fine, Nick. You take your time. I need to breathe a little bit longer.
Actually, he has a Quinn Winsel type front end.
Oh, man, I hate to say it, but he winsled it. We were talking about this a little bit when Tristan was up here and Ryder. They were telling us about the goat trail that was like lap 3, 4, and 5, and how now it looks like a nice beat-in trail. But earlier, because of the fact that it had barely been ridden by any racers, it was actually pretty precarious and everything was really loose. But you can tell now that this is nice and broken in. I'm not saying it's going to be easy for any rider to take it on, but Ryder LeBlond actually said that next year he thinks it would be fun to ride up.
Yeah. Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier about Justin Lineweber lining up all these really cool trails out here. There's only so many trails, but there's some virgin areas that aren't even used yet. And we're talking about the entire history of Southern California desert racing scene. A lot of trails have never even been used out here, so it opens up a whole another can of worms for possibilities here for our 2027 King of the Motos.
Well, I'm glad that Tristan mentioned that he had already kind of talked with Justin a little bit about things that they could do, and I think that they've kind of come to the conclusion that it's going to have to be something that Justin can't ride, and that will be then what is a good way to start finding that limiting factor for what will be for the pros. And so
you mean
again,
Tristan can't ride?
Well, we'll see about that. But if Justin can't ride it, that means it's at least hard enough that an expert rider can't get up. So it's going to be hard enough for the pros. So we'll kind of see. Hopefully that evolution comes, because I would love to see Tristan get finished and be like, that was the toughest one yet.
Yeah, he came off. Oh yeah, that was easy. Not a problem. And wow, and I'm curious to find out. You know, if Cody didn't have the issue with his foot peg and his foot peg bracket, how far along? Because Tristan had an issue with the shifter. That could have actually put both of those guys a lot closer together.
It looks like we see Philip Kirk there and Nick Pooch making their way up. There is a rider standing there, but they might have a red vest on, so they could be staff. But definitely Nick Pooch there taking a little bit of a breather as Philip catches back up to him. All right, there we go, Pooch. Let's see what we got. And he entered the pro class because he wanted more of a challenge, and I think he's getting it right now.
Well, and 90% of our riders are doing this for the challenge of hard enduro.
You got that right. Yeah, and it's just, Miles was asking, does every racer need to do this? And it's like, yes, this is the course. So if a racer wants to technically finish King of the Motos, they have to ride through this on the 5th lap. This is not just for the pros and the A racers.
Press the wrong button, gosh darn it. Anyway, hey, I'm going to bring a little update at this point. Our senior 40-plus A riders, it looks to be Joshua Rimple, who I got him on screen right now, the number 223. Evan Ask on the 93. Bradley Clark, 123. That's our top 3. Jason Clark, number 41, 113. Casey Payette in 5th spot. Moshe Bismuth, number 217 in 6th. Matthew Wineland in 7th on the 171. And the 305 of Wayne Dickert, one of my Arizona boys, running in 8th place. So that's just a little update with our 40-plus A riders.
That is so cool. That is my class right there, and I know what those guys can do in hard enduro, so I would not be up there with them, that is for sure. I would be more towards the back of the pack in the 40A class. That's okay. I'd still be having fun, but it would not be easy.
Super Senior 50-plus update class is, here it is. Alden Anderson on the 717 in the lead. Eric Torville, 102nd. Dave Dalling in third on the 540. The 427, we're not talking about a jet, but he is in the fourth spot. That's Jason Smith. The 71 of Sean Tesher in fifth spot. Shane Reed, 624 in sixth. Brett Fazio, 801 in seventh. And Taylor Dupras in eighth spot, number 62.
And I was looking at the A30 class, trying to figure out where we got our first here. It looks like 4 hours and 7 minutes. So it was there's an hour and a half longer than what it took for Tristan is Nick Hatcher. And then if you look at what Brandon Wigfield looks like, he's in second there, 4 hours and 18 minutes. And then we go to 4 hours and 22 minutes, Josh Pregan. Then we go 4:25, Garrett Carlson. This is 4 hours and 25 minutes. And then there in fifth, looks like 4 hours and 29 minutes, Chris Reesner there we were talking about with Trailbound. So just, again, guys, 4.5 hours on the motorcycle, pushing it through the 39 miles here in Johnson Valley.
Well, like you were saying, the last loop is what, 7 miles?
Last loop was 3.6, so I think that 0.2 that they added was really just the 0.2 of them heading up that little chicane and then coming back down. Because it didn't sound like when we talked to Tristan or Ryder or hearing anything that those last 3 loops that they did were any different.
Didn't take them very long to go through that last
and once
loop.
they knew them and the trail was broken in, it actually seemed like it got easier for them.
In our regular women's class, we're not the women pro, but the leader in regards to the way I have the standings here, Katie McGeechee, I believe she's pronounced, number 1382, Angel Volkart, number 1613, and the 1327 is Kelly Yeager as our top 3 women in order for our Sunday's race. Women pro, let's see if they all finished out. Of course, Louise Forsley, she did a great job yesterday. Not only won, but she led for the first 15 minutes before A riders caught up with her. But she's leading right now on the number 776. Katie Hall-Leah coming second yesterday, 464 in second. And number 13 is Peb Madalora in that third spot. Not finishing, Magali Leroux, Rebecca Jean, and Hannah Olson.
We just saw this rider here, Max, number 411. It looked like he was about to go start another lap, but in the long run, he's just finished his 5th lap, so he was about to head up into that chicane so he could actually finish his race. So excited. I know he's excited, but in the long run, that is a nasty section that he's got to ride so that he can finish out his King of the Motos. Of course, big thanks to Ford Motor Company, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, and Can-Am for supporting King of the Hammers so that the Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos can be a part of Hammers Week.
Another addition we like to mention, this is called Can You Dig It Ranch. And Can You Dig It Ranch is transforming lives through equine-assisted learning and psychotherapy through the magic of horses, one hoof step at a time. Now, I had a really good friend. He was in a Dirt Diggers MC in oh God, we call him Davio. And he passed away from a heart attack. But he ran Heart Saver Ranch up there in Caliente. He had 500 horses that were there was a ranch to assist with kind of a rescue. Horses that can't be taken care of anymore until the end, and that was a great deal. But this equine-assisted learning and psychotherapy through the magic of horses, one hoof step at a time, really, really great organization. Check it out. Can you dig it? Can You Dig It Ranch. Thank you.
Can you dig it? I can dig this rider here in Outer Limits. Looks like they're making their way through the top. Now, if they're at the top of Outer Limits, that means they're most likely on the end, the finish part of their second lap coming through this. There are some racers that have not gone through their first lap. I was looking up Garrett Insworth, our young friend, number 1313, in the youth 12 to 15-year-old class. He was our 15-year-old finisher that yesterday, and it doesn't look like he has a time in. Now, it does have D and F next to his name, but that could just be because of the fact that he doesn't have a time through on that first lap. So there are definitely still racers out there that have not come through from their first lap. Again, we're almost 5 hours in, so you know that those racers and riders are smoked.
Well, just like we saw yesterday in our amateur prolong, so to speak, McKenna Barger continues to be the leader here in this parade on the number 400, followed by Bodie Rivera, and that's how they finished out yesterday for our A class. Ed Marichak, number 802 in third, Devin Stevenson, 115 in fourth, Hayden Guest in fifth spot with 129, sixth spot being Cole Clarkson, number 319. The 308, Justin Ellsworth in seventh, Philip Kirk, number 150 in eighth place. The ninth place is Brian Odom, number 74. Maxwell Wiggin, 471 in 10th. Ethan Hutchinson, number 23 in 11th spot. And Reagan Riley, 497 in 12th. Karen Kelso, 114 in 13th. And Brandon Bird, number 315 in that 14th spot. Carlos Ernesto Yaman Santos is number 230, and he's running in that 15th spot overall for our A-class riders. What do you see here, Brian?
Just seeing some of these guys, the different techniques, right? So as we were talking about what it was like to come down this here, dropping in the jackhammer, we've already seen this racer here. It looks like they might be on a beta or just a fun colored KTM. Is decided he's going to walk his bike down into this section here. Now I'm going to get on the other side and kind of figure out how he wants to make it through this section. But again, when he's not on the motorcycle, it doesn't have nearly as much traction as you would think it does. And so in those situations, it can sometimes be fairly precarious when you're actually not on the motorcycle. But right now, that is Max, number 411, on that Husqvarna, working his way up that last chicane there in Chocolate Thunder.
You know, it's funny sometimes in these predicaments that we see, it's not too surprising to see a rider go and grab his motorcycle and just push it down and throw it down the hill. So, big test.
We definitely saw that earlier, right, with Quinn Winslow and Kowalo
right.
Huddy and stuff.
Tangling up. And, whatever happens never surprises me either. These guys are blasted tired. Of course, they've been on course for almost 5 hours now. And, when you get to these predicaments, every single thing you do drains more and more energy as you go along. I'd like to give huge kudos out to a couple guys in our production staff keeping us lined up all day long. Both David and Colin doing a great job of taking good care of Brian, Miles, Pam, and myself. Thank you, guys.
Looks like number 74 that we had just seen on screen was Ryan Odom. He was one of the racers that Chris had called out there in the A class. So that 74, Ryan Odom there, looks like he's finishing his last lap, trying to make it up that last chicane there. But now, of course, we're on that goat trail that we were talking about there, coming down off of Rock Salt, heading toward Jackhammer again. We've got two racers here working their way through the trail.
Go ahead, Brian. I need to take a look at something.
Okay, yeah. I just was trying to see if I could figure out. It looks like that's 775, but I wanted to see maybe it's 1775. I was trying to see if I could find him to get his name, but that does not seem to be coming up. But in the long run, this gives us a great look at what they're riding down in rock salt to get to the left down there in the little bit more of the valley section. So again, it's really tough on camera. This is doing a really good job showing us the steepness of this downhill. $17.76. There we go. Caden Hatcher. So he's in the B class, and he's out on one of those smaller loops. I don't know if this is his first, second, or third time through there, but if it's his first or second, he's got more to go. But that would be Caden Hatcher. They're in the B class. So again, B class being one of our intermediate racers, and he is out there doing his best job to get down this trail. He will be taking a left down here once he gets off of this goat trail. Yes, sir. That is us in the drone watching you. I know. He's gotten caught up, too, by another rider. Yeah, he's got to the bottom now. He'll be able to get to the neck. There he goes, taking that left, looking at his GPS. This looks like we're headed back towards Dead Blow and Jackhammer. Oh, yeah, we're just coming in, a drone getting caught up there. That's 1721 maybe? Nope, 121. Brandon Binford is 121 that we see there on that KTM in what looks like pink gear. He is in the B40 class. So again, awesome to see some of these amateur racers just continuing to push themselves, not just in the younger years, right? So he's in the B40 class. So somewhere in his 40s out here in the intermediate class taking on King of the Motos. Great job, Brandon Binford. And that drone looked like it was about to take a spill. So Brandon's still there in front of another rider, working their way up outer limits. Tough to see who that second rider is behind him. That front number plate's got quite the stickers on it, so it's covering up some of the numbers. But this is just a cool shot of looking at everything that's going on here around Chocolate Thunder and some of the mountains here in Johnson Valley. All right, we got another rider riding up the goat trail. Looks like this is back to rock salt. Trying to find some traction with that KTM. There we go. Nice little move there. Using the clutch to really control that rear wheel so it doesn't spin out. I like the blue boots. Really helps him pop, stand out on camera. You can definitely tell by the body language that he's a little pooped. He's out there, and we can see an arrow here telling him to take a hard right. I think this is where they jump back on. I think that was part of the second loop, maybe the third loop. They jump back on the main course, and then they head off. And that is, again, Max trying to finish up his fifth loop there through that last chicane. And we have seen many other bikes do the exact same thing like his was just trying to do.
I don't know, Brian, you having problems with your yellow brick?
I have not been looking, so I can give it a gander and see what we're seeing.
Yeah, I did a reload update on the computer, and it just bringing everything up to par, and I lost everything. It did it on its own, by the way. Now coming up to Outer Limits top, probably one of our B or C riders, coming out on one of his last loop to try and attempt to finish here at King of the Motos.
Yeah, being able to look at the 3D layout of Yellow Brick, there's definitely a lot more canyons that Justin can use. He's just going to have to get creative, make sure he sends these pro riders in places that he doesn't want to ride or doesn't think he can, and then they will probably be challenged in the way that they want to be challenged. And while we say that, we do have a racer going OTB a little bit there, and that's Max now trying to get that motorcycle down to the last bits of that chicane there in Chocolate Thunder. Nice job. Max getting that gray Husky across the line, making Team Wanker proud. Good job, Max. Nice work. And now we got another racer back on screen. 12:50. .1250 is Kevin Leva. There, he's actually in the C class, so I wonder what lap he is out on right now. See if we can find that out. So he's been out for 3 hours and 36 minutes. He is on his second lap, so he's trying to get himself back into Chocolate Thunder. And there will be some checkpoints closing shortly, I believe around 2:30. And when those start to close, so they may close that before he can go back out for that third lap if he wants to try that, but we'll see. Being in the C class and finishing 2 laps out here at King of the Moto is absolutely amazing. So Kevin, hold your head high. Doing a great job out there. Number 74 there in Chocolate Thunder. Looks like he's working his way back down, trying to make that finish happen. .74 again was Ryan Odom there in that A class. So that is number 74 on that KTM. Now we can see a couple other of our racers. This is Drop of Jack. So they are working their way into drop jackhammer down Drop of Jack. See a Sherco there. Definitely see a bike that's a little blacked out. So put some black plastic on that machine. Yes, this is part of it, and this is where they were talking about it being really chunky. So again, trying to walk that motorcycle and using a little bit too much front brake, the bike doesn't have any weight on it, so it doesn't have anything to actually dig in with, and so when that rock moved, it just decided to move with it. If there was a chance of having that body weight on there, it would have weighted the motorcycle a little bit. It could have actually dug into the ground and may not have gone anywhere with that rock. Now there's the other side of that where it could have, and he would have gone over the handlebars. So sometimes we just have to play the cards that were dealt and see how it plays out. Well, these guys are now back on jackhammer off of Drop of Jack. Looks like that is number 114. That's Kyron Kelso there in the A class. I would imagine with the way that he's been riding throughout the day, he is on his last lap, so we will see. We'll try to look there on the Hard Enduro site at Moto Tally in the A class, see about what his time looks like and how many checkpoints he's been through.
We have quite a few riders going out
Yep.
on their last lap right now. Number 134, one of them, Brian Burton, only doing 1.6 miles per hour. And the 1349 of Jack Mild Walters, 3.2 miles per hour. Another rider is, oh gosh, let's see here. Yep, coming up. 1550 of Joshua Guerrero, only doing 1.2. So just to give you an idea, these riders are trying to finish as best as they possibly can, and they are beat up, they're tired. They've been out on course over 4 hours now, 4.5 hours, if you mind the adjusted time for the start and everything else. But they're just trying to exist the best way they can, and they're going so slow, 1.2 miles per hour. Another 1250 is Kevin Leyva. He's doing 6.3 miles per hour. 2849 is Chase Stevens. He's doing 0 miles per hour. So all of these added obstacles are really getting and paying their toll on a lot of the riders.
That's a cool drone shot showing that rider working their way off of the main trail that they did those first 2 laps on onto rock salt, so they could work that little bit of a goat trail. So you can see that higher line up there, up the mountain. That was what they rode up and over earlier today, and now they are on that other trail, working their way towards Drop of Jack, towards Jackhammer.
It was kind of a pretty song.
So the course is going to be cold at 2:30. So we've got 20 more minutes, and that is when we are going to wrap our show, and we will be back later for the awards. So we've got about 20 more minutes to go to get you guys any of the information that we can of these riders that are on course here at the 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos. We've got about 20 more minutes, and then the course will be cold at 2:30. And that racer right there is like, hey, is your drone big enough? Can it potentially carry me out of here? I would like to go home now. That is an awesome little goat trail right there. Oh, it's like just picking your way through those rocks.
Well, you want to pick yourself way through the rocks. Yep. Pick your way through the rocks, but not get too far off to the side, because look at the angle of that hillside. You go and tumble down a little bit. It just could possibly, even if you got ASV levers, possibly break one of your levers or break a foot peg bracket, just like what happened with Cody Webb.
Possibly send you all the way down that mountain as well. That did look like a very precarious angle if you were to have gone off that edge right there.
Yeah, we got another downhill section over at Chocolate Thunder. You know, I don't know how many times we've seen Chocolate Thunder on our view. There's so many different angles that just surprised me. It's a new angle.
Yeah, man, that's what's so magical about these drones is they can come at these trails in such a different way every time. Literally 360 degrees, they can get further away, like the Z-axis, all those kinds of things. That is physics that I don't understand, but I can try to sound smart about.
You know, like you were talking about earlier, Brian, about the trails being burned in, some of the goat trails. Well, some of the trails here at Chocolate Thunder are burned in as well, except for the initial, oh my gosh, go up through the canyon.
Yeah, there just seems to be such a great opportunity out there to try to make some more course, right? So, you know, her problems and idle issues have been broken in for so many years because of Four Wheels, and King of the Motos has been able to take advantage of that. But even to make it to where maybe the A class and the Pro class has to go through that field over there, right? And they have to use a GPS navigation to kind of burn their own track in. Like, I think that would be a great way to kind of evolve this out so that maybe the B and C class would continue to use a broken-in trail like her problems and idle issues, where the other racers would have to kind of burn in a whole new line.
Well, for those of you that do know or don't know, there's a National Hare and Hound taking place about 15 miles directly to the west of us here, Soggy Dry Lake area. So I just caught wind that James Thomas, the son of Cliff Thomas, just got 10th overall, and he is one of our former Endurocross competitors, so good job for James, getting 10th overall here at the National Hare and Hound across the way.
And it's so interesting how, again, to your point, they'd be about 15 miles over as the crow would fly, right? But even though the terrain is fairly similar, the style
Cool. Looks like I see a feed back up. That might mean we've got some more internet. So we've got a rider riding down Jackhammer. Number 41. Jason Clark there, number 41, coming down Jackhammer. Now again, they had to ride down Jackhammer 5 different times, but when they are lap 3, 4, and 5, they get to Jackhammer by drop of Jack. So we got another racer here, number 125, in that last section, working his way up the chicane there at Chocolate Thunder. $125.
Well, it looks like I got unofficial results for the Desert MC National Hare and Hound. By the way, my very first desert race was 1974 Desert MC at Amboy Crater. Anyway, Dante Oliveira, KTM Factory Off-Roader, takes the win over Zane Roberts. Dalton Shiree coming in third place on his Kawasaki. And Ryder Tomaselli, our top 250 rider, fourth overall, just ahead of Damon Wolfslayer on the number 3. So Caden Lynn, our champion from this year for the Baja 1000, coming in 6th spot.
And this number 125 that we've got on screen here at Chocolate Thunder is going to be Maverick Thaxton. Yeah, look at it. We've got a couple racers down there as well, down at Chocolate Thunder in the sand, watching those last racers go up that uphill chicane. These guys want to finish lap number 5, and this is what they have to ride to do it. Look at, you could just imagine what's going through his mind as he's looking up at that. And that actually looks like a skunk helmet from the ISDE days. So back they called them skunk helmets just because of the ribbons that would go down. So they'd get a blue helmet, put those white stripes down, and that's what Team USA would wear at the International 6-Day Enduro. They would also wear them at Motocross of Nations for a long time too, but now that so many people have different custom paint jobs and things of that nature, you don't normally see the skunk helmets as much on the riders, though it would be cool to bring those back for the Motocross of Nations for sure.
Whoops.
And we're trying to zoom our way to the next rider to see on screen who's making it. So there, you can see that number 125 is sitting there waiting. It's got 2 racers in front of him. And unfortunately, that looks like the only spot that they could make it up. So he's going to take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break, let them see if they can get themselves situated, and then try to make his own way through that section.
One of our young ladies has stopped right before outer limits on her last loop, Katie McGreechy, I believe it's pronounced, number 1382. She is stopped right now. For those of you looking on board, Katie McGreechy is stopped, number 1382.
And that was number 234, Ryan Boardman there in the A30 plus class coming through. He just came down idle issues.
And if he is going to go back out, we will find that out for sure. But again, at 2:30, we got about 7 minutes here for the course to go cold. These racers are going to have, I believe, until 3, but that is when we are going to start. All the checkpoints are going to close. Are going to be at 2:30. So if you're not past the checkpoint, you're not going any further down the course. Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do is fall backwards on your competitor, because right now he has no place to go. I believe that's 125 Maverick. I know I was on that KTM, and there's that racer there in front of him in that dark blue gear.
Doesn't seem too many bikes left on course right now, huh, Brian?
It does not. I have a feeling at this point, anybody that's trying to finish is out there. Those that have decided they've had enough, they have decided to pull it off. But obviously, I mean, that's the thing. These guys, they want to finish. Like, they are right there. And this is not easy. And they know that, but that's why they signed up for King of the Motos. They didn't sign up for easy enduro. They signed up for hard enduro.
We'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, for our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee, King of the Motos. Right here in front of us, Ford Motor Company, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, energy drinks, and, of course, Can-Am for those great four-wheel vehicles. And I wonder what Can-Am, because they used to make a really gnarly two-wheel motorcycle back in the 80s.
Intensity doesn't ask for permission. In the fit, it's presence. On the turf, it's power. In the gym, that's discipline. In the shadows, under pressure, off the clock. There's no on or off. It's just who I am.
Or 65cc motorcycles these days to keep up with all of the young bucks there that are racing at Loretta Lynn's or like Mammoth Motocross, where you've been a bunch of times. It would be really cool to have an American-made motorcycle again. I know that a lot of people have wanted that to happen, but maybe with, not to get too political, but maybe with all the tariff stuff, that'll happen, and that's probably all we need to mention about that.
Well, we need an 85, a 105, and a 125 two-stroke produced in America. And I tell you what, it would be a huge seller because Yamaha's still building their YZ125s, you know?
Well, and then the price of dirt bikes has just gone up, and that's why we see Kawasaki starting to want to bring back a two-stroke. Now, they were supposed to have announced what they were bringing back at the end of 2025, as they announced at the beginning of 2025. That has not happened.
They were supposed
a lot
to
of people have
announce
wondered
last
when that was
night.
going to happen, and they haven't done it. And so, but the thing is they've realized that the market is ready for two-strokes again, and so they're going to have to figure out what they're doing. It'll be interesting to see what they do, if they have the same tooling back in the day like with YZ and just make the same motorcycle, or
They were
do
supposed
something
to
new.
announce it last night at A2.
Well, they were supposed to announce it before the end of 2025, and they didn't do that either. So they've obviously tried to figure out when that's going to come to fruition, but we'll see. Yeah, we've got a couple more racers working their way down idle issues. You can still see all the dust and all the settlement there. And it's just crazy to think that these guys are still kind of picking their way down that. But you know that they're tired. They have been out there for a very, very long time. We still can see there on that lap 5 finish, we've got quite a few racers still trying to pick their way to the top so they can start picking their way down to the bottom.
Is that Pam still standing out there by the finish line?
I'm not sure. It's definitely someone that looks like it might be. They got a staff jacket on, and so they're either there telling them what to do, telling them where to go.
I believe that is Pam Hall
Figuring out
over
what
there.
might be next.
Rooting them on, that's for sure.
No, there's Pam right there. Hey, Pam, how you doing? There, you've got a doppelganger, and they're out at Chocolate Thunder. Yeah. Oh, man, I'm telling you, just look how worn out this looks. It's so awesome. Well, it is almost 2:30. Chris, any closing words for you?
Well, it's sure been a pleasure and an honor to be up here in our announcing booth again with yourself, Miles Hasselquist, and Pam Hall, and covering all the bases. Hi, Pam. But it's been a gas as always, and always an awesome event. I mean, it's so different from all the other motorcycle racing events that I'm involved with, because I have live streaming, I have motocross course right in front of me, and I can see everybody. Here, I have to rely on all of our technology to be able to cover. But big thanks to our production crew, between Cam, Colin, and David over here, and of course our director Haley doing a wonderful job right out of the box. Had no idea what she's getting herself into, but she's definitely having a good time with it. And of course, and our course is now officially closed and cold right now. So it is done. Our 2026 Motorcycles and Coffee King of the Motos is now complete. So we're looking forward to a 5 o'clock Trophy Awards presentation coming up here this afternoon in just a couple of hours. So stick around. For all of you listening to us here, thank you so much for sharing your time with Brian and myself and everybody else for our King of the Motos this year. And be sure to watch this next week for King of the Hammers coming up. Out of the box, another fun event for you to enjoy on the screen. So with that being said, Brian, any last words, sir?
No, man, I'm just glad to be back, and it's been an awesome 2 days. Thank you, guys. We'll see you at 5, and then you'll be back next week for more racing starting next weekend.
Brian Pierce, Chris Johnson, Pam Hall, and Miles Hasselquist. Check it out. Night-night.